Alright, so last time, we opened with Davine and other members of the family reminiscing and having a very good time in the morning. Spirits were still quite high after the discovery of where Spender was, as well as the return of Benny. Pequod also ended up being ecstatic because Hale spoke to her and Julius both telepathically. Spirits were high all over the lane, including Fort Bragg, where Clive and Rommel dictated their new plan to end Carter. They would place paintball mines and completely cover the outside of his house in a closed circuit so they'd all go off at once. Meanwhile, the adults eventually made their way up to the office where they met up with Sasha and Towns. And they were informed that they had surveilled Ripa and Spender enough that everything was good to go. The kids were having a good time down in the apartment before being informed and suiting up. Hunk and Davine were having a good time alone together on the lane when they discovered an elevator behind a waterfall. Riding it up, they discovered what appeared to be an opulent mansion hidden away. As they explored it, they came to the startling realization that they were in the personal retreat of the Reich, the Eagle's Nest. They used the Führer's bed for their activities and then rushed out before meeting with Suletta and Blaze as well as the Rugrats at the soccer field and telling them what happened. On the ship ride to the planet where Spender was, the kids discussed their plan and came to the agreement that Sol and Elizabeth get them. As they landed, Elizabeth engaged Ripa and Spender fled with Sol hot on his trail. Elizabeth decimated Ripa, killing him brutally before Sol caught up with Spender. She used her magic to give him a torturous death, but not before he tried to beg for his own life, saying he knew things about what was to come. The kids eventually met up and celebrated because in their minds, this was over. The squad returned home and had a pretty bittersweet celebration where they remembered those they had lost just as much as the victory, and while they were celebrating, their parents were up in the office and had a discussion where they came to believe it might not actually be over. As he went to celebrate with his wife that night, Carter ended up setting off the Reich's landmine attack. Poor Memory Ann had to spend the night cleaning him before the next morning GL and Sylar were having breakfast with them. They were informed of the good news, and GL informed them of Davine's pregnancy. Sylar was invited to play soccer with them, and when he did, the Reich brutally attacked him and Carter, with multiple members of the family being required to take them down. Later, the Rainfall members of the Squadron were having a nice day at Carter's house when they saw a Zeppelin loom overhead to attack. Carter went into his house, grabbed his rifle, and shot it down, not knowing that it would end up landing on the hill where Sasha's house was being built. And I believe that is everything.
Alright, that's it. I'm fucking done.
Alright. Hunk walking with his hand on Davine's stomach, smiling, go.
And Davine smiles at him. She tilts her head. Okay, I know it's far too early, but what do you want it to be? Would you rather it be a boy or a girl?
Big grin on his face looking at Davine. A boy!
Davine just sighs heavily. I know. She rubs her chest slightly as if she starts thinking about something. It's because of... If we have another girl and she's like me, Mark, I'm so sorry.
Elizabeth has been too much, I personally think.
I agree. I certainly agree. She walked away from Benny. Out of everything, I thought she would realize not to walk away from Benny.
It's not just that. It's just the handling of grief is not... I can't deal with another go at that. Can you imagine if we have a teenage daughter and her boyfriend breaks up with her? I mean, yeah.
I can't imagine it. She just shakes her head. She starts breathing a bit heavily. But what if it is a girl and then she doesn't take after you, Mark? But because I would rather her take after you than I. And then what if she does make stupid decisions and it's a galleon all over again? A galleon, Mark.
We'll have the education program in place. I'm not sure if that will be good enough. But yeah.
Davy nods. She picks at her lip a small bit, looking up at him. Hopefully it will be. I mean, it's Lazuli and Suletta, right? They're like the smartest ones on the lane. They'll be able to whip up something that'll snap all the kids into place, right?
Or prom comes around and she doesn't have anybody somehow to take her to prom. That's selfish. I'm gonna just shut my life down thing. I am never gonna tolerate that again.
No, I fully agree. I say we both whoop her. If she ever does something like that again, if she ever asks something so selfish as asking for a resurrection or something like that, we whoop her. We whoop her till kingdom come. Yes, Mark?
Yes, I was very proud that we didn't have problem children, really. I mean, Elizabeth in the past, yeah, kind of, but we had no Carters or no widespread effect children on the family like Julius and Patricia, and now we arguably have the worst.
Davy nods. Because at least with the other children, it's all... no excuse for them, of course, but it's all new mistakes being made. She certainly repeated mine, and then repeated myself even further by going into her. I wouldn't even call it a depressive state, a catatonic state.
But at the very least, things moving up here worked out. Stroking your stomach, thank God for Nicole, and Benny's back, and Elizabeth is back at work. Both jobs.
Davy nods. She puts her hand on his that's on her stomach and starts rubbing it and smiles. Yes, it did. It did work out quite well.
Have you played that new game they made, that little Conquest Unit of the Rings game where they have lads with the lisp? Oh, it pisses me off.
Oh my god, poor Lazuli. Certainly poor Lazuli. I guarantee you they didn't even get her permission to put... I almost called her Braceface Laz. I feel like such a bad grandma.
Do you know Krellin has a line in that game where he says, "Back to the orthodontist that spawned you"?
David starts laughing. I don't believe I've gotten that one before, but it does sound like something Krellin might say, yes.
They all like to pick on her because she's actually, normal and successful and stood on her own 2 feet, unlike all the rest of them. Except JJ, of course, but yeah.
Davy nods. And unlike JJ, she is far more responsible. Well, JJ and Samantha are responsible, of course, just not as, I don't want to say uptight, but responsible like Lazuli.
There she is.
Oh, would you remember, do you remember that one time when she ran up to us after giving that boy a demerit and expelling him? She ran up to us and said, she looks around real quick just to make sure she isn't around and looks at Hunk. Grandpa, Grandma, I just expelled someone. Aren't you proud of me?
He starts laughing. I remember. Yeah, I remember getting saliva on my face too.
Oh yes, she. Whenever that girl was excited, she never did pay much attention to the spit or she could shoot.
Do you think the braces really controlled her mind, like Krellin said? He starts chuckling.
No, I don't think so.
How braces mind control her?
She clicks her tongue. I think it was more the pigtails.
Oh, I hated those. I absolutely hated those.
They did not. They did not suit her facial structure or her looks at all. I mean, we all have an awkward phase. I had one, you had one, we all do, just...
Not like this, look at this!
Exactly, not like that. She
Soul used to wear pigtails and she looked cute as a button, but this? What the hell?
She just...
And that ugly-ass yellow and red turtleneck. She always wore it.
What the hell was up with that turtleneck?
It was the hall monitor uniform that she had come up with.
Oh my god, thank god we don't have that in place anymore for anyone who's hall monitor.
You remember how she used to strike out grown men? Imagine if that struck you out.
Oh my god. that boy who got expelled, you know how he sadly offed himself.
I
would
would have.
I would have as well. I would have also offed myself if I got struck out by her and then laughed at while getting spit on me from all the way across the pitcher's mound.
Putting away the picture, starting to nibble on Davine's ear. She's got to move her head so she can let him nibble on the ear.
Davine turns her head, smiling, as her smile just immediately drops, and she just starts patting Hunk on the shoulder. Mark?
What? No, we're not. Nope.
Mark! She points at the
What?
billboard.
We have missed enough time because of our godforsaken, irresponsible brat of a Oh, God.
Rebuilding and protecting the lane's future today, Mark.
Well, I'm glad they used the unit symbol and not the swastika.
Thank God for that. Thank God they have just the tiniest bit of sanity left.
Hey, look at that. There's Hale, honey. There's Rebecca. There's Jace. And there's Integra. On the Fura.
Davy nods. Poor little Integra looks so terrified to be in the Furho's arms.
You notice anybody who's missing, honey?
Oh, Thomas.
Yeah, Thomas.
They really do hate that boy, don't they?
Well, he looks a lot like his dad, so...
I suppose, but he oddly has been good to Hale. Like, have you seen anything that he's done particularly wrong?
No. Samuel's told me it's just a matter of probability, though, that he'll ruin Hale. So Samuel hates him too, actually.
Well, Samuel has always been somewhat of a pessimist, yes?
Yeah, and he's never been Julius's biggest fan either. Izzy, and never been Carter's biggest fan either. It's kind of hard to be in Carter's case, though.
Davy nods. I just don't think he likes the men on of Julius's bloodline, Julius himself included.
I don't think anybody in that picture that is an adult does. Looking up at Clive!
Davine looks over at Clive and shakes her head.
You remember the hockey game? Instead of helping Clive out, Scar tried to crack Julius in the back with a hockey stick. And he was Scar Price, not the Fjordhawk.
Davine shakes her head. Oh my God, that is true. Yes, and then Julius during the soccer game, he had to limit break to get them off of poor Sylar. Remember?
Sasha got hit in the face. Then her house got blown up by Carter. I don't think she knows about that yet.
Oh God, Davine puts her hand back on her chest and just shakes her head. She's not going to be happy when she finds out about that, Mark.
I can't take 20 more years of this Nazi bullshit. I could deal with Clive and Norman to some extent, but this? No. I mean, you can't even talk to Scar. He just, yaw.
This has to end, right? Because... She just sighs and shakes her head. Even as Clive and Norman and, Scar Price, they had small moments of lucidity where you might be able to get one or two words out of them, right? Or just straight up have a conversation with them when they weren't threatening to kill you or, calling me a bitch or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, 20 years of our sister having to put up with this. Think about that. She's already bad enough, her and that fucking manic.
It's going to be so difficult if it's not see Clive the entire time.
I do think Suletta deserved far better than we gave her.
Davy nods. Oh, 110% she did.
We gave her stress, wrinkles, ruined her husband, her daughter.
I truly, truly wish I could give her the world and more because she's my sister. I just haven't been able to do that, have I?
Well, I don't think we're gonna be able to.
Not until Thomas and Hale... You fix Clive and Scar. It's going to happen, right, Mark?
I mean, I hope so. Holding her hand, walking her this way, I hope so, but what? It's Krellin we're talking about here, honey. If it was Lorelai saying it, I'd 110% believe it. This is Krellin. The same guy who also thinks the Nazis were the good guys. And he has a better uniform than Julius. Oh, and he has a higher rank than Julius. Yeah.
Davine sighs.
And he let the blimp crash when he could have just used kinesis. You ever think of that?
No, I certainly did. It's one of the first thoughts that crossed my mind when I learned that the blimp crashed.
I saw Samantha's wrist computer footage from that little raft thing her and JJ were on. If you zoom in here, he'll zoom in on the video. Ah! He's just turning the wheels, screaming.
Davine shakes her head as in the video. Quowen! Use your telekinesis so we don't crash!
You see what I mean?
Oh, yes, now I see what you mean.
And that guy shouldn't be on Thomas and Hale's shoulders anyway. They're kids.
Davine sighs.
That's Carter right there. Carter.
That is very true, but I suppose the same thing happened with JJ. The sins of the parents are passed on to the children.
I suppose, yeah. Looking up at Clive. They didn't even do a good job photoshopping his fucking face onto things.
No, they didn't at all. Like, obviously, that picture is very stylized and everything.
That's an old Max Tech. Look at the armor on the Fuhrer.
How does it keep on getting worse, Mark?
I don't know. That's the flag they put in the background. That's the old American flag, but they had them up all over Mars to like lure you in to move into their cities, and then you'd become like a slave labor, basically. Yeah, it would say something like free food and something or other today instead of rebuilding and protecting the lane's future today. That's why the power armor is there, reaching down to children and destitute orphans.
Davine just sighs. How can we put that kind of stress onto Thomas and Hale? Like, even us as adults, we have trouble tempering our stress when it comes to this.
Well, if Hale's anything like her mother does not deal with stress. I didn't know I stressed her out all these years.
Davine clicks her tongue. Well, at least if Thomas is anything like his father, he'll be able to handle stress well. There is that, at least.
There is. Looking back at the billboard. I'm gonna have Blaze come take that down later. In the meantime, we gotta find a tree to bend you over on.
Davine nods. I do happen to agree with that, Mark, as she reaches around and smacks his ass.
You need a little stress relief. Putting his arms around her as Sam... Great. Stepping in shit.
Laz has like 3, I don't know how else to describe them, but like COVID-style masks on at once as she hands another over to Oz. It does smell pretty rank in here.
Well, nobody comes down to service these anymore, and I think the new source system above us runs off and drops down here.
They just hear JJ from off in the distance just go, no, I'm okay. Oh, God. Are we sure it's down here? Can't we just leave?
Soul.
So, they hear her click her tongue as she comes around the corner and shakes her head. Nothing. I can't find any clues on the walls or anything like that, or any directions or anything. She just looks at Laz and shakes her head. I'm sorry, I don't think it exists.
Colt. Well, I mean, we've got 80,000 more grids to go. What? Looking over at it. The grid search, 80,000 more grids. Which equates to like 700 miles, give or take.
JJ,
Yeah, right.
JJ just starts laughing as he walks up next to Sam and puts his hands on her hips and shakes his head. Yeah, 700 miles. We'll get her that bunker by, who knows, Tuesday in the next 30 years?
Not letting Soul's feet hit the ground, piggybacking her. I am starting to think it's not. Myths are myth for a reason. Oh, hands on Laz's shoulder. Maybe they're right, love. It was a good idea. We could all go in on a a plane or something. Maybe she'd like that. Oh yeah, mom can fly all right. Shut up, Samantha.
JJ nods. Famously, she loves aviation.
The Ranger pilot general, not the Ranger general.
Yes, 100%. As Laz just sighs, takes off her glasses and starts cleaning them, trying to get the fog that comes up off those masks off of it, and as she puts her glasses back on.
I mean, we're in the right grid, technically speaking. The crazy guy's account, well, the sewer worker's account said it was supposedly somewhere around here, right under Wuhan, but, yeah.
Laz sighs as she looks at Sam. It has to exist, right? It has to be here. It has to exist.
I don't think Max Tech would put a bunker on Earth. They weren't that crazy. Well, back in the day.
Soul shakes her head. Oh, 100% no.
I asked Ricky's father. He said he didn't think there'd be one on Earth either, and he's the bunker crack.
Exactly. He probably has more experience with Max Tech bunkers than we do killing bugs.
I'm grateful he gave you the pups. Once he heard what we were doing, he gladly handed them over, but I think this is a waste of time. Crossing her arms, looking at JJ.
He clicks his tongue, puts his hands on his hips now, and looks at Laz. I'm sorry. I think it is too.
We could always get her cardboard cutouts of John and Irish again. Just staring blankly at him.
Laz looks over at Colt with a look of tiredness that he's never seen on her face before, and she rolls her eyes. Oh yeah, that worked out real well last time, Colt.
Well, we could actually present it as a joke this time, and like, look, Mom, here we got you these, and then give her like a gift card. Wow. The woman carried you for 9 months, and a gift card is the best you and Fatso can think to do. Looking at Soul.
I'm not fat.
Get her a cardboard cutout of Fat Soul. That she might have fun with.
JJ nods. Actually, he looks down at Sam. Do you mind if I sort of impersonate what I think your mother's reaction would be to the cutouts of John and the Menace?
Not at all.
He takes a couple steps back, facing away from them as he suddenly turns around with his hands behind his back, his eyebrow raised. Wow. Recycling gifts, huh?
She laughed.
How thoughtful of all of you, as he chuckles and walks back over to Sam.
Yeah, that's pretty much stroking his cheek what I figured would happen. Her house got blown up. We've got to get something. Us throwing his arms up, and Connor blew up her house. Colt laughed.
Well, not on purpose, but yes, he did blow up her house. I'm sorry for laughing.
Yeah, she's not gonna. Carter blew up her house, nodding her head.
JJ shakes his head. Oh, she's not gonna be happy about that. As Laz, rubbing her forehead hard, looks over at Sam. How many pups do we have left, by chance?
1.
She just sighs.
We
Looks
can go
around.
back to Gateway and get more, but I'm not coming back.
She clicks her tongue as she'll take a step down into the water, walk over and put her hand out. I mean, we might as well, right? In for a penny, in for a pound?
Here, she'll hand it to her.
She'll take the pup, activate it, and send it off into the direction where they have not sent off any pups just yet.
And there goes a waste of taxpayers' money. Disappearing down the grate.
Yeah, no chance we're getting this back, is there?
I'm not going down to get him. Neither is the moon mate.
Soul shakes her head. Even though I can fly around and avoid all the disgustingness, yeah, no, I'm not going down there.
Alright, well, we've got the Atari creep trial. Let's get out of here. As the alarm starts sounding on a pup.
Laz blinks a couple times. She grabs Oz by the collar and brings him in close. Honey, am I going schizophrenic, or is that what I think it is?
No, stay here. I'll go look. He'll trudge through the water.
JJ will pat Sam on the butt and then ODM over to follow after him.
Oz picks up the pup, puts it in his pocket. There's a door underneath this grate. A hatch. You see it?
JJ squints a bit.
What? Coming over?
Oh my god. Oh my god, there is. Laz, they hear frantic splashing as she gets up onto the ledge and runs over to Oz, puts her hands on his shoulders. Really?
There is a grate. Sam shining down a flashlight. It's got a key card readout too. Here, I've got a welding torch. Move, Oz. He'll move and she'll start welding through the grate.
Soul whispers into Colt's ear. Holy shit, I thought we weren't gonna find anything.
It doesn't mean it's the bunker. Looking back to her. But I hope it is.
She shrugs. I mean, I hope it is too, but for real, I thought those pups weren't gonna find anything, especially not a titanium door.
Especially all the way down here.
Yeah, for real, as she looks around herself and scrunches up her nose. Jesus Christ, it does stink down here. I need to have my aunt teach me that spell to remove your sense of smell.
Anti-Davine.
Yes, the anti-Davine spell.
Don't worry. I don't think you'll ever need it, but we did. Elizabeth watching Sam cut the grate. Elizabeth was starting to smell pretty horrible.
JJ shakes his head as he'll walk over to Sam to assist her in any way he can. Yeah, no, this might sound terrible, but quite a few times I thought that one of Julius's cats climbed into her room and died.
Oh, your parents replaced all the furniture in her and Benny's bedroom. That should tell you something. And blankets, and pillows, and the wood floor. Oh my god!
Laz nods. The smell sunk into everything. It got its little goblin fangs into everything and stunk it all up.
She really was a little goblin. Coming over, helping Sam kick the grate down with their feet. Keycard readout. Oz, allow me. Coming in.
Laz smiles as she bends over to whisper into Oz's ear. You know, if you hack into the system and then we find a bunker and everything, I'm gonna find that real hot.
Hey, am I going to be able to hack into you tonight, Mommy?
Laz pumps her eyebrows twice at him and then will actually lean forward and lick his face slightly as JJ puts his hands up. Whoa, whoa, whoa! I'd just like to announce the whole monitor and crossing guard had, you know, a public show of affection in front of us all.
Yeah. No PDAs if nobody else is allowed to.
Yeah, no PDAs. Yeah, if I can't, you know, lick Sam's face, you can't either, Miss Missy.
Holy crap. Looking up at JJ.
JJ looks down at Oz. What? I'm sorry, did I go too far?
No, look. Wipe away a lot of soot and poop and dust on the keycard reader and it says MT.
Holy shit. As he gets down onto his one knee and looks at it. Oh my god. He looks at Oz.
What does this mean? WFT under the MT. I don't know.
Laz strokes her chin. It doesn't ring a bell to me.
Have to ask Ricky's dad. He'd probably know. Well, this keycard reader's old, but it's heavily encrypted. I can get through easily. Give me a moment. I think we're on to something here.
Laz smiles as she stands straight up and just like pumps the air a couple times.
He easily cracks it. That's quite an advanced encryption for something that's supposed to be hundreds and hundreds of years old. You don't say. Looking at it, lifting the latch on the door.
Well, if it was Max Tech, even if it's hundreds and hundreds of years old, she shrugs. It would still be pretty, you know, high tech, right? I mean, Max Tech and all.
Now, before we go in there, here, everybody pull out some flashlights. Sam pulling one out she already has. Now, Laz threw the pup down here and found it, and therefore she should be the first to lay claim on the Yeah, right. Jumping into the hole!
JJ clicks his tongue. Sorry, Els, as he will also jump down into the hole.
You sons of bitches. Watching them jump down. Oz, look out behind! What? He turns around, jumps down with Soul. Motherfucker.
They hear Soul call out, "Sorry, Oz!" as her and Colt are falling.
There's a ladder here. You're not going to jump. We're going to go down the ladder, okay?
Laz nods. Yeah, we're not fancy smancy with all those special powers those other four have.
Oh, fucking Samantha. Coming here, Davine and Hunk. How about that tree right there, honey?
Oh, I think that would be just perfect, Mark.
What the fuck?
Listen up, mein Reich, all that are here to hear me. Listen closely.
Riech an dein Kater Fußgegeben!
The Reich is here to protect you. To protect the entirety of the lane from Carter the Undying.
I am not a racialist!
He is not a racialist.
Bist du's da? Puts his claws out. Punto City Polimare! Crosses his arms and bends over.
We will take Carter by the hands and show him the claws of the Reich and make him bend over for a change.
Da! Salud! 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 As they disappear! What the fuck was that?
Davine just starts breathing as she shakes her head. I think we just... Oh, I'm having heart palpitations, Mark.
You gotta relax, starts fanning her off.
I think we just saw a speech from the Führer himself. Jennifer, darling, what was that?
A rally for new members to join the Reich as Sonny comes over inspecting Davine. A woman in your condition, even though you've been pregnant for 7 days, should not be incurring stress.
I know, it's just... When I see that, it's quite stressful, Sonny, I'm sorry.
What the hell was I just looking up at the hillside? That was literally the shortest speech. I don't know, stop talking, looking down at...
Damien sighs. Wait, that was it? We didn't come in like halfway through or 3/4 the way through the speech?
No, we all received invitations on our doorstep to be here at 9:30 in the morning, and we all showed up to see what it was about. And then they left.
Damien looks up at where they were. Where did they even go? You don't... She looks at Hunk. You don't think they went back there, do you?
Let me see here. Pull up his wrist computer. My guess is they went back to the unit's nest. Eagle's nest.
Davy nods. That would be my guess as well, my love.
It's not that far off from where we are right now, 25 clicks. We came all the way out here to find some privacy. Well, you're not gonna find it.
Davian sighs. Not where the the Reich is concerned, I suppose.
Technically speaking, this is part of the fatherland. She points to a sign that says Berlin that way with an arrow.
Davine sighs. I never thought I'd say that I'm standing on the fatherland, Mark.
You know, this is getting a little out of hand. A little? Looking at her?
We know. Trust us, darlings. We know just how out of hand this is getting. Truthfully, we know.
And that cocksucker Carter blew up Sasha's house. All my hard work down the... I know.
Oh, God, Carter. And she just covers her face and shakes her head.
Doing wasn't Carter's fault. Yes, it is, because he's the one who turned Clive into that. Oh, well, when you put it that way.
Rolly does make a very good point, Mama Lan.
Well, I understand, you know, but Carter just protecting his family. Yeah.
Davine sighs. A good point, but I assure you the Ranger General is not going to see it that way.
I mean, I gotta build her house from the ground up. It's gonna take months. She wants all this custom woodwork. He groans louder. I know. I know.
Davy sighs again. You don't think this is going to prevent her from moving to the lane, do you?
Well, she had her bags packed as of today when she called down. Oh!
Oh my! She had her bags packed and everything, Mark.
Asked to send Blaze up to come help carry the luggage down. She laughs and walks off with Jennifer.
I suppose that isn't going to be needed, then, today.
Oh, I am so disappointed in my grandson. Carter really rubs me the wrong way. I can't express how much he rubs me the wrong way. When you see him get attacked by them, I feel sympathy. But when you sit back and look in totality, he's got the most punchable face. I always thought Julius had a punchable face. Rolly starts laughing. But Carter surpassed his father.
Perhaps we should punch his face today, Mark. I mean, it does seem like a Carter punch face day, you know?
I think the Ranger General's gonna do that when she finds out he blew up her home. There goes 180 million credits down the drain.
Oh, God. Damien just puts both of her hands onto Hunk's chest and leans forward a bit.
Alright, well, we don't need to. We can, maybe we should head back to the car and then the academy and try to relax and see what's going on. I don't like this whole doing a speech. And usually speeches like that are followed by direct action. You know what I mean?
Davy nods. Extreme direct action, nuking something, so on and so forth.
And where the hell was the rest of the Reich? Did anybody see Krellin? Frederick? Samuel? Negative. Walking up the hillside looking around.
Oh. Well, perhaps they're still at Bragg, planning for whatever thing that is going to come after that speech they just gave.
I'm going back to guard duty. Disappearing. Y'all give us a ride back? Yeah, we'll give you a ride back to school. Yeah.
Of course, darlings. Of course we'll give you a ride back.
Done came out here to fuck. Yeah. Looking down at Mama Land.
Yes, we did, and I was quite looking forward to it.
You want to do that? Get the hell off the lane away from these crazy sons of bitches. Your son Julius included. He starts laughing.
Damien starts to chuckle and nods. That is what we might have to start doing, Mark.
He's a handsome young man, but that Izzy drama I heard about back in the day and then seeing it firsthand, good God, I want to spank him with a wooden spoon. He sighs and looks at Davy.
Davy nods. Oh, trust me, Mama Lan, as do I. I want to beat him up quite good.
Is it bad that I hate Izzy? Nope. Holding his girlfriend's hand.
Davy shakes her head. She looks down at Star. Of course not, sweetie. Of course it's not bad. She pats her on the head.
We all hate Izzy, honey. Don't ever think anything less of yourself. We all fucking hate her.
We all despise Izzy and the name Izzy. If you two ever have children, do not name her that.
Fine by me. Smiling up at Davy as coming down the elevator, Pequod explaining to Ash what happened. So then the Zeppelin flew over Nicole's celebration dinner.
Oh no, please, what happened?
Well, me and Julius, holding Julius's hand, made a decision to let Carter, he made Julius talk.
Julius just shakes his head. We made a decision to let Carter incur any punishment that the unit was going to impart onto him. Because we didn't do enough of that when he was younger, we think it's good for him now, especially coming from the unit who he knows was his cause. Julius just shakes his head. What happened after that was, closes his eyes real tight.
Blew up Sasha's fucking house.
I was gonna ask who he dropped bombs on. What do you mean he blew up the house?
Pequod, oh, facepalm.
Oh God. So seeing the Zeppelin overhead, Carter got his, rifle and shot it down with just one bullet.
It was a good shot. You'd be proud, Ash.
No, I'll be fair to the boy. That's about what I would have done as well. Continue.
And the Zeppelin just so happened to take a direct crash trajectory onto where Sasha's house was.
The whole mountainside. Icy looking at her fingernails to make sure they're clean. Set ablaze. That had to be mended.
Ah, so the unit's Carter caused the Reich, I should say, to smote the mountainside.
Nodding her head as the elevator goes down, Icy.
And Julius nods. Basically, yeah. Another confusing part of it all was Krellin did nothing to stop the Zeppelin from crashing, even though he was perfectly in his capabilities to do so.
Yeah, Clive wasn't even on it. Pequod looking over at Ash. It was just Scar, Krellin, Frederick, and Samuel.
So what was their plan with the Zeppelin? How armed was it?
Oh, it wasn't. Icy nodding her head. Nope, no armaments. The plan was to fly it over Carter's house, and the power of the Fjorha would have killed Carter.
Julius nods. Scare him shitless or something like that, you know?
Ash is just looking at Julius, slack-jawed, eyes staring into him. Do they think Scar's the fucking Ark of the Covenant or something?
I mean, they are Nazis. Icy looking at her nails still. Ah! Pequod playing the footage.
Oh god, Krellin.
Grab it down, look at this! We're going down, man! Save us, save the ship, something!
Yeah! Ah! Violently shaking his head, spinning the wheel randomly.
You know, I admit it probably was a good idea not letting him go out onto the frontier anymore.
You think? Watching the
Yeah, most definitely. Ash, at the first sign of, the ship going down or something, he would have pushed whoever was piloting out of the sea and started spinning the wheel around crazy.
Oh, this is the best part. I see, pointing at the video, the blimp crashes. There's utter silence for 30 seconds. Ah! Pequod starts laughing.
I think this is one of the most successful of your children.
Sadly, I have Laz. That's all I need. Putting her hands up.
And Julius nods. Laz puts his hand on his chest. She's my girl. That is for sure. She's the most successful child we have.
You know,
The real problem is Sasha is expecting to move in today.
and you haven't told her.
Rolly's been working 18-hour shifts with Mercurius units and Blaze, and Zap has been helping, but Nicole took care of the land and forestry, but the home itself, she refuses to help. Nope.
Why, may I ask?
Because fucking it's not my problem. I didn't raise Carter. Putting her finger on.
Julius just gestures over to Icy, and I really cannot fault her for that.
I didn't raise Carter, and dipshit should have known better. He wanted to crash the goddamn balloon. Yeah, I think he did.
Julius nods. Oh yeah, 100%.
He did it on purpose.
To be fair, the last time the unit went after him in force, they laid siege to his cabin.
So, now Sasha will find out, and Carter will have to pay the piper.
Julius sighs as he looks through at the elevator door and shakes his head. What are the odds that she just goes straight down to the lane and punches Carter right in the face?
I really hope she does. Clasping her hands together.
I think she'll wait until she sees him. Let him be in a false sense of security, and then mollywop him.
The guards opening the doors. Going through massive amounts of paperwork for the court trial. She's watching Towns, just drinking her tea.
Dear Lord, that's a fair bit of papers.
Yeah, it's gonna be a real show. Stepping away so they can see the stacks of papers.
Julius points towards the stack of paper. You know, I'm pretty sure back in the Headhunters I had a nightmare like this. It was just me doing a bunch of paperwork. He just shakes his head.
All the paperwork you skipped out on doing.
Yeah, and then I had to do it, so I guess the nightmare came true.
Well, this one's gonna result in a bang, I think.
Julius raises his eyebrow. The bang of Ash's gun as the bullet passes through the Atari creep's head.
He's so dead. He has no defense. Apparently, he's chosen to self-represent. We appointed him a lawyer. He said no. Icy, what a dumbass. Coming over and looking at the paper.
I mean, I suppose that could be seen as admitting he has no chance and just going out on his terms.
Well, I mean, he's apparently a CNC enthusiast.
Julius shakes his head. Enthusiast, not operator. You know, in some terms, enthusiast is better than an operator, especially when it comes to building subs, apparently.
Yeah, he seems to think his enthusiasm for CNC gives him strength or something. When I interrogated him 2 days after Elizabeth brought him back, he said, "Don't you know who I am?"
To you.
Julius,
Yeah, to me! To me! She's drinking her tea.
Julius starts laughing. Imagine sitting across from the Ranger General. You're basically a nobody, but still at being cocky enough to say, "You know who I am?" to her.
There are,
I-
in my mind, a grand total of 2 people whom that would be more ridiculous to ask, and they're sitting in front of us.
I just can't believe he's so egotistical. He doesn't even have a license. Well, I think that Hecker guy put a lot of shit into his head. Or he's just always been that dumb.
I think it's a combination of the two. I mean, dumb people are really easy to manipulate and basically brainwash.
Yes.
Well, at the very least, we get to go have this trial, cap the cocksucker in the head with Ravage, or whatever weapon, I don't really care. And then Towns and I get to go back to our new place. I'm looking forward to that fireplace we specifically wanted. I want to look over the house before we bring our bags down. Oh,
Can I see those papers real quick?
God, sure. Handing the huge stack to Ash.
He puts it up and starts reading it, hiding his face while laughing at and chuckling at those two.
We can move in. Hopefully all the liquor that I requested is there, and we can all go down there and have some drinks. Just us, the adults, and no mom and dad. Thank you. None of your parents coming over. Sounds fun, but not gonna happen.
Julius nods. Yeah, I don't foresee that happening in the foreseeable future, Sasha.
Why not?
And Julius looks up at Pequod. There was an issue when it came to your house.
What did the fourth Reich do to my home? It's not what they did to your home. Sitting on Julius's lap looking at Sasha.
Julius nods. It's more what Carter did to your home.
She sets her tea down, looking right at Julius. Towns, come on. How the fuck did Carter is like a seminal fuck up. How did he fuck up now?
So, you remember how that Zeppelin was stolen?
The unarmed one, yeah.
Well, it sort of was used to stage an quotation marks attack onto Carter's home and Carter himself, of course. And everyone was over at his house. All of B Squad was over at his house, and Carter saw them flying over. I guess he was, done with it or something. You would have to ask him. And he got out his rifle and shot it down with a single shot, and the crash trajectory just so happened to land on the mountainside where someone's house was being built.
She crushes the glass in her hand.
Yeah, expected that to happen.
But Towns and I already packed. We agreed our move-in date would be today. Give me your hand. Coming over, taking it from her.
Julius looks at Pequod. I don't know what we can do.
Nothing. Rolly's working 18-hour days, along with many other of the extended rainfall family, to get it done in the next couple months. You requested a very large property with a lot of custom-made things, which is fine, but it's gonna take time. And it's Carter's fault.
Julius nods. It's gonna take just some more time, Sasha. That's all. Just a couple months, and then you're gonna be down on the lane, and everything's gonna be hunky dory.
You see, I told you we shouldn't have moved in. Sasha, yeah, you were right. Looking at that.
No. You guys still should. It's just a hiccup. Hiccups happen even in our line of work. Hiccups happen all the time.
He is so lucky he led a successful attack on Spender and Ripa and killed them. Otherwise, I would shove my fist up his ass.
Julius thinks for a second. Would it make you feel better still moving back onto the lane if you still did that, or at least scared him shitless?
Oh, I'd like to see him today, for sure, before the trial. I see, trust me, you will. He's down on the lane somewhere right now.
Julius nods. Yeah, you'll be able to see him and have any conversation with him you would like to have, Sasha.
It was a good shot. She just glares up at Icy as she heals her hand.
Julius clears his throat. Ooh, wow, she does not care.
Carter was proud of it too. He was like, oh yeah, that's a good shot. I think so myself.
Julius nods. It was a good shot, just everything afterwards went straight down the toilet.
Those kids, Carter and Soul. Can you believe she got me John, Kevin, and whatever that other guy's name is, cardboard cutouts for my birthday last year? No, mind you, after the dumb bitch crashed my truck.
Julius clicks his tongue as he crosses his arms. Yeah, I think those gifts were from Julius points to himself and Pequod. That one comes from both of our sides. I'm sorry about that, Sasha.
I try to remember when they were babies, the twins. They were super cute, but that cuteness has worn off very quickly ever since they started working for me.
No, yeah, I happen to agree. Whatever punishment, like I said before, that you want to inflict onto Carter is completely understandable in my book.
Soul didn't get you anything besides the cutout? No. A card.
Oh, she got you a gift card.
We really fucked up with those two. They're both disgraces.
Yeah, no, we did real bad on those two. We're gonna do better on the next two, for sure.
Laz last year got me a bullet from World War I, an actual bullet that was not fired but ejected from a bolt-action rifle. A timepiece, really. A historical piece. She bought me that with her salary. Not a cardboard fucking cutout.
I've just put in Ricardo for my birthday got me a plasma pistol from a Max Tech bunker.
Carter? Well, my birthday, Carter didn't get me anything because it was during the Memory Ann crisis, so Carter was kind of dealing with... You know, I hate my son sometimes.
Julius looks up at the ceiling and nods. Oh yeah, no, I do too. 100% I hate him sometimes.
One step forward, two steps back with them at times, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm just now remembering didn't get me. We didn't even celebrate my birthday because of the Memory Ann drama. We were all too worried about her eating and whatever that music was called she used to play. And the meth lab in my garage.
Julius hugs around Pequod. This year we're going to have a celebration that blows all the other celebrations out of the water, okay?
Can't pin it all on Carter. There was other drama. Fucking dumbass over. Ow! Town's getting hit by Sasha. Over here. Gesturing to Julius. There, I mean, pointing down to the lane.
Julius, with his eyebrow raised, he looks down at the teleporter for the lane and nods. Yeah, no, there was other drama going on at the time.
Soul letting another man touch her, Julius.
Yep. Yeah, that would be it. That was real steel. I'm sorry for my daughter because of that. I really am. That really affected your son.
Oh, it's okay. Rubbing Julius's shoulders. It's all right. Is he?
Julius pats him on the back a couple times. You doing okay?
Fucking sneezing up a storm. It's the allergies today.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. If you need to take some time, or I can get you some Mucinex or something if need be.
Oh, no. I'm all good. Just need to get this trial done and over with.
Julius sighs and nods. Yeah, no, that would be just one less thing off our plate and less stress all around, which is welcome, most certainly.
What's the Reich up to today? Don't know. They've been very quiet since the Zeppelin incident.
Julius shakes his head. I'm starting to agree with Oz. Whenever they're silent for an extended period of time, it just really starts to worry me and makes my anxiety like pierce through the roof, or like whatever roof is above my roof.
Perhaps
I see. Did you see JJ's new car? Go ahead.
Perhaps they're planning a blitzkrieg upon the main drag.
Oh, if they do that, it's game over.
Julius shakes his head. Yeah, no, it's game over for them, 100%.
Did you see JJ's new car?
JJ nods. The new Jaguar, the top of the line model, as promised, since he is heading up the production company.
I'm surprised they turned their Jag in. It was only a couple months old. Pequot shrugs. Oh.
I suppose when it comes to Samantha, she wants the best of the best. Car included in that.
I mean, he does look good in it with her in the passenger seat.
Julius nods. Oh yeah, no, for sure. With her as like his passenger princess and everything, she wouldn't. It definitely suits the two of them.
He ought to take her out somewhere in it.
Julius nods. Oh yeah, 100%. Date night somewhere, something like that, or even just going a night on the town together in the car. I think those two would enjoy that quite a bit.
What about Elizabeth and Benny getting like a car deal? No.
Julius sighs as he looks at Icy. Don't you think Elizabeth has gotten enough already? Not only did she get her position at the company back, but unless you've forgotten, she got her boyfriend back from the dead as well.
I will never forget. Putting her hands up, never.
Perhaps Benjamin could get a car, but only he'd be allowed to use it.
Well, they don't even have their own offices, Ash. No.
Gonna be a good decade, 2 decades before they get those, I'm assuming.
We'll see. She is a great disappointment in my mind. Not only did she leave home and hurt Mom and Dad, but this last Elizabeth walking away from him into goblin mode again. I don't understand. I can't have sympathy for people like her. I really can't. At first, I feel bad for her, but after week 3, it's just like, get up and do something. You can grieve, but why don't you go for a walk with Mom and Dad? Why don't you? And she would just, no, and sit there. Maybe if she didn't look a lot like Mom, I'd feel different.
I'll just say that when things were at the worst for me, drama with you, my wife, my mother-in-law, I only felt down like that for about one night and then had to get back up and go to work.
And Mom's pregnant. Again, God forbid she has another fucking Elizabeth. I see grimacing.
Oh God, please no, not another Elizabeth. Another JJ, yes, just not another Elizabeth.
An army of JJs.
Oh, that'd be fucking spectacular. Just an army of mini hunks running around.
But maybe they'll get their own building, but I'm dubious on a car. She's got to start making me a lot more money. They released their little game, but yeah.
Yeah, that's the one thing that she's always done a very good job for you with, is everything they've touched has been quite successful.
Yeah. I'll think about it. Definitely not a Jag, that's for sure. Something that's If I was gonna get her something high off the ground with heavily adjustable seats, because she's a fucking midget.
Bronco.
Not a bad idea.
Julius just starts laughing. What if what if we do something real passive aggressive and get her a car, but get her something that it's like basically impossible for her to drive, like a Ford F-150 or something like that?
I see. You know, phone books. You can buy old phone books for super cheap. Apparently, a long time ago, if you were too short, you would sit on phone books to drive.
Oh my god, you should get her a Hummer. She won't be able to see over the wheel.
With like 8 phone books stacked up so she can see over the wheel.
Having to use like stilts to push the pedals.
Maybe she should just let Benny drive.
Oh, I'm pretty sure, but still, I think we'd get the message across.
What all I'm saying is, JJ is making me a lot of money. I have made over 10 billion credits just on this alone. Sasha!
Julius just sighs looking at it as he starts laughing.
Fucking loved watching that with fucking mom and Elizabeth when I was all small and weak. Now it's just rude.
I watched it with Ricky when he was very little, the few times I was home as well.
Good show! Crossing her arms, Icy looking up. Now fucking Clive's ugly ass face is there. It's supposed to be a baby, Pequod. I know.
Yeah,
Carter
but
liked the show when he was a kid.
yeah, no, 100%. Carter liked the show and Soul liked the show when they were kids. But I mean, come on, the juxtaposition of it once being a baby and now it being Clive, who is 100% not a baby. It's just funny, don't you think?
I mean, it would be funny if he never became a Nazi and murdered people.
Oh, well, the public does not know that, so they think it's fucking hilarious.
I'm still waiting on this. Where is it, Elizabeth? Pequod putting her arms out.
He looks so goddamn happy.
I see, Benny has only been back 2.25 of a week or something like that. Give her time. Stop making excuses for her.
Julia sighs. She's gonna get it to us. I know she will. It is taking her quite a bit of time to do so, though.
Why does his face look so familiar? Because it's his wedding photo, dumbass. Putting up to Claire. Oh yeah, that's when it dawned on him that he actually was marrying Suletta.
Yeah, and it wasn't a dream or anything like that, which I'm sure up until that point he thought it was going to dream that he thought it was a dream that was going to come crashing down into a nightmare.
I wasn't reading his mind or anything, but Icy pointing up, that's definitely the face of a man. I'm gonna get to fuck that tonight.
A man who realizes he just won the world.
Won the world and more, and he gets to sleep. Oh, my honeymoon to go. Watch out!
She better watch out, because on our honeymoon, I'm going to rock that world.
I'm gonna put the moves on Miss Suletta.
Oh my god, Clive.
It's been a long time for her, Julia. She's a little stiff down there. I'll loosen her up.
I can put the moves on her, don't you worry. You know, believe it or not, I used to be called the master of foreplay.
Well, he still puts the moves on her. Sasha looking up at the picture. The moves of making her hand grab something and then drink something. Alcoholism.
Those are the moves that she's been employing quite a bit as of late, yeah.
And talking to a mannequin.
Yes, mustn't forget the psychosis.
I walked into her house the other morning and she was having a full-blown conversation with Father Goodscar. I just walked the fuck out. She was talking for Father Goodscar in like Frederick's voice of Father Goodscar, and I walked the fuck out. Pequod laughing.
I mean, fair enough, Nicole. I wouldn't have wanted to see that either. I would have just walked away too.
Carter ruined her.
He's very lucky that he is your son, or I think we'd have him on trial and I'd be reading his papers right now.
and then you'd shoot him at the end of the trial. Carter, the, I don't know, not CNC, swordsmanship enthusiast.
Swordsmanship enthusiast. Oh, King of Men enthusiast.
Kamul fan.
Ruining women enthusiast?
He's really good at that. Pequod hand on her own neck, thinking about it. It runs in the blood.
Julius looks down at her as he hugs around her. I'm gonna do a better job with Thomas, I swear to you.
I know you will. Hand on Julius's cheek. Eee!
Clive, boy. It's the same wedding photo.
That's the game I'm waiting for. I want to play Unit out. I see gesturing up. But I guess that one's on the back burner too.
I suppose it is, yeah. Julius just scratching his cheek as he looks at Clive, giving him a thumbs up.
Pequod, look, he's giving you a thumbs up because he's like, yeah, I got this under control tonight, Julius. Me and Sue later.
If he actually said this to me, it would be crazy, but don't you worry, Julius, I'm gonna take care of your auntie real well.
She ain't gonna be walking too well tomorrow morning, but that's okay.
Maybe limping there, maybe skewed off a bit sideways with what I'm gonna do to her.
God, that is so fucking gross. Stop! She puts her hands up. That's your drunk fucking psychotic aunt you're speaking of.
You know what, Sasha? Are you gonna look at that face and then look me in the eyes and say to me that that isn't exactly what he was thinking?
Oh no, he was. Yeah, you're right. He was incredibly happy. I remember when me and Towns brought him up his wedding gift. It was a very firm handshake he gave me. Something else I think was very firm at that time too. God damn! I finally get to use it. It's been a while. Got a little lead left in my pencil.
I mean, he was marrying one of the 5 most gorgeous women in the universe.
Yeah, she's always gorgeous. She got all the good looks, not less.
Oh, that is for sure.
I think he was probably feeling about the same way I was when I officially married Saris.
Pequod, yeah, same with me and Julius, but I don't think any of us had that look on our face, because we were all pretty good looking, you know, like me and Julius, good looking, Nicole and Banksy, good looking, Town, Sasha, you know, Clive and Aunt Siletta are like, what's a nice way to say it? I see light years apart in terms of league.
Out-chicked, I believe, is a more kind way to put it.
Mega fucking out-chicked.
If this is not a nice way to put it, but if Quasimodo actually married...
Oh, Julius!
Hey, I said it wasn't a nice way to put it.
You're right. I feel bad, but you're right.
Dear Lord, that was a better shot than any I can take with a pistol, Julius.
I mean, you were good looking. You're good looking, Ash. Like, but Clive, you and Saris, but Clive and her. I think really that's why people actually. You guys remember when Krellin and them launched that like disinformation campaign, and all those people believed that he just paid her to be in the video.
And he was always like, "This is my wife. I swear to you, this is my wife."
I don't understand why he didn't just put his wedding video up on his fucking page. That could have quelled all of that. Well, he did. Krellin, Frederick, and Samuel got a copyright struck down because their likenesses were in the video.
They are vicious, aren't they?
Rainfall on rainfall fucking action. I see shrugging.
The war to end all wars of the civil the civil war of the lane was that the YouTube civil war.
Well, Clive should have just re-uploaded it. No, they threatened to sue Clive.
And I think if your channel gets enough of those strikes, they terminate it.
And remember, they had a lot more money in the bank than Clive did. Well, they still do. Back then, Clive was sane, and they had a lot more money in the bank, so they could have drawn Clive out in court, and it would have been a disaster. Fine, whatever. She's my wife, that's all that matters.
oh no, she's my wife. It doesn't matter if any of you do. And then he would have gotten some kind of comment and immediately made a response to it.
Wow, wishing death upon you. That was literally half the comment.
All the other commenters that weren't, he gestures around himself, any of us, certainly took after Krellin's comments the most, I think.
I mean, I'd be pissed too if somebody left a comment saying, wow, hope you die of COVID, you ugly motherfucker.
Julian starts laughing. I would probably be real pissed if someone left a comment that said, "Wow, those dentures look real fake. You should get a refund on them, Mr. No Teeth."
How much you pay her BNU videos, scumbag?
I would also be pretty pissed if someone said my wife isn't my wife and I was just paying her to be, to act like that.
Poor fucking Clive.
I am not a virgin, and just to prove it to you, this is my wife.
Wow, so fake, Clive.
Didn't they call him an incel at one point?
They called him everything under the goddamn sun. Be quite thinking. They called him everything. But they, not a cuck, a simp. Wow, Soletta simp.
Wow, you will simp him for Soletta? How pathetic.
You loser, guy.
Oh man, they certainly went hard on poor Clive back when he was sane.
Alright, well, you know who else needs to go hard? Carter. I'm gonna go hard on Carter. Let's go down to the lane. I want food, and I want to see your son. Okay.
Julius clicks his tongue. Whatever you want, Sasha, of course.
She gets up and storms towards the teleporter. As Oz, waiting with his hands out, catches Laz, helps her down. Sam, looking around with a flashlight, coughs because of the dust.
JJ squinting a bit as he waves his hand in the air to get some of the dust out of the way. Jesus Christ, this place sure is dusty, isn't it?
She backs up into JJ as the lights, sounds like power's starting to turn on, the lights flicker on. They flicker for a couple seconds, then light up the whole room. Holy crap.
JJ looks around. Oh my fucking god, look at this place.
I told you, she was right carrying Laz over.
Laz, blinking a couple times, she looks at Oz. Honey, set me down for like 5 seconds, please.
Oh yes, of course, of course. He's hands on his hips looking around. The filtration system will come on in a moment. I think I can hear it.
He sets Laz down as she takes a step over here and starts jumping up and down, screaming out, "Yes! Yes! Yes! In your face, nice guy 22! Booyah, bitch!"
Who the hell's Nice Guy 22? Looking over at him.
She looks over at Sam. Remember how I told you I would be on a lot of, forums about this kind of stuff, conspiracy theory stuff and things like that?
Yeah.
He said I would never be able to find this place and that it didn't exist. He was always, downvoting all the conspiracy theorists and stuff, Nice Guy 22. But I proved him wrong, didn't I? And we're gonna get Aunt Sasha a real nice present because of it.
Is he still on the forum?
Laz looks over at Sam, squints her eyes. I don't know. Probably is.
And start taking pictures, holding up his wrist computer. Oz, wait, no, don't be posting any. We have to get your mother down here.
That is true. Once we get Sasha down here and everything like that, she picks out what she wants from the bunker and everything of the sorts. Then we can take pictures and rub it in Nice Guy 22's face. Deal?
That sounds like a good deal. Sam nodding her head. Oz, go see what's in the tubes up there. Don't get your hopes up. There might not be nothing down here.
That is true. She looks inside the room. Yeah, let's do some investigating before we get too excited.
Yeah, nodding her head, putting her flashlight away, walking up here with JJ.
Soul will hold Colt's hand and gently fly them upwards, up towards the biggest tube in the room.
Yeah, well, there's definitely something in here. Colt saying out loud, Sam whistling sharply, looking at the guns.
JJ nods. Yeah, that is for sure. He looks over at Sam and then whispers to her, "It might not be too moral or anything like that, but if we don't show her the bunker, we have our presence set for the next, oh, I don't know, 20,
100
30
years?
years?" Exactly, yeah.
These are, Can you find a way to unlock these? I'm sure we can.
Laz nods. Yeah, I'm sure there's a computer system around here somewhere. She looks at Oz. You want to go look for it with me?
Yes, let's go.
She'll start looking around, searching for a computer system to unlock all the tubes.
Hear that creepy ass music?
Her shoulders sort of shake. Sounds very I actually don't know how to describe it. Atmospheric in a way.
It's that radio over there. He comes over. Old analog radio. Look at this baby.
She'll take a step over to the radio and stare at it. How old do you think this is, Oz?
Well, it's he looks at the radio, plays with the antenna. Looks back at the computer. 700 years old, give or take. Old world, yeah. Like United States government, China, that type of stuff.
Oh my god, this place
Canada.
is... Glaz chuckles a bit. This place is a landmark, a historical landmark. Jesus. She puts a hand onto the chair next to her. She looks down, sees the skeleton, and lets out a loud, "Oh my god!"
What's wrong? Sam perking up.
Nothing, just a creepy skeleton in here.
Somebody's dead in here? Isaiah, yeah, somebody in the chair.
She looks at the skeleton, walks over here. You would have thought that they would have, decomposed at this point, as she will gently try and reach out and touch the skull.
Some fucking shitty ass survival bunker. I don't think survival was the priority of this bunker. Walking over here with JJ looking at the prototype Gatling laser.
No, I do not think it was.
This was somebody's, what do you call it? Not armory, but personal, closet full of skeletons, I think.
JJ nods. Looking around. It would make sense that, a company like Max Tech would have skeletons like this, as he gently gestures towards all the guns around him.
Plasma weapons were first employed. She scratches her head. Released by EarthGov 200 years post-Calamity. Makes you wonder. Those are plasma rifles. Pointing at them. You can tell by the blue hue. The cell capacitor pack on the back here, showing JJ.
JJ nods, staring down at the gun.
We have gifts for Ricky's father for the next millennia.
Oh, 100%. Is one of
Your father.
Oh my god, that is true, yeah. Yeah, Dad, here's one of the first designs for a plasma rifle. Hope you enjoy.
If we can get them open, it's, here, let me just, go ahead, lay your hand off him, honey.
She will, let go of the skeleton.
He turns to dust. Oh.
Oh, Jesus.
It's okay. Here, let me just, brush off the seat for Laz. He can stay there.
Yeah, no, I agree. She'll sit down in the chair and turn on the computer in front of her. See if this baby has any juice left.
It does.
She'll turn it on and start going through like messages and anything on the computer that seems like it would be a command to open up pods and things around the bunker.
Yep. Bunker lockdown initiative in place. She just has to press a button, then she has full access to the computer.
Oh, I guess it's that easy. And she'll press Y on the computer and do away with the lockdown on the bunker.
They all open. Colt's up here walking with Soul. I want one of these, honey. And one of those, whatever that is. I want one of everything.
And Soul smiling at Colt, she pulls herself up closer to him and gives him a kiss on the cheek. Of course, my love. Anything you want, I will get for you.
There's enough to go around. Sam walking over here with JJ. Look at this. Bending over. These are railguns. At least prototype railguns, yeah. Mounted on your shoulder. And then you look through the scope. I've seen pictures. Ricky's father showed me, Ash.
Oh my god. What kind of other kooky ass shit were they cooking up and that's always been hidden away down here?
Plasma Gatlings.
JJ just starts laughing. Now your mom would enjoy that.
The predecessor to what's on Laz's ship. The guns on our ship. That's crazy. She crosses her arm.
This is all quite insane. JJ looks around, stands up straight with his hands on his hips. Oh, positively insane. As Soul will gently fly over. What do you think's in here? As she points up to the giant tube.
Hands on his hips. A bomb. He comes over here. It's guns and heavy weaponry. So some type of bomb they were working on. A vehicle, maybe? It's fucking huge. He steps back, actually.
Maybe, yeah. She'll actually reach out and put a lunar shield around Colt before she reaches up and brushes some dust away from the tube.
She sees it staring right back at her.
Oh, Jesus! She will
grabs her.
Take a step back, going into Colt as she points at the tube. Power armor?
Now what's wrong? She looks up. Think we found Mom's gift. Dragging her back.
Soul looks down at Sam and JJ. All those guns and stuff are real cool and all, but I think this one takes the cake.
Sam will jump up here, put her hand out for JJ.
JJ will grab a hold of the hand and pop up right next to her.
Holy shit. She'll pull out a rag, start cleaning off the glass.
Oh my god. He'll pull up one of his sleeves and start wiping it off with his sleeve.
Looks like a spacesuit more than power armor. That's because it's a prototype, brother. Looking back at it.
Prototype? You mean earlier than the first known one?
Looks like those guys, though. Tilting her head. Goosebumps all over her.
Epsilon Squad, yeah.
Those guys that fucked us in the ass because of Ben.
JJ just chuckles, shakes his head. And that's why we don't crotch chop the brass.
His mom has the guy's suit that we brought back. There. Jesus. She squints at the picture and then at the armor. Yeah, no thanks. She'll put it away quickly.
Soul nods.
That suit creeps me out. Just the look, and so does this one. Pointing at it, and I don't get creeped out by a lot.
JJ shakes his head. Yeah, no, neither do I. And just staring into those eyes, it gives me the heebie-jeebies, that's for sure.
It's the width between the eyes that gets me. Like a bug monster's underneath there or something.
Soul nods. Like, can you imagine if someone's eyes were, like, on the very edges of the outside edge of the, eye slots?
Ugh, cold shivering.
Yeah, no, that would be, Soul shivers herself. That would be pretty disconcerting to look at.
It's got a nuclear fusion reactor pack. Sam looking in the back of it. Probably the first one ever made.
Most likely, yeah. I mean, if everything in this bunker is the first, or at least the first prototypes produced or something like that, then that might very well be the first nuclear fission pack on its back.
What'd you find up there? Yelling up as Laz is on the computer.
JJ turns and yells out to him, "Oh, nothing much, just the first prototype to a power armor suit."
Oh, hands on Laz's shoulder, kisses her on the head.
her hands shoot up in triumph as she looks up at him. You better give me a Spider-Man kiss right now.
Oh, I will. He'll give her a Spider-Man kiss. Alpha Series XO-1. Interesting.
JJ sighs. XO-1 Alpha Series. You don't think they were later series, and well, obviously they were, but later models in the Alpha Series, you think?
There were. Mom has them all in her garage. Cool. Yeah, we'll take you sometime to see them. But by the time of the Void stuff going on, they were in Delta Series. So D. So like that picture Sam had up, Black Devil D.
Right, got it. Okay, so if these were the first iteration, then those were like the fourth.
Sam D. Yeah. To pull up a picture on her computer. That was D. Yeah. And there were others, of course. Like I said, Mom has them in her garage, but that was the pinnacle. Well, at least until our parents killed them all. Thank God.
Soul nods. Don't you think it would be a nice gift if we got her, since she already has the latest model of Max Tech Power Armor, if we gave her the first model as well?
It would complete the uncompletable collection. Clearing his throat. Because I don't think there's another one of these anywhere out there. This place is forgotten to time, I think. They probably took like their schematics and stuff when they moved to Mars. This thing stayed here though.
JJ nods. Yeah, and only conspiracy theorists on forums like good old Bryceface over there would ever even think about them being here under Wuhan, China.
Trying to take a picture, snorts out a laugh when she hears Braceface.
Jesus Christ, JJ!
Well, she was right.
She was 100% right about this. JJ looks around. Yeah, for sure. Makes you wonder what other conspiracy theories there are out there that are true.
That the braces did in fact mind control her.
Oh my god, if that ever comes out as true, I don't know. I want to bet like an exorbitant amount of money. Have someone take the bet because obviously, that'll never come out as true, and then I get all that money because it's obviously true.
Carter and I always thought it was the pigtails.
Soul nods. Yeah, no, same here. One thing that nobody ever considers, though, the glasses. It all only really started, sure, after the braces, but once she put those glasses on, it was like the pigtails never left.
Coke bottle fucking glasses.
Soul starts to laugh as JJ shakes his head. And the whole monitor turtleneck, don't forget that.
Oh god. I hope Oz never sees them.
Oh yeah, no, for Laz's sake, I truly hope she never sees it. He never sees that side of her.
Colt. It's hard to see when she's spitting saliva in your fucking eyeball. All she did to me when I was younger and I was shorter than her. Colt, what is you Carter doing here?
Soul looks around. She looks at Sam. If Oz and her start coming, you have to warn me, okay?
Yeah, of course. Oh.
She polymorphs. She looks up at Colt. Where do you think Carter is, Colt?
See? He wipes spit out of his fucking eye.
Sam, don't you think JJ's pretty cute? You should go talk to him.
I could not have been friends with her back then. Sam crosses her arms, leans against JJ.
Soul polymorphs back. It was pretty. This is gonna sound like I'm a terrible sister and all, but it was pretty hard to point over to her and say, "Yeah, that's my sister." Especially when we were at like the ODM Academy and stuff.
What about this? Using the pictures she took of the armor.
Oh, I do not like that at all.
Yeah, back in the day I worked for Max Tech They were the good guys back then. Before Julius came around.
Before, Julius and everything came around, Max Tech were the good guys. In fact, GL was one of the founding members of Max Tech, believe it or not.
The CEO coming over here.
The ex-CEO of Max Tech was GL. She'll never admit it, but we were one of her commandos.
Coming down here to Laz and Oz, Sam will lightly punch Laz on the shoulder and smile at her. You were right.
Laz smiles up at her. Yes, I was. She looks at all the rest of them. I take it all these will be good gifts for, Aunt Sasha and everything?
I think we have gifts for Ricky's father, your grandfather, anybody who likes guns for Elizabeth for a long time.
Not the rest of our lives, of course, because, we're immortal and all that, but a good 50 or so years? 100% yes.
Some gifts you give can never be outdone, so you just have to accept it. The person has to accept it, and then just accept like a small gift every year. I think your Aunt Sasha, your mother-in-law, that if that thing's as cool as it sounded to be up there, I think she's in that spot from now on. Maybe a nice steak dinner, something like that.
Soul nods. Oh yeah, no, 100%. We're never going to top that power armor if we give it to her.
What's this place all about? Looking at the computer.
Laz turns back to look at the computer and scratches her cheek. From what I could tell, she points down to her seat, where the skeleton once was that turned to...
Pointing down to the pile of dust.
Yeah. That was apparently the CEO of a place called Wuhan. She pushes her glasses up a bit and squints her eyes. I'm sorry, honey, I can't really read this. What was it called again?
Fuel and Trading. Which would make sense. WFT on the little digit button thing I hacked into. Keypad.
Yeah, Wuhan Fuel and Trading. She looks at Sam. I guess it was like a predecessor to Max Tech, what Max Tech would eventually become, and they were originally stationed, she gestures around, here in Wuhan, China. This bunker was just a place where they had pieces of tech stored and everything that when eventually, from what I can find, they woke up the Starchild dragons, she shivers a bit, the prototypes, our idiotic CEO decided to seal himself down here and because he thought it was some type of survival bunker and he thought he was going to wait out all the destruction and turmoil that the cataclysm brought and everything like that.
Sam gesturing with her hand for Oz to move. Spits into the pile of dust.
I agree. He spits down onto the dust as well.
Yeah, I second that. Yeah. Wow. Is there no food in the bunker, honey?
Laz shakes her head. No, I don't think so. My bet would be, she looks up at Oz, plans within plans, that even the CEO didn't know about. It would be my guess that maybe the CEO was going to be overthrown eventually or something like that, and, well, this was a stockpile of other people's. He knew the bunker was here, obviously, but he didn't know what was in it, or they never reported it to him, so they were stockpiling up these prototypes and this machinery on their own to eventually try to overtake him or something like that, or at least that would be my guess.
Oh, your mother is gonna love the bunker. Rubbing Laz's shoulders. Yep, I think she will. Smiling.
Soul smiles and nods. Much better than the cutouts, don't you think, Colt?
Yes, far better. I don't know, I always kind of like the cutouts. We have them flanking our driveway. Just glaring at our brother.
JJ just thins his lips as he looks at Colt.
Ever wonder why nobody comes over to your house except for dumbass? Who's dumbass? Oh, Carter. Yeah, he looks down at his feet.
You know who dumbass is, mate. Come on.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Ah!
JJ chuckles a bit and shakes his head.
Zeppelin Slayer.
Oh my god, yeah, no. What is it that I said? It wasn't Rainfall Lane Terrorist, it was Mountainside Terrorist. That's what I called him.
Ecological terrorist.
Yeah, there we go. That's better, actually. Ecological Terrorist.
He was just protecting us. I don't need Carter to protect me. I think it's always been the other way around.
JJ shakes his head. Yeah, and I really do not need Carter to protect me. I really don't.
No, and neither does the Moon Maiden, thank you, or Laz or I.
Laz nods. Believe it or not, I am quite capable of a fighter and everything like that. Just, of course, not as capable as any of you guys, but I'm still pretty good.
And she's good on a mound, too. You ought to see her. A mound? Crossing her arms looking at Laz.
Laz looks at her. Oh yeah, I never told you about that.
She was a hell of a pitcher back in the day.
Sam sees Soul visibly roll her eyes, and a little sneer pops up for a quick second, and then she wipes it off her face.
Played baseball? You actually played a sport?
Laz nods. Yeah, I actually played a sport. I was the best damn pitcher on all the lane, that's for sure. Even better than JJ over here.
There she is, pointing to a picture of her.
Yep, that's
Wow.
me. She looks at Sam. You know what's crazy? I always struck them out, and even if they did get a hit on, the ball that I threw at them, they always got out at like first or second, so nobody was really ever able to score on me.
Her and JJ used to go head to head back in the day. Sam. Oh, she snorts out a laugh.
JJ just sighs heavily, shaking his head.
Did they strike out because of sympathy? Is that why? No, she was actually good. Sam's shocked.
Soul nods. To put it into perspective, Sam, Carter was never able to get a single hit on her.
Really, that big galoot with his bat couldn't get a hit?
She shakes her head. No, he was not. And I was only ever able to hit her one time. And that's
When you cheated, I've heard about that.
You know what? You try to hit a ball from her, Oz. You would use telekinesis too.
I would say maybe someday we could have another one of these showdowns, Laz versus JJ. I would like that very much, but given the way the soccer game went.
JJ clicks his tongue. Yeah, I'm pretty positive that there are no sports in the foreseeable future of the Rainfalls.
I feel sorry for your father. He loves sports and loves to play them with the family, his family, but that's not gonna happen.
JJ shakes his head. He does love sports quite a bit, and it really sucks for him now because he's unable to go to any sport because, banned from all of them.
It's not that bad. He's got another baby on the way. Maybe another daughter. Sighing, thinking about Elizabeth.
Laz just sighs. I really hope it's another JJ.
I agree. Nodding her head. The world could use more JJs, not more Elizabeth.
JJ sighs. Love my sister to death, but after what we all just had to go through concerning her, I would rather the child be like me than her, that's for sure.
Colt's rubbing the back of his neck. Can we weld that door shut? Yeah. Getting Mom to leave work is well, it's not gonna happen today, that's for sure. She's got the Atari creep trial, aka watch Ash shoot somebody dead.
Yeah, I don't foresee this trial going on for very long.
But he's a CNC enthusiast.
You do make a good point, mate. With his CNC enthusiast powers, he might be able to I don't know, operate a CNC machine to make little parts to block the bullet. From
Dare I
ever
say he
reaching
could
you.
stop Nevermore, JJ?
Oh my god. You don't think? You don't think? Julius never talks about this, but I know for a fact he's lost to at least one person while in motion. You don't think that it's the Atari creep, do you?
With his levels of enthusiasm at peak strength, he might just be too enthusiastic to stop.
Oh my god. I'm actually scared for our parents now. Maybe we should warn them about this.
We could do that after we weld this bunker door shut. Could you imagine if some random dude found this?
Oh yeah, and then it would just be on the news and everything,
And then we bring mom down here and there's nothing left.
and there's nothing left, and then she'll just look around and say something along the lines of, "Wow, an empty bunker! Like I haven't seen one of these before."
Thanks, soul.
And Soul just sighs heavily and shakes her head. Yeah, no, that's exactly what she would say.
500 credits says the first person she thinks is gonna be her. Pointing down to the last. Not me, her actual daughter. This one.
Or, she gestures up to Colt. Colt's her actual son.
He sighs.
Laz just shrugs. I am the one who put you guys onto this idea. That I will take credit for that, most definitely.
And you went to school, got an education, did everything she wanted all of us to do instead of join the military.
Laz nods. Oh, that too. Yes, She rolls her lips together. I certainly followed her plan that she always had in mind for all of us kids, didn't I?
What do we do with him? Just leave him here till we bring the proper authorities. He ain't going anywhere. Gesturing down to the dust.
Yeah, if that dust suddenly gets up and starts moving around, the return of the CEO of Wuhan Fuel and Trading returning, I don't think it's going to spark much, uproar or anything like that. If the dust could even move, which it can't.
Sam, rubbing her head on JJ's shoulder, holds up her wrist computer. The Atari Creep trial pre-game, it's called pre-game show, is starting.
They're actually calling it pre-game show like it's the Super Bowl.
Yeah, smiling up at him. All right, let's weld that door shut so no homeless dude stumbles in here and get out of here.
I agree. Yeah, let's get going.
And I'm here to tell you, right here, right now, we will not be intimidated by anyone. Whether it's comic book heroes, LARPing, or Nazi LARPers. Looking right into the camera. We will not be intimidated by anyone. And I'd like to extend my deepest thanks, gratitude to Carter Rainfall, who, him and Memory and Rainfall donated another 50 million credits, not only to my foundation, but to the Defense Foundation being built around Paris, France. Thank you kindly. Ending the video.
Mein Vier. I am not pleased by this development. Karen is getting too big of a head, yeah?
Yeah.
And so is Carter. Carter thinks he can frivolously spend all of Memory Hand's hard-earned money like that, just to financially support his ex-squeeze's mother like this? No, nine. We will deal with Paris, France, if my name isn't Clive Rommel.
Kata hat Visiga Iba on Rugen.
Yeah, exactly, mein Führer, exactly. We will deal with Carter, no matter what, but I think first we must deal with Karen, and I know the perfect weapon to do so.
Oh, how did you do, Herr Rommel, sliding down the ladder?
Clive will, of course, give him the salute. Herr Skardoff?
Hail Skardoff, coming up to him, doing the salute.
I would love a progress report, yeah?
Well, I think you're gonna be very pleased, sir. Very damn pleased. She's ready to go, or he, depending on what you prefer.
He is obviously a he. A woman should never be out on the battlefield. They are incapable.
Oh yeah, looking back at the robot. You know, your wife fought for many years, Miss Suletta.
Ever Braun? You mean no? Nine. She has never fought once in her life.
Oh, I must be. It's the heat. Wipe sweat off his forehead.
Yes, of course. Make sure you do not get the heat stroke. We cannot replace you. That is for sure.
We do got problems with this piece, though. It's ready to go, but it's like an old man trying to get his pecker up. You know what I'm saying? Nah, nodding his head.
I personally do not have that problem, but I understand the analogy, I think.
Well, it's that. It's like robot erectile dysfunction. Shaking his head.
Oh, this poor man indeed.
But it's only a one-time problem. So, the thing that powers this machine, right? Nuclear fusion battery. You gotta charge it all the way up. Clive, no piece of technology on Earth can do that instantly, or in the universe. It takes anywhere from 12 to 15, damn near could be 20 hours to charge it. Now, that being said, you can't just charge him now and let him sit here, because the charge will wind down. Remember, this is old tech. Like Normandy type of tech, right? Just...
The battle that we won? Yes, of course I remember Normandy.
Yeah, right. Well, this is Normandy age tech, so you got to charge him up in that time window before you want to use him. So let's say you want to launch him an attack on Carter tomorrow. You need to start charging him now. You know what I'm saying?
I see. So, whenever we have the attacked plan that we are going to use him with, we must start charging him the night or day before.
Correct, and I've already pre-programmed him upon first activation, which you just hear. I'll hand you this remote. Hands it to Clive. All you do is push that red button, and he's powered on. And he done gonna make his way to Paris, France. He can fly.
Oh, wunderbar. You have outdone yourself.
He should land within a mile of the Eiffel Tower. That's what you wanted, right? Salud! Rubbing Zap's shoulder.
Clive just straight up gives Zap a hug. It is exactly what I wanted.
Now, Clive, ain't nothing gonna be able to stop this motherfucker except you and that remote. Save for, oh, well, they're useless. Forget about them. You know what I'm saying. Nothing gonna stop him save for military-grade weaponry. So, once you let him loose, Clive, there's really no going back. Sure, you can push the button, but this thing was built to do a lot of damage. I've done my research on this thing. It wasn't built during the Cold War. It looks Cold War, which we also won the Cold War, right?
Yeah, of course we did. Why would we ever lose a war?
When we were allied with Russia.
Famously, we love the Russians until Stalingrad.
He just looks off blankly at the wall. Right. Salud, da. Anyway, right before Carter, you ever hear this thing called the Calamity thing? The term Old World? When Carter sent down those dragons upon us?
I do remember hearing about that in school when I was just a young little general.
So, a young general, how esteemed of you. He's starting to sweat greatly looking at Clive's Luger. Anyway, the United States and China back then, before everything went to hell, were kind of going head to head in proxy wars and stuff like that. And World War III was inevitable. This son of a bitch was being built to end World War III before it started. Clive, a nuke could be dropped on this thing and it's gonna keep going. You need like Nevermore or something to stop this motherfucker. That's why he takes forever to charge. He's like a bull, Clive. He puts his horns down and he goes, and he ain't stopping till you're dead.
And Clive just looks up with just the happiest look on his face. I could not be happier with your accomplishments. I really can't.
Scar holding up a picture of Karen, looking up at him. Oh, that's a woman who's gonna get to meet Herr Prime, yeah?
She will meet Herr Prime, and she will regret the days that she ever sided with Carter.
Good, that's good. You ain't gonna tell anybody I worked on this, right? No, nine!
9. Of course not. Your assistance with Zoraik, it is all top secret. Nobody will ever know.
Now, I got him plugged in. He's not charging yet. When the time is ready, you come over here, and you flip this switch. And then you got about anywhere from 12 to 15, give or take 20, given current fluctuations in the nuclear reactor itself. But, you know, as long as you 24 hours ahead of time, you're ready to retake Paris. Which leads me to my next question. I'm good to go. I'm done on this special project, right? Da. Da.
Yeah, you are good to go. Don't worry about it.
Alright, very good. And I also installed this for you. If you push this button over here, he will actually, you see, the floor opens up and he goes down and disappears. So no prying-eyed cocksuckers will ever see him, unfortunately.
Wunderbar. You'll keep on outdoing yourself. You really do.
Da! Clapping loudly, watching him sink into the ground.
He puts his hand onto Zap's shoulder and squeezes it, what feels like a bit too tightly as he smiles at him. You have outdone yourself. From now on, since, nobody could ever know about your involvement with Zoraik, lest your cover be blown, even Momalan, you will become known as Zap. That is your new code name. You understand?
Oh, I like that name very much here, General, and if you ever need my services, you know where to find me. Clive, you know you're gonna kill a bunch of fucking people with that thing, right? I'm talking in the thousands, as the ground closes. Salud! Patting Zap on the shoulder.
Clive suddenly, with great speed, grabs Zap by both shoulders and brings him in close, so there's only about an inch away from each of their noses, as he stares him in the eye. Victory! At any cost, the family shall prevail and rule for 1,000 years.
Anything to stick it to Carter and his associates. I was never a fan of Hazel.
Neither was I. He shakes his head. Trust me, neither was I.
Alright, very good. Well, you two just enjoy your robot and have a good time, and if anything goes wrong with it during the charging, you call me immediately, okay? Don't try to fuck around with it yourselves, you get hurt.
Of course, we will call you if anything ever goes wrong. Zap, as he gives him an obvious wink.
And one final thing, pulling out the key, the simple tumbler lock key to Groom Lake. One final thing about this robot. I programmed it so when he lands, just as you requested, his first I-beam attack's gonna hit the Eiffel Tower. Salud! Mwah!
Oh yeah, this is calling for celebration. Salud!
Grabbing Clive, hugging him, shaking him as Jesus Christ. God forgive me. Walking out of Groom Lake. As Hunk and Carter, shirtless, playing basketball. Hunk holding the ball, starts dribbling it. Carter tried to take it away from him. Oof! A cloud of smoke and Fred Pan appears out of the cloud of smoke over here. He jumped.
Come here, Carter. You know I want to. I got candy over here. Come on.
Oh, that is so fucking creepy.
He's making the index the index finger come here motion at Carter.
Huh? Here's the sound of a hockey stick hit the wood floor. See Samuel over here just with a puck going back and forth. What the hell? Wow. Me like tiger in jungle. Panther in the night. Never see who stalk you. Huh? He looks over Krill.
Davine following Hunk's line of sight all the way. She leans over to Marianne. What the hell are they doing, darling?
Being retards, grandmother. Taking Davy's in.
Oh, right, of course.
They've been tailing us since we left the house, I assume under father's orders.
Don't you want to see the puppies and kittens, Carter? As he starts somehow, some way, slowly getting closer and closer to Carter.
Oh, what the hell? It's only 10 in the morning. Opening up a whiskey bottle. Oh, mother.
Suletta.
Oh, like chameleon, may change colors. Never see me, even if you colorblind.
Even if you're colorblind.
Taught camouflage by ash. Will sneak up behind you, then murder you.
I have a pretty white van. I could always give you a ride home from school, Carter.
Ah! A puck hitting him in the foot, Samuel. Oh, don't mind me, just skating around on roller skates. Just practicing my slap shot. Goes around.
Carter just sighs heavily. He looks up at Hunk. It's bad that I've gotten used to this, right?
How long has this been going on?
Well, this morning, since we've left the house, they've been trailing us poorly, might I add, but yeah, they've been trailing us since this morning.
Like crocodile in water. Never see me coming, nor hear me. Based from the furthest fathom. He looks over at
Yeah, he makes no change other than just holding the newspaper up slightly above so only his chin is blocked.
Does he know he's talking aloud, Carter?
Carter shakes his head. I do not think so.
Never can see me. Even look deep. Even hidden to elven eyes.
Davine looks over and just tilts her head when he says that. As Fledwick is suddenly appearing next to Carter. I could tie your shoes if you want. All you have to do is get in my car, Carter.
Chugging the whiskey.
Carter with just a blank expression on his face as Fledwick stands next to him. Yeah, no, it's real bad that I'm used to it.
Right, alright, Fred, why don't you bounce on the fuck out of here, huh?
Oh, the pal went. Okay. He walks away, but still stays in the gymnasium doing the finger gesturing motion at Carter.
He's holding the ball, just looking at. Alright, come on. He starts dribbling the ball.
Yeah, no, sorry about that. Your foot okay because of the puck?
No, it's fine. Wayne Gretzky back there is just practicing for the Stanley Cup, I suppose. Skating around the kids.
I guess so. He doesn't even have a puck anymore, but he's still acting like he does.
Just skating around my goddamn grandkids. Fucking Hale watching him. What the fuck is he doing, Thomas?
This is the stupidest thing in the world. What? Is he practicing for something? We're not gonna play hockey again, are we?
Uncle Samuel, what are you doing? Fuck you, Thomas. Comes over here, keeps going around.
What the hell? I didn't do anything. As Integra just shakes her head with her eyes closed. Rebecca's staring at Samuel. You gotta admit, it is pretty funny to watch him doing that. And Krellin over there. He's just sitting there with his newspaper up.
Takes the basketball, starts bouncing it back and forth with his hockey stick. What a dumbass going in with the basketball.
Thomas picks Hale up and sets her down on his lap and just throws his hands up. Yeah, no, that's some of the stupidest things I've ever seen.
Nobody says fuck you to Thomas. He's just over here.
Yeah. He shrugs to himself a bit. Actually, no, a surprising amount of people do say fuck you to me.
Jace's ego building rapidly.
Jace looking
He's
over.
been in Sam's arms all week, every day. He even took a nap on her.
Jace stands up, his tongue like sticking out of the side of his mouth, like he's doing something that requires strenuous effort, but he's not doing anything as he just, yep. They are stupid, aren't they? But who really cares about that, right? As he whips his shirt off and points off into the stands over here where there's, no one sitting there. That one's for you, baby.
Who? Hell, looking at Chase. Uncle
Sam.
Samuel?
No, not Uncle Samuel. Sam. You guys don't see her. She's up there. She's literally fawning over me right now.
Her smile drops.
Oh, he leans forward. Maybe he's not just autistic. Maybe we need to get him checked for schizophrenia.
I think so.
It might help. She looks over at Hale, Thomas, and Rebecca, basically just ignoring Jace as he's like flexing his arms towards the stands with no one in there. If you guys don't realize that they're trailing Uncle, my brother Carter, and doing a very poor job at it, like. How they're acting is not how you're supposed to act when you're trailing someone, from what I know.
What the hell is so poor about that? Gesturing up to Frederick, coming back, Carter. That looks just excellent to me. What's Frederick doing?
Frittatas. I got burritos and tacos. I know how much you like them.
That is so creepy.
He actually leans forward a bit. I could smell the sweat on you. Okay, that is a bit creepy as he runs away, does a little jog away from Fledwick.
Alright, back to your wall there, Fred Pan, huh?
Always getting in my way, stupid parent, as he walks away.
Alright, taking the ball back. Hey, that's textbook SIS quality, what is it? Tail work. I don't know the word, Tom.
He looks up recon, tail work.
Recon.
Yeah, recon. He points at him. They should be SIS agents. As Jace turns around, points at the four of them. Who cares if they can be SIS agents? Really? All that matters is me making my girl happy. And you know what I need to do to make my girl happy? I'm a little afraid to say anything right now. I'll tell you what, Rebecca. I'll tell you what. I need a 1v1 between me and little Integra here.
Chase, there's nobody there as Samuel skates by.
Are you okay, Hale? He walks over and puts the back of his hand on her head. I mean, you feel fine, but obviously there's someone there. Look, she has a poster with my face on it.
Right, smiling at Jay.
Right, no, we see him. We see her. Yeah, obviously. See, Thomas sees her. He looks down at Integra, who just has her eyebrow raised. What do you say? You think you could take on the Jace Meister? Hell, he didn't just call himself that, right?
He did.
Thomas has his hand in front of her mouth just in case she throws up. Yep. Yeah, no, he did. He really did. The Jace Meister, you say? As Integra will stand up, crack all her knuckles and then her neck. I think a 1v1 is in order, don't you, kids? As she looks down at Hale, Thomas, and Rebecca.
We get to be Aunt Sasha.
Oh my god, yes, I would love to be Aunt Sasha. As Thomas smiles, I would not mind watching you be Aunt Sasha, honestly, Hale.
I wish we had ref shirt. Wait a minute, she'll snap her fingers. Give Rebecca one. That's better.
Oh my god, don't I look cool? And she grabs the hem of the shirt and like puts it out to her side a bit.
Rebecca is your ref for today, Jace.
Oh yeah? I hope I hope you got fast enough eyes, Becca, cause you're gonna need 'em with how fast I'm gonna be moving on Integra.
Coming out of the way with Thomas so they can sit and watch.
Rebecca backs up a bit as Jace will go right here and then Integra right there. Okay. She will walk up and, okay, you two ready? I mean, I'm ready, is she? Just do it, Rebecca. As Rebecca will nod and toss the ball up in the air to see who gets it first. Integra, being older and faster and just better at physical things than Jace, will jump up and slap the ball and then grab it quickly. As she slaps the ball, Jace will jump backwards, land on his back, and as he does, he pushes himself up with his arms, does like a ground front flip, and lands on his face, laying down on his stomach as he lays on the ground.
What's wrong with you? Looking down at Jace.
Foul! Foul! She hit me! Ref, she hit me! Just keep going. You're fine. I saw everything. Thank you.
That was a flop if I've ever seen one. Skating here!
Wasn't even a good flop. The flop Jace over there, dude.
The flop, Jace Hill laughing.
Thomas just starts laughing as Integra will simply dribble the ball over towards the basket and toss it up into it, scoring the point to win the game.
Hale will whistle sharply with her two little fingers in her mouth. Jufflop.
Thomas starts laughing as he leans on her slightly.
Come on, Jace, you could do better than that, dude. Hale looking at her. Aunt Samantha's booing right now. I can hear it.
She is not. He stands up completely fine, pushes himself up as he walks over to her. She's worried for my health, obviously. You see that, right? She's just making stuff up. Thomas, your girlfriend, is making stuff up. No, I don't think she is. She might be worried about your health, but I definitely heard some booing from her, from up in the stands, right, Hale?
Yeah. Hale nodding her head. Look at her. She's cheering on Integra, gesturing with her little head.
Oh my god, I think she even changed out her sign so it's Integra's face on it. Oh my god, you guys are right. She has the little blonde girl's face on it. As Integra walking back, dribbling the ball as best she can, she squints her eyes. Did you just call me little blonde girl? As Jace shrugs. I mean, it's true, isn't it? Right. I would like if we played another round, please, referee. I would greatly appreciate it.
Whistling.
As Jace will take his position, Rebecca will grab the ball and nod. Okay, here we go. She tosses it up again, and this time Integra purposefully shoulder checks Jace in the mouth as he falls down, rolls a bit, and then stands right up. Oh, come on, that was a foul. Anyone with eyes could see that. Rebecca, come on. As Rebecca, hearing Jace like yell at her little lips start quivering as she squints her eyes at him and starts to cower a bit. As Integra will look at Rebecca, and then Thomas stands up, sets Hale off to the side, walks over and just grabs Jace's face and knees him in the face, and Jace goes down unconscious.
Woo! Putting her hands up in the air, coming over to Rebecca, holding her.
Jace can be mean sometimes, can't he?
He's definitely an asshole sometimes. Stroking Rebecca's head.
Definitely. Thomas looks down at him, thinks about dragging him over, and then just, who cares? As he walks over and hugs around Rebecca. It's okay, Becca. He He can be real mean sometimes, but don't let what he says come to heart.
You gotta stand up for yourself. Patting her on the head.
Integra nods as she sets down the ball, walks over to Rebecca. Very important thing, something that we all should, take from my mother. We gotta, stand up for ourselves. Learn how to say what needs to be said at the right time and everything like that,
You're the
She-
daughter of the Moon Maiden. You shouldn't take shit from that. Pointing over to Jake!
Yeah, especially that, He shakes his head. Have confidence in yourself. You are really cool, you know? You help my girlfriend with telekinesis and playing fun pranks and being a referee. You're really cool, Rebecca. Just don't let what assholes say go to your mind, okay? That's the worst thing that can happen. She sniffles a bit, hugs Hale, Thomas, and then Integra and nods. I won't let anyone make fun of me, I promise.
Ain't nothing to make fun of. That, on the other hand, pointing to Jake! That is what you make fun.
Oh yes, no, 100%. That right there, you make fun of that. Not you. You're cool. He is 100% not. Possibly schizophrenic. And she gestures over to the stands with no one in it. But definitely someone to make fun of, yes.
Carter's scoring on his grandfather. Frederick closing in. Wow. Like Spectre in the night. Always watching. Always following.
Like a chameleon, Carter. You never know when I'm gonna pop up behind you. And you always look so delectable. Okay, what the fuck?
Oh, excuse me. Shoulder checking Carter by mistake. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Skating around.
You're all good, Samuel. You're all good. As Carter takes like a tentative step back away from Fledwick. As Fledwick just makes a step forward. Don't run away from me, Carter. You know you want to come with me.
Don't mind me, sir. Just average citizen reading newspaper. Run along.
Carter looking around. You gotta be kidding me. You really do.
Showing up down here. Hunk smiling, seeing Icy. Hey! Icy going up to her dad, hugging her. Not dissuading everybody. Wow. I'm just watching you always.
I've always liked the blonde boys.
What the? Sasha hearing that?
Do I need to ask why Fredwick sounds like a pedophile?
What is going on? What? I don't know. Shrugging.
I actually got no clue, honestly. As Carter, standing completely straight up and obviously uncomfortable, he looks over his shoulder. They've been telling me since this morning, ma'am.
Oh. Well, I'd like to talk to Carter, so she'll snap her fingers and throw out her hand. Whap! Disappearing with a cloud of smoke.
Fudwig bows and then throws down a smoke bomb and disappears out of the room and back into the hallway.
Samuel will just walk out slowly with his hockey stick. What the fuck?
It's been a weird morning, ma'am.
Hey, how's it going? As everybody else comes in, Hunk done hugging Icy.
Good to see you, Hunk. It's always a pleasure.
Yeah, I wish it was normal around here. Maybe we could shoot some hoops, but my mood to shoot some hoops has been killed. Looking over his shoulder, what's Frederick doing?
Fudwig is tentatively peeking his head around the corner, and you could just see his fingernail doing the come here motion with his index finger at Carter.
How long has this been going on, Carter? You said this morning?
This morning, yeah, since we've left the house.
They were on us like white on rice. Fred Pan was sitting on our rocking chair in our front porch.
The comments he's been making at me have been getting more and more...
Creepy?
Creepy is a good way to put it. I was gonna say rapey.
Why is he wearing the Fred Pan attire?
Disguise? I think, or at least that's what would have to guess. He would think I wouldn't recognize him as Fred Pan.
Even though you played in the movie, Carter. I see shrugging, looking over at Frederick. She waves at Frederick with one hand.
Frederick waves at her and then goes back to doing the motion to Carter. As Carter shakes his head, other than JJ, I probably have the most screen time with him.
Yeah. So, what's everybody? As Sasha punches Carter right in the face.
Carter takes the punch. He spins around and takes a step forward as he moves his jaw, and then stands straight up and looks scared at Sasha and puts his hands up. Before you kill me, I just want to say I did not mean for the Zeppelin to hit your house, I swear.
Well, Towns and I are already packed. Now we have nowhere to move into. Guess who's carrying all my luggage back into my house? And it's not gonna be Towns.
Me, ma'am, of course. Of course,
And
I'll
then
do
guess who's gonna carry it all to my house when it's done in how long? 2 months, give or take, smiling, holding Julius's arm.
Julius nods. Yeah, about 2 months. And Carter nods. I will gladly do that for you, Auntie. It would be my pleasure.
On foot, up the mountainside.
He clicks his tongue. It'll remind me of my days in the Headhunters, that's for sure.
I'll help you, Carter. No, you won't.
Carter shakes his head. Nope, I think this is a just me kind of thing, Memory Ann.
I think we all were kind of feeling like doing that to Carter. That was, he claps lately.
See? I told you it was a good choice punching him in the face.
Yeah, I feel better. Cracking your knuckles. I would hit you again, but you led a successful mission and ended strat, so that wins you some points with me.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. You have a mean right hook.
Thank you. Not mean enough to stop Uncle Fura, though.
I don't think anyone with who's just a human could have stopped him. I definitely think it would take a spellcaster or a group effort to stop Uncle Fura.
Wow! Coming out in a Clivenator cosplay. Spitting on Carter's face.
Carter's eyes eyelids flicker a bit as the spit comes onto his face. God, it's like talking to Braceface Laz.
Get the fuck out of here. Just walks out. I see laugh.
I know I ask this quite a bit when I'm on the lane, but is this normal?
Yes, thanks to some poor life decisions on my grandson's part here. Yes.
Carter nods as he wipes the spit off his face. Yeah, poor decisions on my part. I should have just called Memory Ann. He nods. It's quite normal, actually.
Oh, well, I'm in the mood to cook. Who wants some breakfast? That's the other reason we came down here.
Julius nods. Yeah, no. We wanted to come down to the lane and get some breakfast in us because, we have a long day ahead of us, as he gestures towards the stack of papers.
Carter and I are going to Samantha and JJ's. Carter wants to see their new car. It's pretty damn nice, Carter.
Carter nods. Yeah, I bet. I mean, always the best for Samantha, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep, you work hard, you apply yourself, and you can get yourself one just like it, if not better.
Carter opens his mouth and closes it, nods. I'm sure one day I'll be able to do that, yes.
Oh, don't worry, I'll get you one, Carter. Chugging her alcohol.
Carter smiles back at her. That would be very sweet of you, honey, but he nods. I'd rather get that for you, and, you be my passenger princess and all.
I wouldn't mind, Carter. Get out of here! He runs out of the room.
Well, he did come back, didn't he?
Maybe back. Saying from the doorway.
Davine leans forward. Carter did have a point there. That was like talking to Crow, Thornberry.
Oh god, he wipes the side of his face off. Alright, let's get some food in, you guys. Everything okay down there as Jace is reaching up to Rebecca for help? Tell him off. Don't tell him off.
Rebecca walks up right next to him, blows a raspberry down at him, and points at him. I'm way cooler than you would ever be, and then she starts talking out loud. And you are useless and crazy. Sam does not like you.
Oh my goodness. Turning her head from kissing Carter. Alright. Yeah, come down. You okay, honey?
She turns around. Fine, Grandpa.
She's just being a bad bitch, pretending to smoke a cigarette. Not funny. Pointing at Hale. Good. Patting Rebecca on the head.
Rebecca nods. Like Pequod.
Like Pequod, like your mom. Yeah. Like your grandma over there. Look, she's clapping for you. Sasha clapping loudly.
Rebecca looks over at her grandma, smiles, and waves at her.
So, you want to go get some food, and I'll get Blaze to collect Jace?
Integra nods. Yes, please. That would be greatly appreciated, Grandpa.
If he ever bullies you, you have to stand up to bullies. That's what we're telling her, Hale, putting her arms out. Well, you need to listen to your friends here.
Thomas nods. I mean, she's a very cool person. She needs to stand up for herself because she deserves to stand up for herself.
He turns around slowly. Rebecca can see the anger building in her grandfather. Coming for Thomas.
Thomas's eyes start to widen as he slowly takes a step back away from him, and Rebecca points at Krellin. Get out of here, Krellin!
You're disappearing! Minute of vacation. Good job, sweetheart. Kissing her on the cheek. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think we all need a fucking vacation. My finger's starting to hurt.
Carter say he going over to Sam and JJ's. Let's get ahead of him. He never hearing everything. Memory head grows.
Carter just blinks a couple times. We would never suspect a thing, right, Memory Ann?
Oh, Carter. One day things will be normal, as Suletta's already hobbling around drunk, disappearing to go to her house to cook.
That is definitely a future to look forward to.
Alright, Thomas, pick up your girl. Icy will levitate Integra over to her.
Thomas picks Hale up with one arm.
Here you go. And I think your grandmother would like to. Sasha will kiss Rebecca on the head.
She giggles slightly as she tips her hat at her grandma. Yeehaw!
Yeehaw! Blowing a raspberry on her cheek. What about Jace? I'll go get him. Nah, leave him here. Blaze will get him.
Thomas looks over at his mom. Leave him. He deserves to stay here on the hard floor for a little bit. Trust me, Mom, he does.
Bullies aren't cool, right, Integra?
Integra shakes her head. No, they are not, and he got just what he deserved. Thank you, Thomas, for doing that. Of course, sometimes bullies just need to get kneed in the face.
Hail clapping for Thomas and Rebecca. She groans. Frederick Samuel just dribbling a ball, and Freddie Bird just watching it.
Well, at least he's out of the Fred Pan costume.
They changed fucking quick, Carter, didn't they?
Man, maybe they're quick to change artists. How you doing, Samuel?
I got the skill, come get your fill, cause when I shoot, if I shoot to kill, I came to get down, so get on your feet and jump around.
Jump around. Jump around. Jump around. Jump.
Ah!
Yes, sir. Pass me the ball. I got a 3-point shot.
Don't pass him the ball.
He shoots the basketball, and of course, there's no basket or anything, so it's just an air ball, and it starts bouncing.
Memory Ann watches it. Really, Uncle? He shrugs, gestures.
Carter just shakes his head. I'm sorry you have to go through this, Samuel.
He shakes his head at Carter. Orders from the Fjorha, as Memory Ann. At least you're working on your snarkiness, Carter. That's a plus.
Carter nods. They do not deserve the snark. That is 100% sure. They don't deserve it.
Well, like tiger in the jungle, chameleon in the night, blending into everything. She sighs, seeing Krellin leaning on the bushes, reading a newspaper. Never see me till it's too late. Like leopards stalking it prey in the mountains of Himalayas, and then jump out and eat you brain.
Carter just blinks a couple times. Does realize that the newspaper makes him like 100% more identifiable, right?
Thousands of years of evolution to perfect this. No Galleon can see. He doesn't realize. I don't think he realizes he's talking aloud, actually.
I don't think so either. Carter just waves at him. Hi, Krellin.
Wow, sports section. Turning the page.
Sports section. Who's winning the who's winning the game? You know?
Oh, don't mind me, sir. Just average guy in New York reading newspaper. Going to get hot dogs soon. She laughs.
Carter covers his mouth and starts laughing. Nice, very nice. A hot dog cart on Central, yeah?
Yeah, somewhere like that. Wow, business section.
Wow, business section. Memory Ann.
Have to catch metro train. Run along now. Stands over here now, looking at Carter the whole time.
Carter just covers his mouth and starts laughing. You gotta admit, that's a little bit funny, Memory Ann.
Oh, I'm starting to see why they went extinct, Carter. Ah! Clearing her throat loudly.
As am I, Mew Mew, as am I.
Eee. Clive over here watching her. Oh, there's father. That's what Samuel was gesturing to.
And Carter looks at him. He tilts his head. He doesn't seem to be paying much attention to me.
Now he's mumbling something to the Fiera, which I'm perfectly okay with. We're leaving. I don't want to talk to him as they disappear. Wow, Carter never suspect a thing. Walking over to Clive. Frederick and Krell or Samuel coming over.
Who cares? Who cares about Carter right now?
But you say tell him.
Yes, tell him. Give you the inconsequential job. Not us, not the important people.
Da.
Clive just shakes his head. Do you not realize what is going on, you imbeciles?
What that? Looking confused at Clive.
Think about it. What thanks have we gotten for resurrecting Benjamin as of late?
Whoa! Putting up his hands, dropping the newspaper.
Wait, no, wait, no, we did not. We did not do that. Are you guys crazy? What do you think Sophia was doing all those weeks?
Scar! Yeah, nah, nah.
He was resurrecting Benjamin. And then, of course, the always late time deity. She gets all the credit because of course she does. And the Reich has not gotten thanked one time, but we did all the actual work.
We haben even den Abba what Afkaban. We resurrected him with the help of the Abernjaber.
The Abernjaber, yes, we could not have done it without them, that is for sure.
Clive, you treading on dangerous fucking ground, picking the newspaper up.
I'll tell you who is
You
treading.
don't go after her. Fine, go after Carter, fuck with he, fuck around with Elizabeth. You don't fuck with certain people on this lane.
I'll tell you who you should not fuck with on this lane, the Reich.
She not even that scary. Davine, crazy fucking elvish bitch. Hands on his stomach laughing.
Like we could not take David. Are you kidding me? Look at Sophia. He
Ah!
could make her mind explode with the snap of his fingers.
Ich bin Führer! Ich bin Führer! Pointing back to himself, gesturing towards Frederick. I am the Führer. Samuel shrugged.
Please do not do what I think you guys are about to do.
Da.
I think we must do it to. Oh, what is the term that your English speakers use? Re-establish dominance on the land and show the time deity who is the true boss of the land.
Dieser respecting Wudhaden Hagamamen. This disrespect will not stand. Clive, you going to get us all fucking killed. Putting his finger into Clive's chest. Davine like fucking Sonic the Hedgehog. Get her angry. Come rolling at you.
Nine. You'll get us angry. You get us angry, like we are now, and we kill David. And if she pokes her little stupid, always not on time head around, we kill her as well. Yeah, the time deity.
We end up next to Tewaz.
Oh, Teras. He was never a good American Special Forces operation unit. No, Nine, we would not end up next to him because we would defeat the time deity.
Clive, this not good idea. Rolling up his newspaper, pointing it at Clive.
It's not like at all. I'm completely serious right now. Please do not call Icy. Whatever you do, you will die. I am not joking with you.
Rufen Sie meinen General an. Make the call, General.
Of course, mein Führer. As he'll go onto his wrist computer and dial up Icy.
Oh, Suletta setting down plates of food for everybody. Enjoy.
Julius nods. Thank you, Auntie. It looks absolutely delicious.
White gravy, fried chicken, mashed potatoes. It's a southern breakfast type of thing, but it's hearty. You need hearty food in your stomachs for the day ahead, even if it is gonna end rather quickly.
Julius nods, pats himself on the chest. Looks like it's gonna stick to our ribs quite well. Thank you.
And make sure you eat. Coming over to Elizabeth, patting her on the head. You are still somewhat skin and bone.
Elizabeth nods. Of course, I'll definitely clean my plate. Don't worry, Aunt Suletta.
Good. Patting her on the head, coming back over here.
Elizabeth smiles as she looks at Benny. It does look pretty good, doesn't it?
Yes, and I agree. Cutting the chicken for her. Start eating now. Don't worry about what I eat.
Of course, honey, of course. She'll start to eat the pieces of chicken that he's cutting up for her.
Yeah, she wasn't eating much back during the Benny crisis.
No, she was not. And if you ever do something like that again, darling, me and your father, there will be hell to pay.
Don't worry, I'll help you give that hell to her. Looking at Elizabeth.
Thank you, Benjamin, as Elizabeth nods to Benny and then Davine as she takes another bite of her food. It won't ever happen again, I swear it won't.
So how's this Atari creep guy? How's he doing? I mean, I know he's basically 110% guilty, but did he at least have enough money to hire a good lawyer? Sasha laughed.
Julie just snorts out a laugh and gestures to Ash. Go ahead, Ash. Tell him about it.
Well, he was assigned a very competent public defender. He declined that. He prefers to go pro se, as it were. Self-represent.
What? Honk almost drops the plate, hands it to Davy.
You can't be serious, Sherion.
I am dead serious. If I had to guess, it's one of those things of he's going to die no matter what, so do it yourself.
I don't. Sasha handing the plate to Towns because she's holding Jace, who's coming too. I don't. I don't necessarily think so. I think he thinks he's got a chance. He's got an ego on him, and I don't think he thinks he did that much wrong. Pequod almost choking on her fucking chicken.
There's no way that's the case. Ash puts his...
I sat down. I sat down at the table, and he said, "I told you." He said to me, "Who do you think you are? Do you know who I am?" I go, "Raw."
She just hears Thomas start laughing and slaps his knee. What an idiot.
He literally, she looks over at Thomas, smiles. He literally looked me in the eye. I'm telling you the truth. God.
Okay, you're probably right. Just... He looks over at Hunk and Davine. Just watch the trial, I promise you. When you find out the things that are in those notes, good God, you'll realize why I am so shocked that he's like that.
So he was, me and the wife, we don't know all the details because it's under wraps, but since today's the day, he was completely complicit in all this? Yeah. Holding Jace, bouncing him around.
Julius nods. He was completely complacent in it. He was given the promise if he were to follow Hecker and assist him, namely building the submarine, to then have great riches, to then become what was the term, universe or galaxy? I think it was universe.
Universal.
Yeah, universal, famous CNC enthusiast. Not operator, enthusiast.
Universally renowned, I believe, is what some of the documents said that I went through with Ash the other day. Hunk starts laughing.
Yes, universally renowned CNC enthusiast. Rich beyond his wildest dreams, too.
Wait a minute. Okay, is it true you were there? I know it's under wraps and stuff, but Sasha, you could tell them whatever they want to know. Did half the bodies not even get recovered because sharks were really there? Krellin told us, you guys spent the afternoon basically fighting sharks to get the bodies.
Give or take about 10%, yes.
Oh my God, hands on her face.
It's hard to pin an exact number because, well, you know how those kinds of things are, but their sharks and shark-like species on the planet were pulling bodies away from Krellin and I as quick as we could pull them out.
He was just okay with being a party to that? You do not become a universally renowned CNC enthusiast without sacrifices, is exactly what he told Towns in his fourth interrogation. Towns shaking his head, leaning against the counter, eating.
I believe the exact term used was, and forgive my accent, you can't make an omelet without breaking a couple legs.
Somebody's gonna get a fucking egg broken today, and it ain't gonna be us.
I'll just put it this way. I've seen the design blueprints for the submarine. They look like Majestic-era Malcolm drew them.
I gotta see a picture. Ash has a picture of the sub.
He will pull up the picture of the sub.
Hunk starts laughing.
Davine blinks. Forgive me, but not only did they use completely corroded and disgusting looking metal, but I believe they used metal that is not conducive into building a sub. I believe all of that is iron.
I see. From Ash and I's research, you see this bottom part, Mom?
Yes.
That's a school bus. The top part is a... She starts laughing. The top part is a part from an old, 200 or 300-year-old transportation shuttle. And then the little hole you go down into was a nuclear waste disposal spout they built on some type of, tank you put nuclear waste into.
And if you look at the way the former windows of the bus have busted in, that's because they didn't weld high-quality metal over. No, they used whatever cheap sheet metal they could find and filled in the gaps with Bondo.
So did he build this in, a week? Macy looks at Ash because she doesn't know. Ash knows.
I would say no more than 2 weeks. Here's a little hint, I can tell you his budget.
I want to know. I want to know now.
Before I say it, take a wild guess.
15 credits.
For the entirety of sourcing, constructing, building the sub, 52,000 credits.
So they just crammed 200 plus people into it. Was a large school bus, yeah. They crammed them in there, and there was like some like little remote thing, and I don't know exactly how it operated remotely, but remote control. We'll find out today in his testimony, I guess.
Yes, we will. I will say, to put the price tag in perspective, if someone competent were to build a sub that could do what he claimed it would cost somewhere in the range of 5.2 billion credits.
Best part is, they forged, rather convincingly, EarthGov documentation. That Gayagoth guy you blew up, Elizabeth, Mr. Hacker! Here, I'll play the clip. Go!
Oh, Mr. Hacker!
Yeah? That guy, Elizabeth, pointing over to Elizabeth, that guy forged paperwork with Photoshop, basically. And that's how all those people believed them, that they were showing up, and the sub was reputable. And it did have a better coat of paint on it that made it look somewhat tolerable at the time, but yeah.
Elizabeth blinks a couple times. I'm so glad I killed these guys, I really am.
They were all evil, see, extremely. Oh, and in case you didn't know, I know we talked about it, but all that Civil War gear they were wearing, Elizabeth, they killed a guy on Palavin and stole his collection.
Every single second I'm getting just happier and happier that I murdered these guys.
You did a good job. I see an extremely good job. Clapping for Elizabeth.
Julius nods. Yeah, like Ash said, phenomenally well. And apparently they used all the funds from, this excursion to get back on into Rainfall space, or not Rainfall space, EarthGov space and all.
Might as well be Rainfall space. We're coming over with Jace. How much did they charge a head to get into that sub? 200,000 credits. Credits only, no wire transactions. You had to bring 200,000 physical credits.
Julius nods. Yep. Only, cash exchange, so it couldn't be tracked, obviously. He shakes his head. You add that up with, 200 plus people, or souls on board. He shakes his head. They made, I hate to put it this way, but a pretty penny on this little excursion.
So this guy's goose is pretty much cooked. Sasha, the jury are the next of kin of all the dead people. He's cooked.
It's like you took the goose and threw it into a smelting pit.
So now you're basically deciding between Ravage or what gun you're going to use to kill her?
Pretty much, yes. I think seeing the jury's faces are going to be what make me decide that, but I'm thinking the biggest, heaviest one in my collection.
Pequod, they requested a trial in EarthGov space and demanded the ranger that was there helping them be the judge. Think about that, Dad. Oh my god!
Tom is still laughing in the corner. He reaches over and hits Towns on the chest twice. This idiot is defending himself. You never do that. It's a recipe for disaster.
Nah, you always lawyer up. You're not gonna need to be doing that, right? Looking down right at Thomas!
I don't think so.
Good, you're just gonna take care of her, right? Looking down at him.
Of course I'm gonna take care of her. She's my girl.
You're not gonna need any piano wire treatment like your brother. Hey, relax, Hunk looking over.
Thomas squints a bit and his head recoils. Are you threatening me, Uncle Towns?
Yes, I am. He looks at Thomas!
Really? I'm a toddler.
Yeah, you are, but you should be. If you could talk at your age, then you could know what your brother did to Memory Ann.
I know what my brother did to Memory Ann. I'm not an idiot.
Well, why don't you slap him upside the head today for me and we'll call it square. He'll pinch Thomas's shoe.
I think I will. I think I will, Uncle Towns.
Good. Now feed your girlfriend.
Of course. Open your mouth, honey.
She opens her mouth, smiling at her Uncle Towns. Everybody really gets upset with Uncle Carter.
Yes, they do. He shrugs. I'm just happy I get to slap my brother upside the head.
If only they knew the real Uncle Carter. What are you talking about? You guys realize you're talking out loud. She stops talking.
Thomas closes his mouth and just gives a shrug and an innocent shit-eating smile.
Please, Hale, tell us your estimation of what the real Uncle Carter is. Oh, Goddess, put your foot in my mouth harder.
Thomas starts laughing.
They really say that? Looking at Thomas.
Yeah.
I think we don't hear, but we hear. And then that thing that goes, that's a whip.
Thomas nods. Yeah, no, we hear. He just blinks a couple times, staring at the food. Everything.
Oh, Carter, you've been a bad boy this week.
Punish me, Goddess, punish me, please, harder. Harder.
I'm going to make it hurt this time. Sorry, Jesus. Looks up at the ceiling.
I mean, didn't one of the children claim they found a riding crop somewhere up in their apartment?
Samantha, actually, yeah. Nodding her head.
I believe that's all that needs to be said, Hunk.
Choke me with your foot, Goddess. Oh, I will, Carter. And then you hear him gag, Grandpa. Oh my God.
Yeah, it sounds like. Thank you, is how it sounds.
They put us to bed, and then that's all you hear most of the night. Oh, Jesus.
Like, they don't even give us time to fall asleep. Like, it's almost immediate.
But, I'm glad for Carter that that's still going on behind closed doors. I do think he likes that.
As do I. I am glad that is still going on for him.
God, my son. Shaking her head, eating her chicken. Little slave boy, bitch boy.
Julius just blows air through his lips and shakes his head. Whatever floats his scrot, I guess.
Anytime this is brought up, I like to point out the fact that I was never like this with my deceased husband, nor was I like it with Clive, so I like to throw that out there.
I'd like to think maybe their dynamic would be different if Carter weren't an idiot and caused the damage he did, but who knows.
No, I think that's pretty much it. Yeah, eating her chicken.
Julius nods. This is the one way she can exhibit some control over him, and it just so happens to be through a sexual manner.
Very sexual.
Extremely. You never really do forget the sounds that your brother makes as he's being choked with a foot. Sorry.
Step on my balls, Uncle Town. God, fucking, he almost falls over.
Thomas starts laughing.
Jesus, you shouldn't be saying that at your age. He catches his plate deftly over you.
Hale, darling, did he say that to Marianne?
She smiles at Ash. Yep. Nods and then looks at Thomas.
Thomas shrugs. I mean, everything that we're saying, we've heard before in the past. We're not making this stuff up.
Some we've even recorded. Oh, Carter, it's time to choke on it, motherfucker.
Please do, Goddess. I'm looking forward to it.
I've done my toenails in silver, Carter. Are you ready to eat them?
You do it to me, Mew Mew. Do it to me.
You're gonna gag up that dinner your mother cooked for you. Alright! Hitting her wrist computer, gently turning it off.
Oh my God. Mark, make sure you delete those.
Yeah, here, let me see her wrist computer, baby. It will hold up her wrist computer. No! As he deletes them.
Wait, no, that's good blackmail, man. We can make fun of Carter with that.
Well, you guys like hanging out with them, right? Aren't they your favorite aunt and uncle?
Yeah.
Well, then trust me, you're gonna get more. They don't even have a kid yet.
Oh, God. That is true. We're gonna get a lot more.
Maybe we could just sleep with Petra outside. That's why Petra sleeps outside.
Oh my
I
god,
see laugh.
that makes so much sense. You know, that nest always has looked pretty comfortable.
Come on in, Petra. She just squawks and flies up on the roof.
We should have connected the dots way sooner.
Woe be to the one who opens Memory Ann's closet, I suppose.
Well, before they left for the Moog, Carter's ass was wrecked, if you remember.
Julius nods. Yeah, wrecked so hard it was bleeding and raw.
Poor guy. And I was fucking sick in the head and couldn't even help him. Horrible aunt. This is good, eating her food. Check for track marks, dear, but go ahead, Julie.
Davine will walk over and lift up her sleeve suddenly, looking for track marks.
I have been clean for how many weeks?
Well, I just don't like hearing yourself talk about yourself like that, Istrom. She pulls her in and gives her a kiss on the cheek.
She quite laughing to herself.
Julius chuckles a bit. That's what you get when you're a druggie.
And the favorite.
And the favorite. He looks over at Icy with the shit-eating grin on his face.
Icy's wrist computer ringing. Oh, 1 sec. She'll let go of her mom. Oh. Turn on the computer. Hi, Uncle Clive. Waving at him. Hi, Uncle Furha.
Nicole.
Her eyes go wide.
You're a Northern bitch.
Oh.
You really think that you could take all the credit for, resurrecting Benjamin? As Davine just ODMs out of the room and out of the house.
Son, stop her.
Julius will stand up, limit break, fly after her. It sounds like there's a tussle, and then a hit lands, and they hear Julius go, ow! As he starts crawling back into the house on all fours.
Son, what the fuck?
She has a very good kick, Father.
Okay, alright, Clive, why don't you hang up? Clive's not gonna listen to Hunt.
You're a Northern bitch. Always sleeping with Carter. That's what takes up most of your time, is it not? You and your love child, Elizabeth. Ugh.
Ah, bleh, blah.
Disgusting. Disgusting. Get a stopwatch, why don't you? Maybe then you'll be on time and actually be able to resurrect Benjamin, so we don't have to pick up the slack.
Oh, Jesus Christ on a box of bananas! I hear Krellin say from the background.
What the hell did he just say?
Davine coming into frame. Ah! Scar gesturing for her to bring it on.
Davine will, in fact, bring it on. She shoots her harpoons through his shoulders, drags him close to her, puts her fingers up his snout, and slams his face into the ground. You're next. Wait, no, please, no, don't do it. As Davine will shoot her harpoon, it goes past his face, spins around, wraps around his neck. She goes to a nearby tree, zooms up it, and starts to hang Clive by the neck as Fudwick will run up. Wait, no, don't do it, focus away.
She's not stopping it. Samuel grabs her from behind. What's Davine do?
He calls my daughter a bitch, as she will elbow Samuel in the stomach, headbutt him, and then will just push him off with the force of his bat.
Backward.
Nobody calls my daughter a bitch.
Krellin running over, hits her with the hiya! Hits her with the newspaper like she's a dog.
Her head slowly turns towards Krellin. Run, Krellin, run.
Ah! Runs away.
Oh, I gotta do everything myself. Davine! Stop it! You've taught him his lesson. Look at his face. He's purple. He's probably already dead. I would recommend that you stop it. This isn't good for the baby, right? You're pregnant, right? This isn't good for it, right, Samuel?
Think of you unborn child who going to be another fuck up like Elizabeth. Yeah, Samuel trying to be reassuring.
Davine's eyes widen at the sound of that. She unleashes Clive's neck as he falls limply down onto the floor. Memory.
Jumping up, grabbing Davine by the throat.
Davine, who gets grabbed by the throat, puts her hands up through the little hole that is made when you grab someone by the throat, pushes both of his hands away, and just palm strikes him right in the larynx and windpipe area. Davine breathes heavily as she walks over, lifts her foot up, about to stomp on Clive's face. Davine looks up at Krellin.
You're better than this, Davine. You know it. Looking her right in the eye.
She puts her foot down onto the ground. You are right. I am better than this. Her chin starts to move. Apologize for my outburst.
It's fine, they deserve it. We try to talk them out of it, but you know how it goes with Rommel. Gesturing to Clive.
Never listens to reasoning.
Go back to your daughter and husband. We'll be okay here.
Of course. She'll walk over, give Fudwick a hug, and then Krellin, and will blow a kiss towards Samuel, and then go off screen.
Wow, see the way me hit that bitch with this paper? She's still enraged!
I can hear you!
Ah! Disappearing as Frederick hangs up the wrist computer. I see watching, shaking her head.
Oh my god. Julius stands up.
You okay, Julia?
I'm fine. I'm good. Oh my god. He looks over at Hunk. Don't ever let that woman kick you in the nuts when she's angry. It, puts you on the floor.
Nope, not planning to ever piss her off that much. Stroking Thomas's head over here. I don't know what I did to deserve it, but...
Nothing, Nicole. Apparently you took the credit for resurrecting Benjamin, as is deserved, mind you. Elizabeth puts her finger up, and apparently they're the quote-unquote actual ones to resurrect him.
See? In Rebecca's head, Rugrat talk. That's what you gotta do to bullies, Rebecca.
So I should do that to Jace?
Yeah! Looking over at her! Jay's still unconscious in the breast. Enjoy.
Thomas nods. Yeah, you know how I, kneed him in the face? That was basically a small version of what Grandma just did. You should do stuff like that. It makes you feel better after you do it, too.
Integra don't take shit from him.
Integra shakes her head. Because I don't think I deserve to take shit from him. He's respectfully worse than me in every single way other than probably mechanics. But we're all toddlers. What use is that right now to all of us?
Look at the way she's strutting. That's a badass bitch. Pointing to Grandma Davine. You feel better? Kids enjoyed it as they're all laughing.
Davine walks over to Hunk and just buries her face into his chest.
Good. Rubbing the back of her head. Good.
They called my daughter a bitch. I'm sorry I almost killed them.
No, it's perfectly you. Everybody here knows what happened when we got the Davine call. One of the funniest days on this fucking lane ever.
It was pretty funny, yeah.
No way!
No way, don't do it, please!
Didn't hear me begging for you to stop. He should have known better. Putting down more food for everyone.
Davine nods. She reaches over and gives Suletta a kiss on the cheek. I'm sorry, Letty.
That's okay. As I said, he should know better, even in his Haramal state.
Davy nods. I do agree with that, yes. I'm sorry, son, for kicking you in the nuts with my heel. He shakes his head. Don't worry about it, Mom. You were just protecting Icy, as he puts his arm around Icy and gives her arm a pat.
And I thank you, Mom. Nodding her head, smiling.
Of course, my Istrom. I'll always be here to protect you.
And I should thank you as well. One, for protecting Icy, I care about her, but also, I would like a copy of that video. I think Ceres may fall out of her chair when she hears him transition from the German accent to his real one as he begs for his life.
I'll run it up the chain to Herr... What is his name? Krellin. Who is he again? Himmler! I'm on good terms with Herr Himmler. I'm sure I can get you a copy.
I'd very much appreciate it. That was a work of art, David.
I agree! Patting her on the head.
Thank you, Sherion, thank you. It was among some of my best work.
Setting a good example for... Pequod gesturing over to Rebecca. Setting a good example for the children, Mother. I applaud your effort.
Thank you, Patricia. She puts a hand on her chest and smiles big. Coming from you, that is extremely high praise. Thank you.
What I don't applaud is you getting this stressed out while pregnant.
I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't. It's just I know I shouldn't. I'm sorry.
Well, I don't suppose Mom and Dad could come to the hearing? No, it's booked. We didn't sell tickets, obviously, but it's... Father, there is a line of people waiting to get into that courthouse at 4 a.m. today. I actually think the line started last Monday when the court date was announced. Damn.
I believe the first person got in line 5 minutes after the announcement went out.
So, no. Sasha looks back at Hunt, but maybe you should get away from the unit and company. How about the beach? Benjamin, Elizabeth, you want to go to the beach? Beach sounds wonderful. Wonderful. Far away from the Reich.
Elizabeth nods. Oh yeah, I would love to go to the beach. You, Benny?
Yep, Elizabeth in a bikini. Oh yeah.
Elizabeth smiles at him, leans over and gives him a kiss on the cheek.
And if she gets out of hand, he slaps his hand. Unclap.
Which I won't. I swear, I won't get out of hand.
Clapping louder and louder.
Joy is looking over at Hunk, clapping louder and louder. Leans over to Pequod. Maybe he should just do it again if he's that happy about it.
I wish he would, but we'll never be that lucky, Julius.
No, we will not be. That's a once-in-a-lifetime type thing, and we are living forever.
I have their footage right here. Holding her up her wrist computer. It's gonna play when we renew our wedding vows in the background on loop.
Ooh, yes. Yes, please. I think that would be a smash hit amongst the family.
Pequod taking Julius's hand, kissing it, as here, Carter is enthralled at Sam and JJ's new car. What? Looking down at Mr. Snuffles. Idiot. He just said looking at Carter.
Come on, Snuffles. He walks over, puts his fist out for a fist bump.
He will fist bump JJ. What did he say, JJ? He said, look at Carter go.
Yeah, no, he said, look at him go. He certainly enjoys that car.
Don't let her speak for me. Gesturing to Samantha, who glares back at the cat. Now she can understand him too.
JJ looks down at Mr. Snuffles. She can speak for you if she wants to. She's my wife. She gets to do what she wants. Thank you.
Ba 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 ba, pointing at Carter. Ba 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 ba. This dumb son of a bitch doesn't deserve anything as nice as this jaguar. Carter noticing the cat pointing at him.
Carter looks up at Snuffles, chuckles a bit. Yes, the thing that Mr. Snuffles is famous for. Giving me terms of endearment and encouragement.
He's just saying watch the rims. Scratching Carter's head.
Carter
He's a fan of this car, right, JJ?
Yes, a huge fan of this car. He sighs a bit. He would like a jaguar for himself, if I'm not mistaken.
Wow. Starts scratching his chin thinking about it. Oh, that's fucking ridiculous.
JJ chuckles. You'd be surprised what Mr. Snuffles really wants. A jaguar being one of them.
I'm not actually neutered. Think of the fucking chicks I could pick up in this thing. Sam's slowly looking over at the cat.
Wow. Wow, I never expected you to say that.
What did he say? Coming over, petting him.
Think of the chicks he can pick up in this thing. Because, he's not neutered.
I didn't know that until just now. Sam coming over and looking at him.
Carter walks over, whispers,
Waving on Carter. Slapping his paws together. I wasn't gonna let Suletta cut my balls off. Sam laughing. Go ahead with Carter.
Carter leans over to Sam. I thought he was gay with how he would look at JJ sometimes.
I think he's bi, personally.
Oh, yeah, no, I never really considered that. My bad.
What did he say? Scratching him on the head.
You didn't think I would let Suletta cut off my balls, would you?
Oh, well, yeah, Mother doesn't really believe in neutering animals. She wants them to breed, so it makes sense, Snuffles. Purring, rubbing Memory Ann's hand with her head.
JJ just starts chuckling. Oh, you're always good for a crack up, Snuffles, that's for sure.
What do you think, Carter? You like it?
Carter lets out a whistle and nods. It's a damn fine car, that's for sure.
Better than your Porsche you want? Or you like the Porsche more? Memory Ann, yeah, here we are. Pulling up the picture.
Carter looks at the Porsche and at the Jaguar. I definitely think they both have their ups and downs. This one has more amenities, but I do like how the Porsche looks more. I would have to, drive the two of them to really compare them.
How did it go in Wuhan today, Sam? Pulling up a picture on her wrist computer.
Carter blinks a couple times. That looks real old. Sam.
The brace face was right?
Laz Thornberry was right about it?
I hate to admit it, but yeah, Sam nodding her head.
JJ nods. She was right about everything. It being in Wuhan, it most likely having connections to Max Tech, it being a bunker, it holding some really old but surprisingly modern tech, if that makes any sense in it.
Was she really that good of a pitcher? Sam's squinting at Carter.
Carter just squints his eyes as Sam sees on his face a look of contempt come onto it, and he rolls his eyes. Yes, she was that good of a pitcher.
Carter has a career 0.00 batting average against her. Sam, wow.
Carter shakes his head. Fucking knuckleball pitcher.
Gesturing wildly. She was only good because she threw spitballs. It's illegal to put foreign substances on balls.
That is pretty damn accurate, actually. She only had one ball, the spitball. Believe it or not, brace face.
Makes a lot more, because she's not that athletic. Shaking her head.
Carter shakes his head. It's the stupidest ball one could throw. It's not even legal.
And God forbid you get hit by it or have to touch that ball. Well, you'll be grateful you're wearing gloves. Nodding her head up and down.
Carter nods. Yeah, no. Sometimes, you feel like you need to walk someone. Or someone's making you real angry, so you just, throw the ball and hit them. It happens and all, but she did that one time, spat up that ball real hard and threw it at someone who was making her real angry. Their entire left sleeve was covered in spit.
I would love to take a crack against her at the plate. I really would. Crossing her arms, looking up at the sky.
Carter chuckles. You think you could hit her?
Oh, absolutely. I only played softball in high school, but it's not too far of a step.
He shakes his head. No, definitely not. Honestly, out of everyone in this family, other than, spellcasting and powers and everything aside, I think you'd probably have the best chance of it.
I would love to see it myself. She had quite the ego to her. I never hit off her either.
JJ shakes his head. Neither did I. Imagine having that kind of ego and looking like that.
Did she ever get a hit off of you, JJ? And she did, because she would always bunt.
JJ.
Technically not a hit, but technically a hit.
JJ's fists start to ball up as he shakes his head. She bunted off of me. She always bunted.
Every time? Looking at JJ.
Every single time. You'd be fascinated how fast those spindly little legs could move along, but every single time she somehow managed to get on base after she bunted one of my throws.
Want me to crush this dork for you?
Oh,
Looking at JJ.
I would love you and lavish you if you crushed this nerd for me, honey.
You know who has your dad's ear? His greatest son.
JJ smiles wide. I think I might be able to convince him to play a game or two of some baseball.
Stroking JJ's cheek. Do it, and I'll crush the nerd for you.
Thank you, my love.
So long as you pitch in high socks.
High socks and pinstripes. I think those would also be quite good.
I wouldn't mind a baseball game. It'd be fun to watch Carter play.
Carter smiles. I would be pretty down to play. I actually quite enjoy baseball. Even after the Yankees debacle.
Well, playing here on the lane's different than going out there to where grandmother has tainted everything.
Carter just sighs and shakes his head. God damn it, those Yankees.
So you want to take it for a spin, Carter?
Carter's head shoots over to him. He puts his hands up. Oh no, I couldn't possibly. It's too nice of a car. I wouldn't want to mess it up for you guys.
Go ahead. We don't care.
He blinks a couple times. You sure? As he looks over at JJ and he gestures towards it. Go for it. Take your wife out for a spin. We don't mind one bit. Go ahead.
Good. She gets into the car immediately. See? Yeah, she likes the car. Chicks dig cars like this, especially if their man owns it.
Carter nods. That is for sure. He looks at the two of them. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, just don't scratch the paint.
Of course not, I won't scratch the paint. He smiles and will go ahead and get into the car.
You should know better. You fucking idiot! Picking Clive up off the ground! Hiya! It's Clive with the newspaper like he's a dog.
Fudwick has the basketball in his hand and throws it at Clive. It bounces off his head and it comes back into his hand. Whoa, like 5 seconds away from dying. I'm not even kidding with you. 5 seconds away from being strangled to death. He just blinks a couple times, shaking his head. Oh guess, we should have told her off, didn't we, Fia?
Vi heist Ugarihin Nicole Festgeis mein Aglahama. Maybe we ignore Nicole for now, my general.
I think that might be a good idea. As he leans back slightly. I have not been away from air for that long since, the 1940s, so maybe we hold off on Nicole for a bit.
Wow. Krellin looking away from Clive, letting the newspaper unfurl. Look like Carter got himself new car. Both hands on his heart, gasping. Huh?
No.
Looking over at Carter.
999. He looks over and sees Carter driving by with a smile on his face and his hand on Memory Ann's knee.
Was I Memory Ann talking about buy he new car, Fudwick?
Yeah, no, she was. I mean, that's a very nice car to buy for someone. Very nice.
Wow, I thought Carter liked Porsches myself.
I thought so too, but hey, a Jaguar is a nice car. Looks top of the line. Must have cost a pretty penny.
9! Slamming his foot into the ground. Oh, Carter, this thing drives wonderfully.
Yes, it does. Very smooth, isn't it?
Carter, put it in hover.
Put it up. You sure
Just
you're not
like when I taught you how to drive.
you're not worried I'm gonna slam it down on the ground accidentally?
That's not my car to ruin, Carter.
Carter chuckles as he will put it in hover and start to float above the ground.
Letting out a scream of anger as they hover up into the sky.
Clive drops to his knees and starts punching the grass. Nine! 9!
What the big fucking deal?
He mind controlled her. He mind controlled her to buy it for him, and she used all of her money.
Kata Baktasi Dasul Dasato Zikafkin. Carter made her buy him that car. I don't think so. Putting up his finger.
No.
Scar backhand Samuel. Ugh!
Oh, Jesus. As he backs a step away from Scar and Clive. As Clive shakes his head. This cannot stand. This cannot stand. He cannot have that car that my daughter bought for him. With all of her money.
Wir haben gegen Kata verloren. We have lost to Carter enough. Rubbing his face.
The Carter bust. The Zeppelin attack. We are done losing to Carter. We strike back at him. Full force, mein Reich.
Oh, but just some car. Who cares?
I care. It's what the car represents. It represents roofing and mind control and everything of the sort that Carter has done unto this family. And I will not stand for it, not one bit, Herr Himmler.
General, ich habe in Gretchen in Afghan auf das Auto zerstören! General, I order you to launch an attack on that car. Uh-oh. Looking up in the sky!
It shall be done, mein Führer, as he gives him a salute. Herr Skardov.
Hail, Skardolf. Scar putting his hand up. Ah, looking around to everybody else.
He looks over at Samuel and just shakes his head no.
Hail, Skardolf.
Oh God. Hail Skardov.
Hail, Skardolf. Salud.
Salud, mein Führer.
Ah! Hold the MP40 Drusrals. Break out the MP40s as Scar walks off.
Go hard, the Führer. Break out the MP40s. Or else there will be hell to pay on my end. You think the Führer punishes hard? Wait till you see me.
Samuel taking a step back, very concerned by Clive, as about an hour or so later, Memrian and Carter, they got Thomas and Hale. Well, Carter, Colt coming out with Rebecca, Soul still waking up. What do you think, Carter? Did you like the Jaguar? Colt setting down food. Jaguar?
Carter nods. Yeah, Sam and JJ, they got a brand spanking new Jaguar.
They let you drive it?
Carter nods. Yeah, they let me drive it around the lane. I took a lap, hovered in it for a little bit, and then I came back. Luckily, I didn't crash this one.
Huh. Nodding his head. Hale looking at Thomas. Eat my foot, Thomas.
Oh yes, my goddess, of course I will.
What do you need, honey? Bending over to Thomas and Hale. Aw, nothing. Reaching up and rubbing her aunt's cheek.
Thomas just chuckles a bit and shrugs. Yeah, no, we were just whispering to each other. You know, we like to do that.
Whispering sweet nothings into your girl's ear.
Oh, I do that all the time. As he leans over to Hale and starts whispering sweet nothings to her.
She starts blushing, which brings a huge smile to Memory Ann's face. As Soul comes up, Colt shirtless, holding Rebecca. Yep, apparently Jace bullied Rebecca today. Granddad told me, honey. Coming over to kiss Soul.
Soul was rubbing her hands up and down his shirtless body as she looks up and her eye starts to twitch.
I heard you guys struck gold in Wuhan. Colt, yeah, we left early in the fucking morning, 4 a.m., then came back here and crashed for a while. We didn't miss the Atari Creep trial. It hasn't even started yet. Relax.
Carter nods. Yeah, no, you guys are good. Don't worry about it.
I think Laz and Oz even went back home and crashed. Laz wanted to get down there ASAP, and Laz was right. You okay, honey? Looking at Soul.
Her eyes still twitching. Someone bullied my daughter?
Oh yes, apparently Jace got, well, Thomas Hale, why don't you tell your aunt? Hale, uh-oh.
Oh, no problem. He spins around. So basically, Jace, in his psychosis, and honestly, I think you guys should get him checked out for schizophrenia. And Carter leans back a bit. There's no way a child of his age should know those words.
Nope. Patting Thomas on the head.
Thomas smiles as he looks at Colt and Soul. But basically, he challenged Integra to a 1v1 in basketball. Rebecca as the ref, and of course, my beautiful girlfriend here as, you know, the scorekeeper, the ref, what have you. She's a woman of many masks, you see. But, long story short, Jace wanted to impress Sam, who wasn't there, but he saw her there. Rebecca threw the ball up. He flopped the first time. Integra ignored it.
Wait, he flopped like Uncle Krellin, Frederick, and Samuel did in the past. Don't remember if you were born yet, Thomas, but yeah.
And Thomas nods. Oh yeah, no, exactly like that. He he flopped just like this, as he will create a shadow clone and oh god, fall onto his back and flip vertically up onto his stomach, and then he dissipates the shadow clone.
She face bombs Father Jr., Clive Jr. Ah,
That's actually what we've been calling him for a while now.
honey, stroking Soul's cheek.
Her entire body is starting to shake. Continue, Thomas. As Thomas looks over at Soul, smiles wide with a shit-eating grin again. But then, you know, he challenged Integra to another round, said the ref didn't do a great job, your daughter. And then Integra actually, you know, like pushed him down, shoved him a bit, which was a foul, but who was counting it? It's Jace. He deserved it. And then he screamed at Rebecca, bullied her a little bit, called her blind, so on and so forth. And I went over there and kneed him in the face, knocked him out, and Rebecca almost cried.
Well, I appreciate that. Stroking Thomas's head.
Of course, it's no problem. I'll always protect my friends and family. She just inhales heavily as she starts to put up her hand, and the moon sigils start to form. Carter stands up immediately, runs over, and takes her hand down. You're not moonbeaming a child. He's just a child.
Especially an autistic one.
Probably didn't realize what he was saying was extremely hurtful to someone, okay?
You gotta stand up for yourself. Hell, that's what we've been telling her, pointing at Cole. Well, you need to listen to your friends and me. Looking right at his daughter. No crying when somebody gets like that with you. You just sock them in the face.
Rebecca nods. Like Grandma.
Like Grandma Davine. Wait, what? He looks confused. Oh, father called Aunt Nicole and bitched her out, called her a bitch, and what do you think grandmother did? Are they dead? Are we finally free? No.
And Carter sighs and shakes his head. We would be too lucky.
We would be celebrating here in secret as Mother mourns, and then go to pretend to mourn with Mother. Oh, he laughed.
Carter nods. She started to hang. Clive, almost killing him. His face was completely purple. And then, with Scar, well, she almost stomped his face into the ground.
So, it is a good example.
Rebecca nods. Like Grandma, stand up for myself.
Yeah, because Thomas and Hale can stand up for you, but what if somebody's picking on them? You want to be able to help them stand up to them, right?
Rebecca nods, and she smiles at her dad. Pistol whip him.
Pistol whip them. And if you get in trouble, you're a rainfall. I will get you out of it. And if I can't, well, the Moon Maiden, honey.
Soul walks over, picks Rebecca up, and puts her close to her face. I will always get you out of trouble, but you always stand up for yourself. You get me, Miss Missy? As Rebecca smiles at her mom. Yes, Mama.
Woo! Putting her little fingers up in the air, cheering. Yep, round of applause.
Somebody get the party poppers, as he makes a little illusion of a party popper and pops it.
Oh, speaking of party poppers, we have plenty to celebrate besides Father's fictitious demise. Carter, she hands Carter a letter.
Carter takes it and will open it up and pull the invitation out.
Carter, all the members of Carter's band except Memory Ann, the names are there. An invitation to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame to be inducted into the Hall of Fame in a couple months.
Carter doesn't say anything as he just hands it back over to Colt.
What's the problem? Carter taking Carter's hand, holding it for her.
I didn't think we would get into the Hall of Fame.
We are happy to inform you that via the People's Choice Award, you, Carter Rainfall, Elizabeth, we've got inducted into the Hall of Fame, so.
Oh! So we'll take the invitation, read it over, lower it just a bit as Rebecca also reads it. Where's Aunt Mary Ann?
Well, that's a good question, honey, and a fair one, but band managers aren't allowed to be inducted, because we're really not part of the band, we're not the talent. Anybody can do the job. That's bullshit. Looking at Aunt Memory Ann.
Yeah, you smell that, Aunt Memory Ann? It reeks of bullshit.
Well, it actually makes sense. It's like when you win the World Series or the Stanley Cup, the players and the coaches' names go on the cup, not the people who clean the uniforms.
But you're the coach.
Not really, I'm the manager. I'm not standing there developing a playbook.
You're the one who creates the playbook of all of us going onto stage. You're the one who... You are so important to this band, honey. None of us could do it without you. I certainly couldn't do it without you.
Well, she shrugs. I don't make the rules. It's like Sylar said, it's a rule they put in place hundreds and hundreds of years ago to stop managers from getting multiple inductions, because that's what they were trying to do. Manage 2 or 3 different AC/DC, Kiss, Ozzy Osbourne, and get in multiple times.
I guess, but you should be inducted with us. You do so much work. You should at least be on stage up there with us.
I'm sorry, Carter, holding his hand. Those are the rules. Do we at least get free tickets? Looking up and out, Memory Ann. No, I have to buy tickets I have to buy my own ticket if I want to be there.
And Thomas inhales heavily as he looks over at Colt. Protect me. As he stands up.
Okay.
He's gonna smack Carter across the face.
Thomas, looking at it.
You know for a fact he deserves it.
Oh, please, Thomas, go easy on him. He never intended for this.
Who cares? Pick up a damn wrist computer. As he sits down and just blows some hair out of his face.
Well, I've got my ticket purchased. Mother and me bought our own. I gave Mother the letter first, that's why it's already open.
You could have just... I would have bought the tickets for you guys. I should come out of my bank account, not your guys's.
Well, it is what it's too late now, Carter.
Too late now, that's for sure. Carter just shakes his head as he pinches the bridge of his nose and then rubs his cheek where Thomas slapped him.
Maybe we could get inducted via, like, telecommunication, like, during COVID they did an induction, but everybody was, like, over, computers and, you know, it was broadcast live. Oh no, it's going to be in person. Cool. We've already signed the paperwork to show up, but I signed it for the band.
Soul shakes her head. Yeah, no, it's not gonna swing, hun. We have to appear there in person.
Taking the invitation from Soul. Oh, just shoulders slumping.
Soul just sighs heavily as her shoulders slump as well as she leans her head onto Colt's chest.
Let's not be that lethargic about it. Look, she types on her wrist computer. The Heckergate inquiry hearing is tonight. Colt starts laughing. There's that fuckwad. Look at it.
Oh, Carter just starts laughing. God, the goddamn Atari creep. He squints his eyes and looks at the picture. Is his name actually Atari Creep? Like, is that what he wants to be referred by in his last moments?
I believe he had his legal name changed to Atari Creep, yes, but should ask on Sasha or Ricky's father or our parents. But I believe he legally had it changed when he signed up with Hecker's contingent, if you will.
Carter just puts his hand over his mouth and chuckles a bit. Oh, God. God damn, that guy's a fucking idiot.
We've got things to do today, Carter. Holding his hand. You shouldn't be so upset about the Hall of Fame. I'll be fine in the stands. The ticket was only 25 grand.
Carter inhales heavily as Thomas stands back up and slaps him again.
One ticket? Yes, Mother and me spent that apiece to get the ticket, Hale. You have to do these things when you're in love sometimes, Hale. You'll learn as you grow older. He just looks confused at her aunt not saying anything.
Thomas just shakes his head and then backhands Carter and sits back down.
Patting Thomas on the head.
He looks up at Colt. I know you're his best friend and all, but he deserves it.
I'm living vicariously through a fucking 1-year-old. This is crazy.
And Soul just shakes her head. Seriously, it really is insane.
Alright, back on topic. What do you need to do? What do we need to do today? Well, number one, we have an Aurorasaurus that's giving birth. Mother is too fucking drunk. She started drinking at like 10 a.m., 9 a.m. So it falls to me. Alright, we can help with that. And we need to go shopping, because I don't know, whatever Sil wants to cook tonight for the night out on the yacht, I have no ideas. I've been enraptured in planning for the Hall of Fame. Getting all the paperwork that I've had to do done. They sent me like 20 stacks that had to be filled out. That's why I didn't sleep much last night.
Carter just sighs even heavier as Soul looks up at the ceiling and rubs her stomach. Ooh, loaded potato soup with some garlic bread on the side.
I could go for some steaks, honey.
You want some steaks too?
Yes, I need a steak, please. Like, you don't have to cook them if you don't want to, but I need some steaks, yeah.
Of course I can cook you some steak. Don't even worry about it.
Yeah, to celebrate our win in Wuhan today. Thanks to Braceface.
Soul smiles and gives him a kiss on the cheek. Of course I can make you steak, honey.
Thank you. Thank you. Can somebody get rid of this fucking thing, please? It's not that big of a deal. I'm taking it back. Thank you. It will be framed in our house, Carter.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Whatever you want, honey. He smiles at her. If you want it framed, we will have it framed.
You're gonna destroy that thing, Thomas.
I'm gonna destroy it. They're never even gonna see it coming. I'm gonna steal it from them and then destroy it.
Pequod spot, putting your arms out to Thomas.
He puts his face right into the Pequot spot.
Now you, young lady, you are coming icy, rubbing Integra's head, puts a coffee in front of her.
Integra smiles, takes the coffee, and starts drinking it. Thank you, Auntie.
You are welcome. You are coming with us today. You're gonna play big girl today, not little baby.
Really? She leans forward a bit. What exactly am I going to be doing? Passing judgment on the Atari creep?
You're gonna watch judgment be passed on him. So later in life, when you have to do the same thing, you're gonna do it.
Integra smiles. You know what? That's the second best thing, honestly.
You are going to Asteroids or Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle?
TMNT, please.
She'll take her down here. You are going to learn why our universe doesn't care when a useless life is dispatched. Gesturing to the picture of the Atari creep.
Integra nods, smiling, and she squints her eyes. And looks at Icy. Does it feel good knowing that Soul knows how you feel about these sort of things, like useless souls and stuff like that?
Yeah, it does. Nodding her head.
She purses her lips and nods. Sorry if that was real personal. I just curiosity.
But I tell you what, I am not eating that guy. Looking back at the Atari creep, I am so glad Ash is the judge.
Integra starts to giggle as she shakes her head. No, I wouldn't want him to eat him either. If Gaia gave birth to him and Kronos had to eat him, I don't think he would eat him either.
That's a good idea. We need a Final Fantasy cabinet down here.
Ooh, a Final Fantasy cabinet? Which one's your favorite, Auntie?
I actually like Final Fantasy 2, for as much as people don't really like it.
Really? Yeah, I like 9.
I've never played 9, coming over to the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle.
It's real fun. My favorite character is Vivi. He's, naive and stuff, but he has a real good story.
No characters like Jace. Looking down at her!
She squints a bit as she looks up at the ceiling. Not that I can think of. I don't think so, at least.
Don't let him bully any of them, Rebecca.
Or
Integra.
Yeah, Integra nods as she smiles up at her. You think my father would be against me learning some, kind of self-defense or something so I can deal with Jace or anyone else harming my family as needed?
Absolutely not. He'd be fine with it. It was basically mandatory for your older sisters, to my understanding. And your mom. She shrugs it. Basically mandatory.
She chuckles, always wants to know the girls in his life are well protected.
If he taught them how to fight, then they can at bare minimum take care of themselves in a one-on-one.
Integra nods. I'd like to learn how to do that. She clicks on the cabinet and starts playing on it. Presses a couple buttons and looks up at her. I also really like explosions. I don't know why.
Explosion! She looks down at Integra.
Integra shrugs. Whenever I see him on the TV, or there was one time Thomas had to tell me about it because I was, screaming and stuff. But Jace one time was talking about them, and all of it really seemed to interest me and stuff. So she shrugs. Maybe some explosives thrown in there.
I think you would get along fine with Aunt Samantha.
Integra smiles. I think I would too.
She's the explosion fucking queen. Nodding her head, stroking Integra's head as Ash looks deeply into the mugshot of the Atari creep.
I'm really going to enjoy this.
Banksy's been standing here for 20 minutes. Ash, come on. I made you this coffee. Pequod laughing.
Oh, he sets the photo down. Thank you, Banksy. I apologize for that.
No problem. That's the guy that's going on trial. Sasha, oh yeah. Oh yeah, look at that hat. Whoo! Do you know who he is? Banksy just walks away.
Julius starts laughing. He shakes his head. I don't know if we can do this, guys. I mean, do we know who he is? He's the Atari creep.
Do you know who he is? And he will most likely say that to you, me, whoever's on that panel. Meaning he's saying that to some of the most influential people in existence.
And we can't do it. You can't shoot him until the jury deliberates. Then it's fair game, but yeah. Leaning against Julius, drinking her coffee, crossing her arm.
You know, I recently got my hands on an old World War I era anti-tank rifle. I think I'm going to use that.
You mean the ones the French made?
Yeah, yes, those.
Oh, that would be killer.
I feel like making him pop at this point.
Pequod, if only we could round up Samuel's rifle for you. God knows where that dipshit is.
Don't even tease. Oh, it'd be incredible.
Probably out at Berlin. So how are we handling this? Julius is up on the stand. I'm up on the stand. Ash, you're the judge. They want to see the guy grilled. We all know how the jury's gonna swing. There's no denying that. They want to see the guy grilled, like a boned fish on a goddamn coal-fired grill. They want to see him grilled. Most of the questions have to come from you because they've demanded you be there, Ash. But me and Julius can still help.
I have no issue with that. I'm thinking, even though we know that it was never a legitimate business, I say we go into it asking questions as if it were, simple things. How many times did you test it? How did you and Mr. Hecker meet? Where were you incorporated? And then we make him tell us the more saucy details.
How about Julius opens? Let Julius open after you, I don't know what the term is. You pound the thing with the hammer, I don't know, the mallet, I guess they call it. How about Julius opens with how the fuck he met Hecker? Because I'd like to know. That's part of the reason why Towns and I were interrogating him, but he wouldn't cough it up. He says the Atari creep doesn't rat anybody out.
I believe that's perfect. We make him swear on the Bible first, of course.
Absolutely.
Julius nods. Yeah, no, I can definitely do that.
I would also like to know, and this is just morbid curiosity, have Julius then lead with how he met Gayagoth, Bones Malones, and JB. And then please ask him if Hecker and Gayagoth were really fucking each other, like gay. I'm pretty sure they were, judging by that tail lick. And then Ash, we should start, legit grilling him.
I think so. I'm going to try to work my questions up to the crescendo of, was the sub ever planned to work in the first place? I think that's going to be my kill shot.
I swear to God, if he says yes it was lying to us, it's gonna take every inch of willpower in my body to not fucking strangle him.
I believe it will take a similar amount of mine not to leap over the bench.
That's why you'll be up on the balcony with Nicole and your daughter. Pequod, oh.
Julius nods. Yeah, you gotta keep an eye on Integra. Make sure she's watching and everything like that.
So she learns?
So she learns.
Okay. Well, I'm not really up for my young daughter seeing somebody killed, but it would be a good lesson. She's smarter than she should be, so at her age.
Julius nods. Most definitely. She needs to learn ASAP.
A good learning experience, and I'd say, you could probably make a pretty good killing off of turning that trial into its own documentary, Pequod.
Make a lot of money off that.
That will lessen the blow of her seeing it, won't it?
Is he gonna wear that hat during the trial? Yes. He says the Atari creep never takes it off for nobody.
Including, he gestures around himself, some of the most influential people to ever be known.
I don't think he likes us very much. I think he thinks He should be more famous than us. All we did was save the universe. He's the Atari. She gestures up. Great.
I think he does. And do you know what one of the best parts about that is? Courtroom rules say he has to remove his hat when he approaches the bench.
Oh, he ain't going to. That's for damn sure.
Julius shakes his head. No, he is not. He looks around and shakes his head. I know it's for a good cause and everything, because of the terrible atrocities he's done, but he looks over at Ash and points at the Atari creep. I'm gonna enjoy every single second of this, mainly for myself.
Oh, I am going to be delighted at it. This is going to be therapeutic for me. I'm going to get to grill some idiot that actually caused one of the atrocities on, well, the frontier that I've witnessed as of late. Don't get to do it to Spender, but I get to do it to him.
Julius nods. I mean, hey, fair enough. He gestures towards the Atari creep again. I mean, just look at his face. He deserves to be dogged on. You really think that guy feels any kind of sympathy or anything like that? He doesn't, guaranteed.
Oh, I'd guarantee it. Have you read all of the documents yet?
Julius shakes his head. No, not really, but he leans back a bit. What's going on?
Oh, from what I've read, it seems he lightly pushed back against this idea at first, and then once he was offered fame as a CNC enthusiast, he dove in head first, as it were.
Fame and fortune. Be quite shaking your head. As an enthusiast of CNC, which is an admirable job, but doesn't give you that much money.
No, it doesn't. A good amount of job for money, I should say, for a tradesman, but not the big bucks.
So was the controller, Sasha looking at the picture of him going through some documents, was the controller actually an antique Atari controller? Has that been... Because he won't cough it up. Today he has to.
From what we recovered, yes, and not just an antique Atari controller, a third-party antique Atari controller.
A Chinese fucking knockoff. Wow.
I believe the brand was something called Mad Cats.
He gets more and more pathetic.
Every single second. Julius leans back. How much you want to bet that he met Hecker through that raid team?
Oh, I didn't even think of that. Pequod putting her finger up. He was in their little guild.
Yeah, like he was in their little guild, and I don't know, maybe like other people and stuff were... The other people like Gagoth and stuff were a part of that guild too. It's a long shot, I know, but it always seems to circle on back to SWTOR somehow, some way.
I still think what we did to that comic shop was a sin, personally. Sasha sighing, drinking her coffee.
A necessary evil, I'm afraid, because I would rather not have to hear that Thomas and Hale have to stop another invasion in 20 years.
Wow! Tommy Wiseau coming up on the TV screen. Talons put on. Hi, it's me, Tommy Wiseau, outside the courthouse. I'm here with my good friend Nick, marketing director of Coke, putting his arm around Nick. Because, oh, there's that poor guy.
Good?
Yeah, Tommy, it's great to be here, man.
What do you think's going to be the outcome today, Nick? There are billions and billions and trillions of people watching you right now, Nick.
We're on the main news, right?
Fox.
Right, no cursing. He is absolutely screwed. That guy's gonna get killed so many times over.
Nick, why don't you tell the public a little bit about your relations with Mr. Hacker? How did it all come to this?
Well, I was playing SWTOR, you know, the MMO, and I really enjoyed it. Well, I ended up getting into his guild, and there's a raid in the game called EC, Eternal Conflict, And one of the bosses, the first boss, I was playing a ranged character, so I was standing where I was supposed to be. And he yelled at me that I have to stand in melee range, so I did what I was told. Even though that's the dumb thing to do, it just causes unnecessary damage for the healers. We wiped a few more times, and then he started screaming at me for standing in melee range, said he's gonna end me for ruining his guild. The other guys in the guild got mad at him because I am on the autism spectrum, so they all got mad at him and chewed him out, and he said that I ruined his guild, left the Discord call, and in the chat messaged that he was going to get his vengeance, and then it all went downhill from there, man.
With Hecker's death, how did you feel when you see Hecker be killed in front of you?
I gotta admit, it felt pretty damn good. That guy had me bound and gagged and was gonna draw and quarter me, Tommy.
This Atari creep. What do you think of him?
If the things that he's charged with are true, I think he's a piece of trash, Tommy. I think he deserves to die.
As do I. As do I. I would like to turn everyone's attention to Palmdale, Lancaster County, whatever the hell it's called. There's a monument built there at the old site. What's the address of the comic shop, Nick?
43961 15th Street West.
Alright, perfect. You head there. You can buy ticket for 25 credits. All expense paid. Food for free. Food stands, food trucks. Monument has been built to the defenders of the comic shop over the past 40 years. Head there now. It supports the Rainfall family. We thank you kindly, and now we send our coverage back to the home office. Pequod laughing!
That poor kid looked like he was going to absolutely piss himself.
Yeah, I feel bad for him, but at the same time, hey, he's the marketing director of Coke.
He's the marketing director at Coke. Jesus Christ.
That
Do you think him and Sean Ryan are like, you got fucked too?
Oh, most certainly. That poor boy isn't equipped to be the marketing director of a softball team.
Like they walk up to each other. Hecker? Hecker. And they just shake their heads and get to work.
Happens to the best of us.
I mean, it happened to all of our children.
Oh, that poor guy. His face, I can never get over his face. My face when I found out my house was... No, Carter's face when he saw me walking up to him today.
Oh, that boy was terrified 110%.
Fredwick's face when he saw Davine ODMing to them.
Growlin's face when he hit Davine with the newspaper. Realized it did nothing.
Julius shakes his head, realized he did absolutely nothing and probably caused more harm than good for Clive and Scar.
Oh, God. Running her hand through her head, her hair. Will my home at least be built in time to celebrate my birthday? Yes. Pequod nodding her head.
100%. At least in time for that. Don't worry about that, at least.
So Laz and JJ can get me good gifts, and my own kids get me trash gifts, and your lesser daughter gives me a joke gift and wonders why I'm not her biggest fan.
He just sighs and shakes his head. Yeah, I suspect that's what's gonna happen again.
Samantha is really good at getting people, namely JJ, but when she was a child, me and Sasha, to give her gifts. She's never been good at giving gifts, except if it's to JJ. But I think Samantha sees herself as the ultimate gift to JJ. And that boy agrees, which is why I love that boy.
He does 110% agree, yes.
You know, yes, it's hard to get gifts for someone who has everything, but they do know that just some very nice weapons or attachments would make you quite happy, right?
Like I said, Laz got me a shadow boxed, unfired round from World War One, and they know I'm a military historian. But you would think Colt is not my son. He acts like he doesn't know me, and so does my dipshit daughter-in-law. And Samantha is just kind of like, well, you know, we're too much alike, so she doesn't understand how to give me gifts. Remember that year she got me a thing of tuna fish? Sun-kissed, yeah.
Tuna fish?
She got a freeze-dried bag of that. It was her favorite flavor, and handed it to my wife at the dinner table when we blew out the candles. It was quite pathetic. Samantha was 14 at the time. She had money to buy a gift.
Wow. Julius just clears his throat as he takes a sip of his drink. I did not know about that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that, Sasha.
Yep. So when your daughter gives me cardboard cutouts of two degenerates, I'm not a big fan. At least the tuna fish I could eat.
You know, Sasha, I found original optics for your Remington M40. I think I'll get you tuna instead, since you so much appreciate it.
Oh, why don't you just give me cat food? She looks around the table.
Julius covers his mouth. You know, if that's what you would prefer, Sasha, I could definitely get that for you.
I have more than enough at home at the flower shop.
Hey, I raised Colt right. He puts his hand up. Maybe he's not great at gifts, but he's good to soul, and that's all I care about.
Julius nods. He most certainly is very good to soul, and I thank you very much for that, Towns.
You are welcome.
And the soul is now quite good to him, now that she doesn't let people men touch her.
Oh, Sasha groaning loudly.
Julius just groans as well as he rolls his eyes.
Pequod, at the very least, she snuffed it out early. I was glad that she got under the problem and got it done and over with nice and early before it became a big problem.
Julius nods. I agree with that. Got it done and over with. He snaps his fingers like that, and then don't have to deal with it or go through long extended periods of drama or anything like that afterwards.
Colt turning into a meth head, in other words.
Yes, I was going to say, in other words, not a second meth lab in your garage, if it's not in Sasha's, that is.
Some other type of illicit fucking drug.
Julius just
Coke
chuckles.
factory.
Coke factory, the angel dust, making angel dust.
Marijuana.
Ash. Ash's wrist computer going on.
He's going to look at it and check.
And Sasha's on her guard. Sir, nodding his head. Sasha, no, I think we're needed.
Is it time, my friend?
Yes, sir. Nodding his head.
We'll be down as soon as possible. Give us a moment to change into our official gear, and we will be there.
Yeah, get the little. You got the judge outfit for him, right, Sasha? Sasha, of course, it's waiting at the courthouse.
Yes, I will be wearing that as much as I'd prefer to get an excuse to wear my ceremonial ranger gear.
Speedquad laughing at here at the beach. Hunk sitting, rubbing Davine's stomach. Suletta blessed with another child. Mwah! Thank God.
Davine smiles.
It's important, sister. What Lorelei said. Repopulation is quite important. Galleons might be complete fuck-ups. But Galleon wood elves, you're it, save for Elizabeth. You realize that? I agree. Oh, Julius, but he's already, you know what I mean? Like and so Carter is like a quarter of that, and then so you get how it works, right? She's toasted. Yes.
Davy nods. Yes, I do, darling. Yes, I do.
My God, did Asherion not look rather handsome at breakfast today? Benny's head slowly turns, looking at her. Blaze, who was throwing the ball up in the air, happily catching it, falls between his arms.
Elizabeth just blinks a couple times as her head also slowly turns towards Suletta.
Don't get me wrong. He had his phase where he was a fuck up, and he disgusted me. But he's now, very responsive, like Julius. You understand, he was a despicable little cretin of a man, Julius. But then as he matured and aged, oh my, and Asherion too. He's made this successful business. They're planning to open another one in Orange Twist. He's going to retire there. It's been his and Saris's dream since Rangers, and then I assume the girl, Ellie, is going to run the other one, and his son will become his successor. I mean, did he not look good? He's just blankly staring out into the ocean.
Davian blinks a couple times. Sherion is certainly a handsome and responsible man. Yes, Letty, he most certainly is.
Who is married. Coming right over to her. Well, and I am happy for him that things worked out between him and Saris, but as she pulls out a Smirnoff orange, a whole six-pack, I am happy. I know they went through a rough patch, but I'm just pointing it out. That I think I'm also getting lonely. Oh.
Oh, Letty, as she just sort of rubs her cheek as she looks over at Suletta.
I mean, Clive is actually handsome. I thought he was quite handsome once he got the teeth fixed and he started, just gingerly working out with Scar, and then his day-to-day duties, he put on, a normal man's physique and lost some weight. Quite handsome. But now he's so disgusting to me in that Nazi uniform. I find zero attraction to him when I see him, and especially when he's attacking Nicole. Zero attraction. I cannot be attracted to it.
Davian clicks her tongue. I completely understand that, darling. She just shakes her head. I truly wish you could be attracted to him, I really do.
Well, I could be attracted to Clive and Norman. I was, but there was many a nights I'd say, why don't you just stay home and we will fuck it. Nah. The unit needs me, honey. But Rommel, God, if he were to come in the house and want sex, I would freeze him over and smash him into a million pieces, and then allow, I don't know, Pierre to eat what's left of him, because he's water at that point.
Elizabeth blinks a couple times and nods. Honestly, quite a valid reaction.
I agree. Holding Elizabeth, stroking her body. But, the Ranger Major's married, and you gotta hold out hope that Thomas and Hale, as she chugs a Smirnoff, will fix it.
Oh, God. As she, Elizabeth watches the liquid get drained out from the bottle.
We were quite hard on poor Sherion. Yes, we were. But you know what? I think that actually helped him, Suletta. But really, I think his wife being in the position she was in, and then Integra is what really spurred him on. Nothing we had to do with it. That's taking credit for somebody else's success. When you reach rock bottom as a man, and then you build yourself back up, that's you. That's all you. Well, I don't see Clive doing that. Oh, he looks into his lap.
Davian just looks up at the sky and rubs her face. I just want my sister to be happy.
Yeah, well, Ash would tell you Rome wasn't built in a day for him and Saris and Integra. It took him time. He's out on the frontier. Then they start slowly building things back up. Saris got clean. God bless. Thank God. He looks up into the sky and nods his head. Integra never 100% recovered, to my understanding. But Ricky came around. She got a little better. That takes time. That doesn't happen overnight. Ash would tell you it wasn't 20 years, but it sure as fuck wasn't 1 year. And it's only been 2 years of this Clive thing. She just keeps drinking. I'm drowning.
Davian shakes her head. I don't think there's any way that we could possibly legitimately help her, darling.
I just wish he'd go back to Storm and Clive, and at least that was attractive, and I could say I am happy to be married to him, save for stolen valor and attacking my son-in-law. Carter, too. I honestly found Carter quite despicable and horrendous, but look, he matured. I think he takes good care of my daughter. do agree he heavily hurt her and fucked her up. But that's what they all do. Have I ever told you Patricia admitted to me, this is confidential, she told me not to tell anyone. Patricia admitted to me the reason she never acts is because she actually thinks she's ugly. Now Hunk is holding the coconut in his hand. He's had it the whole time. Because of the way Julius treated her and made her feel, she thinks she's actually ugly. And that's why she won't act. Because I would say to her, Patricia, you should act. You're the Primarch, and being in these movies opposite of your husband or Hunk, and the whole coconut cracks, splashing Benny and Elizabeth in the side of the face.
Elizabeth grimaces, looking at her father, leaning back a bit.
You listen to me. He puts his finger out right at Elizabeth, then whips around to Davine. The next time I say, that cocksucker didn't deserve to have Izzy erased from his mind, and you say, well, it's best for the family, it's better for lack of drama, I'm gonna slap you both upside the head. You'll never walk straight again. Because that's why I always say that about him. Please clap.
Elizabeth puts her hands up. Yes, sir. No problem, sir.
And I'm talking to you. He points at Davy.
Davy nods. Of course, darling.
He should have to live with that. Like I gotta live with all the mistakes I made with Nicole and you by being married to Laz. Did anybody erase that from my mind? No, I get to live with it every day. That cocksucker should have to live with it. Oops! She drinks another beer!
Of course, darling. I won't ever say that again, I swear to you. She puts a hand onto his cheek and kisses his other one.
I actually agree. Cleaning Elizabeth's face off. Licks her cheek.
Elizabeth giggles a bit, looking at Benny. I do too, but, that's still real scary.
Nobody offered to erase Benny or Elizabeth walking away from me from my mind. Exactly. And nobody's gonna erase it from her mind. But because he's Julius, and his sister will do anything asked, of course, because Julius needs it. I actually didn't know that. I always wondered why she never acted. We wanted her to originally play Sarah Connor. Well, you did, gesturing to Davine, to play in Terminator, play Sarah Connor.
I thought she would be spectacular at that role. I had just sort of assumed that she didn't want to act in a movie I directed.
No, she will not, because she told me beautiful women need to be up in front of the camera to make money, not haggard women like me.
Oh, dear Jesus, my son.
I always wondered, it makes no sense. He's walking around now like this epiphany has just opened a portal to another dimension, arms out. Because you want her in front of the camera. She's the Primarch. The people would go nuts if she was on stage in a wife beater, especially with her breast size. Penny laughed.
Elizabeth also starts laughing and Blaze.
I mean, that just... In fact, Nicole and I used to write roles for her. So that, Blaze was there very often. This would be a good little Hitchcockian bit for Patricia, right? And then we'd pitch it to her and she would say no. And one day I was just like, okay, I want to get to the bottom of this before I was an alcoholic. She opens another Smirnoff and, well, I did. And she admitted this to me in confidence. Nobody knows but me. And thee. Gesturing around. Oops.
Davy nods. Don't worry. We'll make sure to keep our lips sealed when it comes to this thing that she gave you in confidence, darling. None of us will say a thing. Isn't that right, everyone?
I'm not saying a damn word, ma'am. Looking down at the sand. I don't want to start any more drama.
Elizabeth shakes her head. Neither do I. I'm not going to say a damn thing.
Did I crack this coconut?
Davy nods. Yes, quite easily, darling. You cracked it right up.
I am sorry. He starts wiping off Davine's arm.
Oh, don't worry about it, honey. You are angry. I understand.
I'm gonna get you another coconut, but before I go, check this out. Pulls. Blaze's head slowly turns, seeing out of the corner of his eye. Benny's head slowly turning. Suletta's bottle all the way up in the air, but eyes looking over at the ticket.
Elizabeth's eyes looking at the tickets, but her head not turning as Davine looks at the tickets. Oh!
Look at this, dear. The Yanks sent tickets. They only sent a couple because, well, apparently they've been trying to reach out to me, but I'm not getting the mail. Blaze is just in fear looking over at Hunk. But anyway, they sent enough tickets to where me, you, Nicole, we can take Lugnut, Hale, Thomas, Benny, Elizabeth. How about that? Because, you know, Sam and JJ, they want to go out and do their own thing, and that's fine. But we could go. Look, the game's next Tuesday.
Oh,
These are box seats, babe.
perhaps we'll have to see what's going on at the ODM Academy, of course, but...
I've already cleared our schedule.
Oh! She smiles a wide smile at Hunk. That's just wonderful, my love.
So what do you say? We'll go. We'll see if Nicole wants to go, and if she's busy, okay, fine, we'll take somebody else. Why don't you go get her another coconut? Alright, I'll be right back. He walks into the house.
Davine, once he walks into the house, frantically picks up the tickets and puts them up to Soletta. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
She'll touch them with her fingertip, freeze them over, crush them, and throw them into the sea.
She snaps them in half and chucks them into the sea, watching them melt.
That was a close call. Blaze, what the fuck are you gonna tell him now, though? He shrugs, gesturing back to the house.
She looks around.
He's coming with another coconut for his beautiful wife.
Davine is going to quickly stand up, run over to the sea and put on like a fake sad expression on her face.
What's wrong? The tickets got blown out of Suletta's hand, who was inspecting them because she wanted to go. You gotta be fucking kidding me.
No. Davine walks up to him and sits down next to him. I'm sorry, honey.
He'll put his arm out for Davine to come in.
Davine hugs around him and shakes her head. I'm sorry.
It's no problem, babe, but I'll call the Yankees and we'll get more tickets sent. I'll do that. Putting his finger up.
Yes, have Blaze do that for us. I want to spend as much time with you as possible, honey.
But I got a good rapport. You remember, I pitched for them, dear. You remember that?
Well, I'm sure Blaze will just have just as good a rapport if he mentions that he's speaking for you, honey.
Considering the fact we landed in the middle of a game, I have a much better rapport and a closer relationship than you with the front office and ownership. Yeah, that's kind of pretty illegal what we did there. Yeah. He plays, yes, nodding his head.
Yes, it was quite illegal to do what we did, honey.
Alright, fine. Well, give him a call tomorrow, Blaze. Well, yeah, they should have people in the office. Oh, of course. Nodding his head.
Davine smiles, looks at Blaze. Thank you, Blaze, darling.
He nods his head, puts his hands behind his back. Here's your coconut. I got the straw in it for you.
Oh, thank you, honey. She takes a sip out of the coconut. Delicious. Here, try some.
Nope. Coconut milk's really good for pregnant women.
Oh, of course, then. She winks at him. This is all for me, then.
I got 700 of them at home waiting for us.
Oh, wonderful. Luckily, I quite enjoy the taste of coconut water.
What about you two? When are you going to give us some grandkids? I'm honestly shocked Sam and JJ haven't yet.
Elizabeth looks at Benny and then over at Hunk. Whenever he wants to, I'm up to start trying.
I would like to get into my career and, get comfortable in the career and then do it personally.
Davy nods. That is completely fair, darling. So, wait a bit, get into your career, make sure everything is, stable is a good way to put it, and then you can start trying to have some children.
And wait till is he waiting till he moves out of the house? Is that what he's waiting for?
Hopefully that pushes him to move out even sooner.
Well, we've been in the military so long, I think we deserve some time, just me and Elizabeth. Yeah, me and your mother didn't have... I mean, we had JJ as an infant. I'm only talking about infants. But we had JJ. But we did wait a while between JJ and Elizabeth, so yeah.
Davy nods.
Couple of years.
Yes, no, we did. At least, I want to say 3 or 4 years? At least 3 or 4 years we waited in between the two of them.
But it is surprising that Samantha and JJ haven't. I would have figured they are more responsible than we give them credit for, I think, but yeah.
Davy nods. Far more responsible than we give them credit for, but definitely not the most responsible couple on the lane.
It's not that impressive. They just have Aunt Nicole put a spell on Samantha so JJ doesn't have to use a condom. And then she's gonna remove it when they're done with their time in the military. She starts laughing. Because Sam said she's only taking it raw from JJ. Why didn't we think of that? He looks at Davey.
Davy looks up. God damn it, that's a really smart idea. Oh my god, why didn't we think of that?
Dude, why do you think none of us have gotten pregnant since Soul? Think about it. Everybody in the B squad there kind of doing it. Yeah. Nothing is said. Even Ricky clapping slightly to himself.
Elizabeth nods. Yeah, every single one of us has that spell put on them. Or at least their significant other does.
I don't think Aunt Nicole really wanted to do it, but after the fatso showed up at the oil rig, you know, makes sense.
Yes, it makes perfect sense. As she just shakes her head.
Samantha really said she's only taking it raw, dog, huh? Yeah. Nodding his head up at his aunt. Oh my. Opening another smeared off. I used to take it raw, dog, from Clive, Elizabeth.
Oh, I really don't think that I needed to know that.
He enjoyed it, let me tell you. Did you ever see his face at the wedding?
Yes, I did. He looked like he was quite excited for the night after.
He had that same exact look on his face.
Oh god, Elizabeth looks at Benny with a, this is a very awkward conversation to have with my aunt face.
She is so drunk.
So drunk. If she was sober, she would have never had that kind of conversation with me.
How about here, you know what might be a good idea? Clive actually released the new video. Gesturing to his wrist computer. So that I don't want to see Rommel. No, it's they filmed this video a while ago. Back when they were Captain Scar Price and there's Storm and Clive in as an old video they filmed and then set to premiere on the court date of the Atari creep comes up. Heckergate. It hasn't been a year, mind you. Hunk stroking David's head, but 1 year later is worse than you thought. Well, if you're seeing this, today's the date of the Heckergate trial. For those of you wondering why Clive is not adjudicating the trial, Clive's too fucking busy to be doing something like that. Leave that fucking work to fucking weasels like Julius.
I agree. That stuff, not for me. I'll do the actually important stuff around Earthgov, you understand.
But we are here to bring our thoughts onto the Heckergate scandal. And it is quite scandalous, and we have some insight actually that nobody else in this universe has. Carter was actually responsible for this, but I'll let Clive get into it. What I will preface and say, Hecker and Carter were sleeping together this whole time. Let that sink in.
Carter and Hecker were homosexual lovers, okay?
Then he starts laughing.
These two, they just could not keep their hands off of each other. That is for damn sure. He shakes his head. So eventually, once Carter was, in bed with the quote unquote enemy, who was actually his ally the entire time, he shakes his head again. Well, basically, he convinced Tessenhecker to start building up this submarine. The submarine that he asked various other people, Gaegoth, the Atari Creep, whatever the other two's names are, to build a submarine so he can kill members of the unit, believe it or not.
And Memory Ann, because he wants to get rid of Memory Ann, because he wants to be with his Aunt Nicole and Hazel. Carter, let me just tell you something. I'm getting sick of this. Carter once asked me a question when he was very young, and I knew back then there was something wrong with him, but Clive wasn't around to help me out. He was busy. He was in Fallujah at the time. But I was on, what do you call that thing? Leave. Carter looked at his Aunt Nicole. She was playing in the pool with that little, this little kiddie pool with that little cocksucker. I think his name was JJ. They were like little kids or something. And Carter looked to me and he said, Uncle Scar. And I said, yeah, what do you want, Carter? I didn't know he was so evil back then. This is thousands of years ago. And he said, do you think the drapes match the carpet? And then he pointed at his aunt. And I said, Carter, what in the fuck? And yes, they do. But what in the fuck are you talking about, motherfucker? And then he kicked me in the balls and ran away. That's Carter fucking Rainfall, ladies and gentlemen.
That's Carter fucking Rainfall. Evil 110% through and through. And only an evil person would be able to do something like this with the help of Tessenhecker, whom he slept with to convince him to do this little debacle, the Heckergate debacle, which, mind you, we would have been able to stop. We would have stopped him long ago if we were put in charge of going out to the frontier and, doing all our stuff and all that jazz.
But instead, who do they put in charge? Julius. People like Carter. People like Samantha Rainfall. Ah!
Samantha Rainfall. I mean, you cannot be serious, mate.
That bitch is good for one thing, and that's doing her fucking nails and going to get her feet done at the podiatrist or whatever they call the nail salon. That's what they call them. With that pinko bitch, Laz.
That pinko fucking bitch, left-leaning bitch. They love to get them nails done, don't they? Women be shopping.
And they be doing it on JJ and Oz's dime. JJ, who's a pompous little fucking cuck. That's right, with that fucking hair. Who I have evidence that proves those are hair implants he actually has. And Oz, who's a good man. A good man who met a bad woman. And that's Laz. And I think Oz just didn't have a lot of confidence in himself. And that's how good guys end up with bad women.
That's just how it goes sometimes. Sad to say, because Oz, very good man. Honestly, unit material if he wasn't with that pinko bitch.
I agree. And Colt, he falls into that category. I mean, he married Soul, kiss of fucking death. He was paralyzed. She paralyzed him. She paralyzed him so she could go sleep around. And he can't even get out of bed.
You want to know how she paralyzed him?
Tell me.
She sat on his lap.
Brother, man, if she sat on my lap, I would be paralyzed just like that motherfucker. I mean, I think he probably dug fat chicks from the get-go, because she was always a lard ass, but yeah.
Always a lard ass. Like from the second she was born, she was, overweight. I still called her my goddaughter, because who could have guessed?
You cut the umbilical!
I cut the umbilical. I helped give birth. I was the attending physician there. But, who could have guessed? Who honestly could have guessed that those disgusting people, Carter and Saul, would have ever turned out like this?
Here's the real kicker in all this. This Heckergate scandal, if Ash was still alive and didn't die because of Soul, this would have never happened if Ash was out there. Because GL would have talked to Clive, Clive would have told her, send Ash out to the frontier. And she would have agreed and sent Ash out, and there would have been law and order out there. That's why I have always believed Soul intentionally got Ash killed that day. It was a setup.
110%. She felt, honestly, this is what I think. She felt that Ash was threatening her spot on the unit, so she did her best to make her seat malfunction and all that to get Ash to try and save her. Because Ash is a good man. Even if you're a bad person, he'll still try to save your ass. And then, we all know what happened to Ash after that. I don't think I need to go into it.
Instead, Carter is allowed free reign over the frontier to drug Memory Ann up, disappear in the middle of the night, and go have a threesome with that dragonkin, dragonborn cocksucker behind me and Hecker. And hell, he was probably sleeping with all of them.
Most likely, yes. Most likely, Carter was sleeping with all of them. We all know that Carter just wants sex. It doesn't matter what hole he sticks it in.
And the only reason Carter did all this, besides trying to kill members of the unit and Memory Ann, was to get Sasha all worked up in a fervor. Because we all know Carter wants to fuck her. He's wanted to fuck her since I think around the time he was like 13. And when she gets all worked up in a fervor, that's when a woman like that is easiest to approach and try to, feed off that rage and fervor and anger and extinguish it with a little Mirasame action. Jesus fucking Christ!
Oh my god.
Oh, it's sad to say, but I actually, as the video, that's how they end the video, with the accusation of Carter wanting to fuck the Ranger General. I actually kind of miss that Clive and Scar, I really do.
Davine opens her mouth and closes it. I actually happen to agree with her, Mark. I miss them more than I would ever like to admit.
I mean, they're just like back page fucking drama alert, conspiracy, relationship, affair, paparazzi type of talk. I don't even know what to. So many adjectives.
So many adjectives. She shakes her head. She just gestures towards the screen. I seriously cannot. I know for a fact back then, like back in the day, I would have never imagined a world where I would have missed Clive and Norman. But somehow, someway, they made that world a reality.
Do the drapes match the carpet? Well, Carter, what the fuck? Yes, they do, but what the fuck? What? Does he realize what he's saying? No, he doesn't, Benjamin.
The fact that he answered him, but then said, "What the fuck are you talking about?" That's like a. I can't remember the term for it, but it's a stupid action to do. An oxymoron, I think it's called.
How would Uncle Scar even know that? Banksy used to call her Fire Crotch. Still does, back in the apartment. It was not my favorite nickname for my daughter, but she liked it.
Oh, so that's how he knew that the carpet matched the drapes. Got it.
Hey, Fire Crotch, come here. Nice. Just blankly sitting there.
Oh, Scar, he was there to hear quite a few things. Hey, Firecrotch, come here. Nice.
I am just gonna go out on a limb and personally express myself. I feel like I deserved better than what the family gave me, and I feel like Scar does too. Blaze's shoulders slump into his head.
Davine sighs and nods. I agree with you 100%.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I got this beautiful family. I love being around the hooligan and, well, hooligans plural, and Nicole and Patricia, but it's also taken some of the most important things from me. It took my daughter from me for a while.
Davine sighs happily. Yes, it did, Letty. Yes, it most certainly did.
If you had known all this was gonna happen, would you still have come along with it? No, she keeps drinking. Oh God!
Oh. Davine just looks sadly down at her coconut.
But I'm in too deep now. Maybe I'll die of alcohol poisoning tonight.
Davine shakes her head. We both know that's not going to happen, Letty.
Well, if you keep your damn daughter away from me, I can.
Oh, I don't want to see you die, though.
20 years. For the son of Julius, who we all know is just gonna be a fuck-up. She spits thinking about Thomas. No, he's gonna be a good boy. Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure. Oh, sure. Whatever you say. Blind faith only goes so far.
Elizabeth inhaling through her teeth.
He's Julius incarnate all over again. He's gonna ruin her, just like that idiot ruined. She won't act. Need I say more? Hold on tight to that coconut, sister. I'm reaching for it.
Davine holds onto it tight. It's okay, honey. It's okay. You needn't crush another coconut.
I have faith in Thomas, I do. Then you're stupider than you look. Looking right at Blake!
Elizabeth just shakes her head. She's so drunk.
When the hour come round at last, and Thomas causes drama hitherto unimaginable, you'll remember this day. Every one of you here. And next time you see Patricia, you'll remember why she won't get in front of a camera unless it's to address the public. And also now realize why she never really looks into the camera and kind of looks away because, well, she thinks she's ugly.
Davine sighs as she just hands over the coconut to Hunk.
No, you drink it. I gotta work on my anger. I criticize Julius all the time on it. I gotta work on my anger. I gotta just build it up. And then one day, punching bag. Maybe we could work out harder tomorrow morning. 2 hours instead of only 1.
Davine nods. Whatever you think will help you, darling, of course. As she takes a sip from her coconut.
I think I'm gonna scream, actually. I'm gonna scream at the top of my lungs.
Of course, darling, of course. Would you wish me to join you?
Sure, do you want to? Would it help you?
Davine nods. Oh, I think it would.
Then cover Elizabeth's ears, and Blaze, would you please cover Drunkard's ears? Blaze will. And they both let out a loud, violent scream.
Davine letting out the loudest scream she possibly can out of frustration and anger.
Up here, Laz senses it, so does JJ. The other 3 don't. But yeah.
JJ's tingles on his back start to travel up and he sits up straight. Oh god.
Everything okay? Hand around, Laz.
Yeah, what's up, bro?
Laz starts to quickly look around as JJ slowly looks around. I feel like my mother and father are very displeased at this moment.
Well, it ain't nothing we did. Sam cooking. I'm sorry, are you cooking? Yeah. Looking over his shoulder.
Oh, shit.
Laz's eyes widen as she looks over at Sam. What do we do to deserve that?
Well, I owe you an apology. You were right. We found the bunker.
Oh! She puts a hand on her chest and looks at Oz and then at Sam. This is one of the greatest presents you could have gotten me, Sam.
Biscuits and sausage gravy. It's not that special.
JJ blinking at Sam, then down at the food and back up at her. Honey, whenever you creep, it's the...
Whenever I creep?
Sorry, the Atari creep is on my mind.
You want me creeping at you tonight? Is that what you want?
He tilts his head. Actually, would not mind it.
Nakedly?
Nakedly creeping towards me, yes, I wouldn't
My
mind that.
son is sitting here!
JJ looks down at Jace as Jace is looking up at JJ. Sorry about that, Oz. I apologize.
And now we have something to do. You could talk about her creeping nakedly towards you in your bedroom. when you're in private, we have something to talk about, okay? Do you know, Ricky, hands behind his back, what my son did today?
No, what'd he do?
Ask him what he did to Rebecca, Ricky.
What'd you do to Rebecca, kid?
I yelled at her and made her cry.
He slaps his son.
Laz will then do the same thing and slap him across the face.
Ooh, Sam grimacing, go ahead.
You were bullying your little cousin, huh?
He drops to his knee to try to get near eye level.
Jace nods. Yeah, I was.
Picking on someone smaller and weaker, huh?
He sort of grimaces. Sorta, yeah.
Ricky's gonna limit break right in front of him.
Well, you're smaller and weaker than me. Should I do that to you?
Yes! He's putting his arms behind his back. You're much smaller and weaker.
Laz nods. If you think me and your father's slaps hurt, just imagine what Ricky here can do to you. He's extremely strong and extremely fast, Jace.
You know who I work out with sometimes?
Who?
JJ and Sam.
JJ nods and looks over at Ricky and then at Jace. You know, when Ricky limit breaks, he could take me down that quite easily, actually. He's quite strong, quite fast. I can't keep up with him some of the time when it's just hand-to-hand combat, no ODM gear.
Can take down your Uncle Carter.
Oh yeah, I could take him down. Do you wanna... What are you thinking, Jace?
I don't want that to happen to me, please.
Alright.
He'll let the limit break recede. Then Willow looks up at Oz and Laz.
I hope I never gotta hear about that again.
I should hope. Looking down disgusted at his son. You know, the only type of people, bullies. Bullies. That's what we've been doing up here. This is our place of work. We've been going after bullies for 2 years. Bad guys are bullies, not good guys, son.
Jace nods. Yes, sir. Bad
That-
guys are bullies.
I want to hear you say it again.
Bad guys are bullies.
Yeah, if you ever make her cry again, I will never touch you, Jason.
Jace spins around with eyes wide and a terrified look on his face when he hears that.
Kiss this goodbye. She gestures down to herself.
He turns back around, looks up at his father. I'll never do it again, I promise.
Good boy. Patting him on the head. But that is the truth. That's why we brought you up here after we heard what happened. We were going to let you go with Thomas and Hale and Rebecca. But no, once we found out, no, we brought you up here to meet Ricky. Well, you met him, but really meet him. He grins at his son. And also, this is what we've been doing for 2 years, Jace. Going after bullies. You don't want to be on that side of the fence. You want to be on this side of the fence.
Yes, sir, this side of the fence seems a lot more safe and better.
Now give me this... Well, hang on. Give me this goddamn letter that everybody's making a fuss about that got mailed to my house. She knows what's inside. She opened it. We are pleased to... He just hands the letter to Ricky and sits down next to Laz. Head in both of his hands.
What is...
Sam, what? Looking over at Ricky.
Pleased to inform you that you and your band is... Oh, fuck.
I'm sorry, come again? She comes over to JJ. What is it?
Laz sighs. It's the invitation to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame for Carter's band.
What? She squints in shock. He shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame. Not yet.
They apparently got the special election thing to get in.
People's choice, yeah, because Carter and that band do a lot of good. I mean, Samantha, think about how many concerts he's played at Lorelei's orphanages. Just those. Oh shit. Blinks and looks at the ceiling.
Laz
All
nods.
those were pro bono, mind you.
All of them pro bono, and think of all the donations the band has made towards various charities and stuff like that, especially after Clive wasn't really attacking every single one that Carter donated to.
Him and Memrian donated to the Cancer Foundation again. They tried to discreetly do it, and that dumb Karen bitch made a video about it and I hope Clive doesn't see it, but
And on top of that, yeah, it didn't turn out very well, but from the public's point of view, shouting out small mom and pop shops probably doesn't hurt.
oh yeah, think about that. All it takes is like one video of Carter doing that, and people seeing that, and they know he's a good person. And the public loves him. He's the Primarch's son in a band who 90% of the time, 70% of the time is doing concerts for free. Sam, oh.
To a lot of kids, he's kind of like Superman, the good Boy Scout who helps people.
He's like a hero. Shit. Looking down at her feet, moving them up and down.
JJ, watching her do that, just shakes his head. I never really considered all that when it came to the People's Choice Awards.
I didn't even know there was a people's vote. Yeah, they added it in apparently a couple years ago. I think maybe like 100, but yeah.
So am I to guess that a specific person has not received one of these?
You mean Memrian?
Yeah.
Well, she got Carter's. He grimaces.
She is not invited. No.
Her and Aunt Suletta had to pay for their own tickets.
Oh, God.
That's my guess, because look, we got this one. Come here. He shows it to Ricky. Look at the bottom. Me and Laz aren't in the band anymore, but that's probably why they sent this to us, right, Laz? Because we were a part of the band.
We were at one point part of the band, so we were probably still on their registry, I think it's called.
Now, Laz was the manager, and I was like assistant manager and tech support. But look at the bottom, you sign here and you put your credit card, debit card information. You have to buy your tickets for 25,000 credits. He's showing Ricky right at the bottom. So I assume Memrian and Suletta have bought theirs.
Ricky looks at it, rolls his shoulders. You see him clutch his fist for a sec. Hey, Jace. I might show you what I do to bullies when your Uncle Carter gets here.
I would like that. Clapping! But I think
Jace-
he's hiding somewhere else for the day.
Jace swallows hard. I would like to see what you're capable of, Ricky, sir.
Sam patting Jace on the head. Are we gonna have to go? See, I didn't want to go, and you told me I had to, looking at JJ, like a long time ago. I didn't want any involvement. And you were like, oh, just go for your sister. And then the rest of your family was like, go for Elizabeth, not yourself. You really want to go now? Looking at JJ, you really see why I never wanted to be involved with this dumb band?
Now I see it.
You told me I had to go, gesturing to Laz. So did you, wet blanket.
Laz puts her hands up. That is true. We did tell her she had to go.
Well, I think we all should go for, the rest of their sakes, and, I don't know what to say. I just wish Memrian and Carter would have been more like Ricky, and just planned a career. If they don't want to be in the military, fine. But when the day comes that Aunt Sasha takes away that rank from her, I think everybody's underestimating Memrian's emotional attachment to the military.
Think about it, it was kind of her refuge in a pretty rough time of her life.
Exactly. I was around her a long time. It provided stability. Sure, she had a rough go at it with Julius, but...
I mean, the military helped me fix myself, save me from going down a really bad path. That's why I'm staying. I don't think I can let it go.
They had somewhat of a contentious relationship for the short time I was there, but she did do like important things. She would go out and recruit in basic, and he put faith in her to do important things for the headhunters.
JJ sighs and shakes his head. Yeah, no, it's gonna. When your mom, he looks at Sam, says, hand over your balls to her, it's not gonna be great for her, not one bit.
Why couldn't Carter just, you know, plan a career out in the military? Why did it have to come to this?
Because up until very recently, Carter was a dumbass of the highest order.
That's putting it lightly. Still stroking Jace's head, scratching it now.
He might have been dumber than I was when we got here, Oz.
Maybe you were the dumb one in the short term, but I think in the long term, Carter was the dumber, yeah, which is unfortunate. I just feel sorry for both of them. Imagine Carter's face at that ceremony when she's sitting in the fucking crowd. It's gonna be good. Now what? Now I want to go. Thinking about that. Now we're all going, whether you want to or not.
Oh. I suppose to see my brother's face, it might be worth it, but other than that, it's not gonna be a fun time.
Go to support Elizabeth. Don't go for yourself. Support them. I supported them by getting beat the shit out of for them. Thank you. Kissing Jace on the cheek.
Does that we include me? Because I hope not.
Well, if everything lines up, you should be at Ranger training. Lucky you.
Thank God, so I got a reason not to go.
What does Jace do when he gets the kiss?
He immediately blushes, and it almost seems like he faints, falling onto his mother's knee.
She walks back over here to cook. It's a shame. It's a goddamn shame.
Absolute positive shame and a waste of some good people and some very good talent. As she pushes Jace up and taps him on the cheek a couple times to wake him up.
Oh, God, it is. And especially when both her and Carter are just finding their feet, becoming really fucking good leaders. Oh, sorry for cursing in front of him.
No, he's used to it, trust me. Looking down at Jace. Besides, he's a bully, isn't he? Patting him on the head lightly, hopefully not anymore. But, yeah.
Jace shakes his head. No, sir, not anymore.
Carter's actually an asset now. I wouldn't say he was one a long time ago. I'd say he was negative back in the day, but he's a pretty big asset. Shame to lose him, and Memory Ann, but she shrugs.
I mean, I'd just say, even if you can never summon the dragon, you know how many squads would probably kill to have a dude who can do just the stuff Carter can do with the sword?
And young men. Like, Julius is very good at... I saw Julius work up so many... It's not just about fuck-ups. I do think he's messed up a lot, but... and all that crap. But it's not just about teaching fuck-ups not to be fuck-ups. Young men... I saw so many young men who wanted to do... I want to be a ranger, sir. I want to be a Marine Force Recon, sir. I want to be this. I want to be all these great things. And he would take them, develop these training regimes for them, then they go on to these tryouts and selections, and they pass. Because there was someone there to prep them, and, you know, in their formative time in the military. And now they're out there doing many successful things. Like, Carter has that in him, I think, too. With all the experience he's accrued now, but... oh, it's gonna be wasted playing most concerts for free, probably.
I mean, Dad said that amongst boot camps now, the rule of thumb is you want to do something like Tier 1, go to the Headhunters.
Yeah, exact. So many. I want to be in Delta, sir. A new class would come in. I'd be standing there, and he'd go one at a time and ask them why they're here. Why did they want to come here?
Dad said a lot of the new Ranger classes, you ask who went through the Headhunters, and all but 2 of them put their hand up.
I mean, I did. I was sent there, even me being me. She shrugs, or want to be a Ranger. Headhunters. She shrugs. Hands JJ the plate.
JJ nods. He looks up. It is like the cornerstone of the military and spec ops groups in the modern day military. He's done a very good job of building them up and making them an asset as opposed to how they were previously looked upon back in, Integra days.
That's why he's in charge of the best Delta team that EarthGov has down there. I mean, she shakes her head, scratching JJ's scalp. Jace noticing. She was just scratching his, but now she's scratching JJ's.
And JJ squints up at JJ. Amon controlled her, he thinks in his head. As he'll look around, crack his knuckles, and he'll climb up onto the seat next to her and cross his arms, sitting down next to her.
Eat. Gesturing to JJ to eat.
JJ will start eating, smiling at her as he puts the first bite in his mouth and his eyes roll back in his head. Oh my god, that is delicious.
Is it that good? Looking down at his.
Try it, Mike, come on.
He'll start eating. Holy Jesus.
Ricky's like 3 mouthfuls deep at this point. Jesus Christ.
Not bad, huh? Shrugging.
Laz takes a bite of hers as she drops her fork and covers her mouth. That is fucking delicious.
Thanks. She smiled.
Les, let me know anytime you prove her wrong on something, because I want to sneak my way into getting this again.
She laughs loudly.
I will, Ricky. Oh, trust me, I will. I'll try my best to do it again, because, oh my god, if this is what I get.
I'll cook for you all the time. Kissing JJ on the cheek.
And JJ smiles at her, gives her a kiss on the cheek.
Once we're out of the military.
Oh, sounds like a plan, Sam.
Why aren't you eating? Looking down at Jace.
Jace is squinting at JJ, then up at her, and then over at JJ. And she notices that he's not necessarily looking at JJ, but her hand on top of JJ's head.
She groans, keeps scratching JJ's head, and will start scratching Jace. Better.
Jace smiles, nods, and will start eating his food.
Okay. She'll set Thomas and Hale down. You two, any snacks you want, you can have. But you need to stay within eyesight of me and Carter. If you break that rule, and you take her off, Thomas, out of line of sight, you get nothing.
Thomas puts his hands up. Fine. I'll keep an eye of sight of you two. Don't worry about it.
Thomas, we're outside the lane. There are weird people outside the lane. Everybody knows who the both of you are. Nothing will happen to you on our watch.
He nods. And I thank you for that, Aunt Memory. And I will also have you know I am very good at running and distracting people with my shadow clones.
You might be, but you're still a child. And as I was saying, there are she sees Samuel periscoping over the counter. Wow.
Soul just sighs, looking at the periscope.
Just your average day at supermarket. Nothing strange happening here. Oh my, business section. You see what I mean, Thomas? Crossing her arms angrily.
I see what you mean, most definitely.
But they're at the lane, too. Tugging on her aunt's jeans. Yes, they are, aren't they, Hale?
Thomas nods. They are also at the lane, so if you really think about it, are they weird people to me and Hale and Rebecca? I would say no.
Where is he? She looks down at Thomas, then Carter. Where's Uncle Frederick? Is he going to be doing that creepy finger thing? Because if he does that again, I'm going to punch him.
Carter starts looking around, especially around the kids. I really don't want them having to deal with that. As he looks around. Excuse me, man with the newspaper. Have you seen a sort of rotund man around here anywhere?
Oh no, just boat captain, somewhere back a few aisles. I'm buying things for sword fishing trip.
Carter's head slowly turns towards Marianne. Sword fishing trip, huh?
The perfect storm. Oh no. Why? There's nothing even special, he's just your average blue as Frederick comes up.
Oh, it's gonna be a long trip for this one. I gotta make sure everything's spick and span, everything's ready. He rolls his shoulders. Oh, God, the shoulder's killing me. I gotta take some Tylenol and ibuprofen when I go home.
Wow, water fountain, need me get a drink? Goes over to a water fountain, turns it on to start drinking out of it. Come on! Just busts out of Frederick.
He runs up next to Krellin and yells into his ear, "Come on!"
Wow, what's your turn, dude? Alright, I'm done with this. She walks this way.
Thomas just rolls his eyes. He looks up at Marianne. Yeah, weird people. I can see it.
Yeah, you can see it all right, little smart aleck, scratching his head.
He chuckles to himself as he'll reach over and start grabbing a Wiseau brand Chiefs Puffs for Hale.
Lemonade, Aunt Marianne? Sure. High sugar? Sure, the carbonated lemonade, why not?
Woo! He lets out as he starts clapping to himself.
I like things like Capri Sun when I was little, not high sugar lemonade. Watching them run off together.
Carter thins his lips as he nods. Yeah, no, my favorite was apple juice, not high sugary lemonade. I guess like mother, like daughter, I suppose.
Do you guys not find it weird that there's nobody in this store but the three dipshits?
Oh my god, he looks around.
Oh. Waving to Samuel, who's now periscoping over the side.
Carter thins his lips as he looks at the periscope and does an awkward wave at it.
Hello, Uncle Frederick. He's just shopping, minding his own business.
These swordfish, they really like, as he picks up a seasoning bottle, oregano. They really like oregano, you know. You gotta get this to really bait all them swordfish, you know.
Like sloth in tree, always underestimate me, but always watching you. Coming around the corner, looking at Cole. He just blankly stares at Krellin as he goes back around the corner.
Thomas blinks a couple times. He looks up at Colt. You gonna underestimate him, Uncle Colt? Like a sloth in a tree?
Does he even know what a sloth is?
I don't think so.
Do you know what it is?
Thomas nods. An extremely slow mammal that usually resides in trees to hide away from other predators that would like to kill it.
More akin to Uncle Zap than Uncle Krellin, yeah.
Exactly.
But don't tell Uncle Zap I said that about him. Getting some meat, some steaks. Wow. I'm buying much red meat. Watch it!
Rebecca leans forward. Papa, I think Uncle Zap would be better at telling us than they are.
Oh, he would, honey. Stroking her head. He would. Up until his meds stop taking effect, and then it's just, done Davy, done trying to murder Hunk for insurance money, so she can done go sleep with every man in town.
She tried to kill me just to hide it all away.
Thomas. Coming over the fucking aisle looking at Thomas.
Thomas looks up at the periscope. He raises an eyebrow. Hi, Uncle Samuel.
He disappears behind the aisle. Wow. Looking up.
He just shakes his head. You gotta be kidding me.
I said within line of sight. Coming around quickly with Carter. Go ahead.
They were just one aisle away, Marianne.
Always keeping line of sight. But never see me. Blending in. Like Komodo dragon on Komodo Island. None may find me there, but me there, always watching. He's just staring a steak in his hand.
Carter, with like a bag of potatoes in his hand and whatever snacks that Thomas and Hale have put in there so far, just staring at Krellin.
Now he's moved in between Thomas Hale, Marianne, and Carter, just getting supplies for his fishing trip.
Yeah, you know how them boys love Dell. He picks up a bag of popcorn. They love them dead popcorn. You know how it is, Marianne. You know how it is. He holds it up to her. Hold that for me, will you? I need to grab a couple more.
Oh, of course. She'll hold it for him. Thomas. Just watching him again. Thomas. Looking up at the periscope.
Thomas looks right up at the periscope. Samuel.
Disappearing. Yeah, watch this. They round the corner. Samuel runs away.
Thomas points at Samuel running away and laughs.
Snickers bars or Goodwill or Butterfinger?
He looks up. Snickers. Definitely.
Snickers it is. Grabbing for. I said within line of effing sight. I can see them. Relax. Go over here with Soul. You can see them, honey, right? The Moon Maiden can see them. Everything's fine.
Soul nods. Trust me, nothing's gonna happen to them. I have my eye on them. Don't worry.
Besides, I feel more at home than I do out in public, just given what's going the hell on. Wow. I'm watching you deeply. Like parrot that can speak out loud, but not in cage.
Carter tilts his head. You do realize that parrots can speak out loud, even if they're not in a cage, right?
I don't think he's gonna respond to you, Carter. I don't think he realizes he's speaking aloud. Would you mind? Gesturing to Frederick, could you move, please? You're blocking the whole eye. He's not moving.
Swordfish, they need the popcorn and corn pop. You know what I mean? You know what I mean.
Go around, Carter, now.
Carter will go around.
Krellin puts his hoof out, trips Carter as they go by.
Carter trips, falls, and will roll back up as he rolls his shoulders. He actually got one up on me. I'm actually pretty embarrassed that he managed to do that.
Little fucker. Wow. Oh, excuse me, sir.
No problem at all, sir. I heard the sports section is quite good today.
Carter. Coming over the...
Carter just turns towards the periscope and throws his hands up. How do you do, Samuel?
How's that new car treating you?
He squints his eyes. New car?
Just ignore him, Carter. Walking this way, snapping her fingers. Thomas Hale on my 6. On her 6.
On her 6.
Where exactly Uncle Carter likes to be when she sits on his face.
Yes, he does.
What did you say? Turning around, looking at Thomas.
Shh. That Uncle Carter likes to walk behind you.
Well, he does, yes. When you get a little older, you'll like to walk behind Hale. Trust me.
Thomas looks at Hale and does a little, wiping the sweat off his brow and lets out a whew.
That was close. Whispering to Thomas.
Extremely close.
Carter. Coming back over. Wow. Now they're just... Oh, I'm starting to get so angry. She's rubbing her hands on her temple.
Want the zucchini for me, Hal? You know how it is.
Yes, sir.
These men, they like their zucchini, but you make it into spaghetti and stuff. Jefferson, he's a cook on the ship. You know how it is. Can make a mean swordfish steak. You know how it is.
They like big butts and they cannot lie. Excuse me.
Thomas puts his hands up. I said it. I'm the one who said it.
How do you even know of that song? Thomas and me listened to it.
Thomas shrugs. We listen to it quite regularly, actually.
Oh, whatever. What is going on here? She gestures to Frederick, Krellin, Please, we're trying to shop.
Don't-
Wow, don't know what you're talking about, lady. Cool you tits.
Carter looks over at Krillin. Really, man? Really? Did you just tell my wife to cool her tits?
Shouldn't be too hard for her. Ain't she Suletta's daughter? Oh my, she gets really angry. Carter sees all the vegetables frosting over.
Carter puts a hand on her shoulder. Can you move out of the way before you guys get frosted over, please?
Of course, have to catch subway soon. Oops, bumping into Colt. Walking to the next, that's where we're trying to go. Krellin. Don't know who Krellin is. Coming. Just get the steaks and can we leave, please? Looking at Soul.
Soul nods. Yeah, no, I would like to leave as soon
What
as
the
possible.
hell's going on back there, though?
She squints her eyes. Is there like an autograph signing or something?
Salud. Mwah! Uncle Scar kissing babies. Salud! Holding up a child like he's Simba kissing it.
Oh, Donka. Yeah, no. You're all too kind to me. Seriously, far too kind.
Clive sees Colt and Soul and Memrian and Carter finally escaping. They see them over here, and even Thomas and Hale over here.
Oh, I thank you for all coming up to me and meeting us and all, but we really must be going now. We have a plane to catch. Yes, mein Führer.
Carter here. Hello, Clive. Carter here. Clive! He's screaming. Everybody's turning, looking at him, and then they Ambassador, turn around for autograph.
Oh, nine. I really couldn't. Like I said, we have a plane to catch. I'm sorry. Could you scoot out of their way so I could get through, please?
I'm out of here. He puts his hand in Soul's back pocket, takes her and his daughter up to check out. He's done with this. His memory on, oh, look at that. Father's surrounded by his fan base.
Carter just chuckles and shakes his head. Who knew? Their fan base would be their undoing, not getting me today.
Hey, yo, Clive, Carter's right here. You told us to do so. Ambassador!
Please, just... Okay, calm down.
Salud! Nine! He's gently trying to push people away, but the crowd is pushing into him.
Clive also starts like gently pushing them away. Just give me just 1 second. Just give me 1 second, and then I can. I must use the restroom. You understand? I do not want to.
Autographs! They all start chanting. Carter's snarkiness reaching an all-time high, seeing Clive undone by his own fandom.
Clive looks over at Carter with a sneer on his face. As Carter looks over at him and just lets out a scoff as he turns around and starts making his way up towards the counter.
Frederick heard the scoff.
Oh, shit. As he just walks over and leans against the shelf that he's next to.
Walking away, Carter even lets out a laugh.
Oh, God, how stupid.
Nope, the food's on me and Carter, Colt. Oh, okay, he'll put his, if you're sure. Yes, it's the least Carter can do for you being a good friend.
Carter nods. You are like my best friend, dude, for real. He pulls out his credit card and will swipe it and buy all the food.
Yo, Clive! Can you hear me? Even though he doesn't have to be yelling. Oh, that's going poorly up there. I'm actually enjoying this. Carter in store and mocking you!
Carter chuckles a bit. Oh, jeez. It is sort of comical, isn't it?
You're getting mocked by Carter, but you're supposed to be General of Right. Samuel laughing.
Fludwick actually lets out a bit of a chuckle. Like, oh, that is pretty funny, actually.
Carter win again and you lose?
Carter looks over at Memory and, you know, that is true. That is true. I did win again and he did lose.
It has been a string of victories as they're heading out of the store.
As they start heading out of the store, Clive down here looks at the Führer. There's only one way out of this situation if we are not to lose.
Ah. Pulling out his Luger.
And Clive will also pull out his Luger.
Fire!
As Clive will fire and hit a lady right in the head.
Ah! Starts shooting into the crowd. Ah! Screams. A bait. Oh no! They hear Krellin and Fred. Go ahead with Frederick.
Oh shit! As they see Fludwig jump over the shelf and take cover behind it.
Oh my god! Marianne grabs her stomach.
Oh my god.
Grabbing his girls and disappears.
Carter just blinks a couple times. Oh my god, I'm gonna be sick. As Thomas will climb up onto Carter's shoulder and smack him across the face. You need to focus the fuck up. Before the pigs get here, we need to get the fuck out of here, Carter.
We have to go, your brother's right, Carter. She grabs Hale, picks her up. Grab Thomas, come, Carter. Forget it!
And Carter picks up Thomas and just starts booking it.
Hale, levitate the cart behind us. She will, with kinesis, move it as they vanish into the parking lot. At the court trial, Towns down here looking at his wrist computer, typing on it. Sasha lets out a sigh. Wow. Looks down at the Sunday. That must be nice. Looking at Integra.
Integra smiles up at Sasha and nods. It is, Auntie. Thank you for noticing.
She's gonna turn out to be a spoiled brat. And stirring the Sunday for
Julius leans down to her. As long as she realizes that a lot of the time she's gonna have to earn all of this stuff on her own, and we're not always gonna be around to provide it for her. Okay, sweetie? As Integra smiles at her father and nods. Of course, Dad. I sort of already realized that.
She already knows. We're teaching her the life of luxury now, so she works hard to have it when we can't give it to her. That's smart! Sipping her coffee.
Julie smiles and nods. That's my girl, as he grabs her cheeks and starts kissing them for her.
That's a very intelligent thing to do. And you're going to be very appreciative, aren't you, little one?
Integra nods. Yes, I am, sir. And might I say, you have a very nice beard.
And it's nice he's not dead, huh? Like the unit wants you to believe. Pequod's scratching her daughter's head. They saw a shrine to you, Ash, in Clive's backyard, don't ask.
I'm not going to. I am happy to be alive for you, though, young one.
Integra just sort of rolls her eyes and shakes her head. A lot of what the unit does is really stupid, in my opinion, sir.
Incredible.
I think that's an understatement, yes.
The mumbling in the courtroom stops as the loud doors open and Sasha's honor guard bodyguards come in with the Atari creep, still with his hat on. This guard reaches to... He's not forcibly trying to remove it, but hey, yo, you gotta take off the hat, one way or another, dude.
He slaps the guard's hand away. Do you know who I am?
He looks right up at Ash, Sasha, and Julius.
I would prefer he remove the hat, but I don't think we're going to get him to.
Shoot it off his head.
Ash is going to quick draw Ravage and fire, taking the hat off his head.
What does the Atari creep do as the shot, perfectly placed, takes it off his head? No damage to him.
Wow! You're gonna shoot at me! At me? Do you know who I fucking am?
Yeah, we know. The guard taking, this guard coming back, picking up the hat, because probably gonna be worth something someday. And they guide the Atari creep up. I see, you guys are up. Have fun. Me and Pequod will be up here.
Julius nods. He'll stand up, walk over to Pequod, and give her a kiss on the cheek. Wish us luck, honey.
Good luck. Licking his lips after the kiss.
He smiles at her, smacks her ass, and then will go down to his seat.
Clearing her throat, sitting down.
Oh boy, wish me luck, Pequod.
Good luck, Ash. I see you'll do fine.
He'll come and sit down, look around, straighten his collar, stand up. All rise. We are here for Frontier Colonists and EarthGov versus the Atari Creep. You are charged with, oh boy, over 200 counts of murder, 200 counts of fraud, I should just not even list off all of this. We'll have a text scroll for the rest of it. You've got about 3,000 counts on you, my friend.
The Atari creep with his arms crossed. Yeah, that's true.
Please stand. You are the Atari Creep, yes?
That is my full legal name, yes, sir.
Very good. Very good. Alright, we'll sit down. You may be seated. We will start the official proceedings here with some questioning. I believe you had some questions for him first. Major Rainfall. Colonel Rainfall, I should say.
Julius chuckles as he leans forward and nods. Yes, I do. Some honestly pretty simple questions. First question, Mr. Creep, might I call you? I'd rather you call me the Atari Creep, my full name.
This guy down here with the hat chuckling.
Julius covers his mouth and nods. Okay. The Atari Creep. My first question would have to be, how'd you end up meeting Tessin Hecker? As the Atari Creep, his arms crossed in front of him, shifts from one side to the other. As you know, I have a YouTube channel, or at least had. I had a YouTube channel. And on that channel, I would post various things about the Malco and, various older games such as the Atari, everything of the sort. And one day I had a comment that was placed by a certain Mr. Hecker. And he offered me great riches, and I had mentioned in the video that I would like to become a CNC enthusiast. And he promised me, well, I could become a universal renowned CNC enthusiast, sir. So I decided to join up with him on his side. And, well, that is how I met him, so that is how I met Mr. Hecker. Right, of course. And the others. He sits up a bit. The others meaning Mr. Bones Malone's Jones, JD, and Gayagoth. How did you meet those people? Well, me personally, I met them through Mr. Hecker, of course, but how Mr. Hecker met them, I would say through various means. Some through the SWAT Tour game that he would play quite a bit. The SWAT Tour game, an online dating site named Grindr. He nods to himself. And then through various Twitch streams, if you guys know what that is. I would assume you don't. But if you know what it is, through various Twitch streams, he would take people that would play SWAT Tour and sort of, put them on the fight against this Nick character.
Were you aware that Mr. Bones Malone's Jones was on the child sexual predator watch list? Child sex offender watch list? Frontier and EarthGov. Both of them. He was on both of them. And the Atari Creep was.
The Atari Creep nods. Of course I was aware. We all were.
And you willingly worked alongside him.
Not only that, but he was my best friend there.
She clicks her pen on. Okay, keep going.
Me and him, we would get quite a few beers together whenever we had the time to do so and the funds to do so, ma'ams and sirs.
This is the same man that shot you in the shoulder before our soldier, whose identity will remain classified in her new prototype suit thingy-majigger, He saved your life, but he shot you in the shoulder, basically.
He did. He did. I believe Bones definitely knew what was coming towards us. You know, the absolute shitstorm that was coming towards us. So he, protected me by shooting me in the shoulder, and well, he was my best friend. So why else would he have done
But
it?
the audio recording proves Mr. Hecker ordered him to shoot you. You sure he was your best friend?
Obviously, whatever audio recording you had was tampered with, ma'am. Obviously.
Obviously. Putting a stick of gum in her mouth, puts her hands up and leans back in her chair.
Julius nods. I have just one more question, if you wouldn't mind. You were quite close with Mr. Hecker and Gayagoth, I assume. Did did the two of them have any relations with each other past that of just friendship or business agreement? Oh yeah, no, those two were getting down and dirty every single day. But he would like suckle on his tail and all that jazz. That was all just foreplay, though. You know what I mean?
Hang on. Did Mr. Hecker ever mention to you that he was implicated in an attempted murder here on Earth? On this Nick character? Tried to kidnap him and then draw and quarter him.
The Atari creep clicks his tongue and shakes his head. I do believe that was mentioned once or twice, ma'am. Yes.
It's a yes or no answer. It's not an I do believe.
It would have to be a yes then, ma'am.
And you willingly worked with him. Are you aware this Nick person is autistic? He is disabled.
Well, that is the reasoning behind us trying to kill him.
She looks shocked! Nobody's ever seen her with such a dumbfounded expression.
Could you repeat that again for the record?
Well, of course. That was the reasoning behind trying to kill Nick. He was, in fact, autistic.
Right. So that was what you were raising money for, yes?
Yes, that is what we were raising money for, to eventually get back into EarthGov space and induce an attack onto Nick and the comic shop. Yes.
Attack a disabled person.
The Atari creep nods. He destroyed Mr. Hecker's raid team, and that was the only way I was gonna become a CNC enthusiast, a universally renowned. Let me repeat that to you all as he looks around to the jury. A universally renowned CNC enthusiast. That was the only way I was gonna do it, so of course I was gonna go along with it.
She gestures sad.
Right, so you were brought on to help kill an autistic man. You started this Heckergate company with Tess and Hecker, yes?
Yes, I did.
You were there to build a submersible for underwater tours, correct?
That is what I was hired as a CNC enthusiast to do, yes, sir.
Can you give me your work history and qualifications, please, for the record?
Of course, YouTuber.
He cranes his neck a bit looking at him. Is there anything else?
No, that's the only job I've ever really had.
Right, if you were to give me an estimate on how much time it took you to create this submersible, what would you say?
The time to create that submersible, shakes his head. It could not have been more than 2 weeks, sir. We are very quick in what we do at Heckergate.
Alright.
Obviously. Looking at him, Sasha!
Alright. Now, most submersibles are made of materials like steel, titanium, or space age, high-level composites. What was your submersible
made out of, the Atari creep?
Well, it was more like a hodgepodge of certain things. It was like a bus and a bit of like a nuclear waste unit and like a lot of iron, like a lot of iron.
Understood. He's looking through the notes. How many times did you test this at scale to ensure the integrity of the hull?
He shakes his head. Not once.
Her gum falls out of her mouth.
How many times did you test dive the full-sized version?
He shakes his head. I think even less than not once, sir.
Right. You see him marking something down. So you welded this together out of a hodgepodge of materials, gave it 0 tests, and then proceeded to put it out to sea, correct?
He nods. Yes, sir. That would be an accurate retelling of events.
Now, I'm looking at the financials. This submersible, it says it cost 52,000 credits to build. I'm assuming that was a mistake in these financials. A couple missing zeros, correct?
Oh, you are correct. It is not correct. It was actually 42,000 credits to build the submersible.
42,000. You see him put his head in his hands. Do you know how much an average of these submersibles costs to build when built to code?
I would not be aware of that information, though, sir.
Right. For the record, he looks over at the stenographer and then at the jury. Those cost in the ballpark of 1 to 5 billion to build.
What was the design philosophy behind the submarine? What was your design philosophy as the engineer?
My, my design philosophy as the engineer of this vessel was to make it look good enough that people would get on it, and then if it failed, it failed. Hopefully, it did, so people wouldn't ask for their money back or anything like that. Make it good enough to make it seem like it would actually be watertight, if you will, ma'am.
And nobody in the company Heckergate was actually on the sub when it went down. It was remote controlled?
Yes, ma'am. It was in fact remote controlled. Through I cannot remember the exact make and model, ma'am, but a Mad Catz controller, if you've ever seen one of those, an Atari stick with a button on it.
She's just sits back in her seat, same dumbfounded expression.
Ash will pull up a picture of the one deep underwater, decaying. Would this be the controller?
That would be it. Yes. That is the exact controller that we use to pilot this vessel here.
And would you ever have piloted it while on board the sub?
Oh, never. I'm not gonna kill myself.
How involved in the design process and philosophy was Tessenhacker?
Tessenhacker definitely told me to make it, as I said, make it look good enough, and to get people on it, and then have them perish after a short amount of time on the submersible because it couldn't handle the crushing power of the water and stuff like that.
So the ethos of your company was to put a bunch of people in something that would kill them so you could escape with money.
That would be our motto as a company. Yes, ma'am.
And you willingly went along with this.
At first, I was against the idea of it, but then, as I said, universal renowned CNC enthusiast. I mean, would you not want? Would any of you not want to be a universally renowned CNC enthusiast? after all that. I mean, come on. So of course I did it.
She puts her finger up to Ash for a second. 1 second. What are your CNC credentials?
I'm supposed to have credentials?
Do you just like CNC machining?
He nods. Of
Have you
course,
ever taken a class?
classes for it?
I rest. She gestures to Ash.
Um, you see he's chuckling and has to compose himself. Alright, so you began charging colonists to get on this death trap. How much were you charging them?
Each person was charged about 200,000 credits per head.
Okay, and I see on your paperwork they were listed as mission specialists. Why is that?
Because everyone was a mission specialist. Everyone had a part to play on making sure the ship got back home A-OK and everything like that. So we were all, or they were all in a way, mission specialists.
You're telling me you called them that just because they were supposed to die on the sub?
Basically, yes, but we wanted to lure them into a false sense of stability and everything of the sort.
Okay. If you were to make a rough estimate after your expenses and escape from the planet, how much money do you think you and Mr. Hecker profited off of this endeavor?
Well, profited, you have to think like 200 plus people, 200,000 credits ahead. I would say we made out with like 8.6 million credits or something like that.
And how much of that did you personally profit with?
I profited a good amount. You know that 0.6 there at the end? That's what I was given at the end of the day, or at least what I was promised to be given after we dealt with Nick.
Right, dealt with Nick. That actually brings me on to another question. Did you ever bribe any officials using that money?
To re-enter into EarthGov space, we did have to bribe an official to we all had criminal records and all of us were, on the lookout and everything like that, so we did have to bribe someone to re-enter into EarthGov space.
And I can see forged paperwork right here. Can you explain what this is and who did it?
Oh well, that forged paperwork. Well, it was done by Gaegoth. He was in fact quite skilled at forging paperwork and Photoshop and everything like that. But those are official EarthGov documents that we forged.
And can you explain to the jury why those were forged?
Of course, to not only get back into the EarthGov space, but also to, make sure that Heckergate was recognized as a company and everything like that. We had to forge these documents to make people, again, lure them into a false sense of stability and everything like that. Like, oh, why would EarthGov ever, pass off on this if it wasn't safe to do? You know what I mean? As he's looking up at the jury.
And you don't see anything wrong with what you did. Killing people for money.
He shakes his head. I don't think you're hearing me, man, but do you got wax in your ears or something? Universally renowned CNC enthusiast. I mean, come on.
She just stares him down. She can't bring herself to talk.
Yes, universally renowned CNC enthusiast. You see him rub his temples for a moment. So you did fake the EarthGov Safety Certification, EarthGov Submersibles Federation Certification, and Rainfall Safety Act certifications, correct?
Yes, sir. All of them. Specifically, Gaegoth did so, yes.
And do you think that if the sub had functioned, it would have passed certification?
He inhales a bit and then starts shaking his head. No, I don't think it would have passed certification at all, sir.
Do you believe there's anything wrong with that?
He shakes his head. No, I do not think there is anything wrong with that, sir, not one bit.
Right. Well, I'm going to turn our attention to an incident on a planet called Palavon. A man was murdered in a robbery. Are you aware of this?
He inhales heavily and then nods. Yes, I am aware of that. We did happen to murder a man, more specifically Mr. Hecker, happened to murder a man on Palavin.
You were involved in this?
Of course, I was always involved with Mr. Hecker and everything like that. We created Heckergate together.
Right. And can you tell me why you murdered this gentleman?
To steal various assets that he had that were valuable to us.
Can you be more specific as to what these assets were, for the record?
Various Civil War ornaments and uniforms and the things of the like. So, as Julius leans back in his chair a bit and his head slowly turns over to Sasha and mouths, "What the fuck?"
Sasha looking at Julian. She'll put her finger up. Did Mr. Hecker happen to watch the movie Glory before going to Palavin?
He said that it was his favorite movie, ma'am.
Thank you. Nodding her head, looking down at Ash and Julian.
He also mentioned that he always saw himself as a Matthew Broderick type character.
Take cover behind the sand dunes, Gaga.
Oh my god, it makes so much sense now. Julius crosses his arms and shakes his head.
Before Ash asks some more questions, I have one. Did you have any sexual relations with Mr. Hecker, Gagoth, Bones Malones, or Dat Man JB?
May I ask what this pertains to the case, ma'am?
She gestures to the jury. The families of the people you murdered have a right to get to know you. And I'm just honestly curious. He smiles at the entire crew.
All of us, all of us at one point or another used Gagoth.
She nods her head knowingly, almost like she knew, and leans back in her chair.
Right. Wipes his beard a little bit. About more on the uniforms. You said that they were useful to you. Can you explain to us why?
I'm to, of course, create a sense of unity throughout all of Hecker's disciples and such, and to eventually attack the comic shop where the autistic man Nick was.
You said disciples. From my understanding, according to the Heckergate papers, total no more than 5 or 6 people worked there?
About that, yes, sir.
And I'm seeing a much higher body count from the group that attacked the comic shop. Can you explain where those people came from?
Just various miscreants that Mr. Hecker stumbled across. A lot of Twitch streams, sexual deviants, various other people. You know, people who didn't really have a place in the world. But he certainly gave them one.
I actually have a number on this paper. I'd like to ask you if you can tell it to me. How many people in that regiment were on the sex offenders registry?
Just off the top of my head, I believe 3 of them.
Well, your head is not exactly correct. There was actually 5.
Oh, okay. Who were the other 2?
According to this, Ian Malone's the man with the helmet, and the one who was dressed as the pink raccoon panda thing.
I believe the term is furry.
Very, yes. Apparently, you had a total of 5 sex offenders with you. 14 domestic abusers, 5 DUIs. Ooh, 29 drug charges. Would you like me to continue, or do you think I've gone enough?
They all just needed a place to stay, and Mr. Hecker provided that for them.
So you were 110% on board with Hecker.
As long as he provided me the materials I would need to become a CNC enthusiast, yes, I was.
Do you feel any sympathy for this, gesturing down to the sub that day?
He looks at the sub, clicks his tongue. I would have to say I don't. No, I don't feel any sympathy.
Are you aware that a large majority of the bodies could not be recovered? Because I assume, was it on purpose to choose the most shark-infested waters you could find on that planet?
Believe it or not, yes, it was on purpose to do so. We decided that if the sub, which it was planned to do so, did end up, imploding, exploding, whatever you want to say, it doesn't really matter. We would want most of the bodies unrecoverable, because the families could then show the evidence to EarthGov and the such. So we chose like the most shark-infested water we could possibly find.
Final question, Ash. Go ahead.
He stops for a moment. What was your plan for if you had successfully killed this, Nick? What was your plan for after this? Because you would have been on Earth.
Well, on Earth, I would have, probably sat up in Maine or something, and, did my work as I was needed. The people would come across the universe for my CNC capabilities and my materials that I can make for them.
So, you're a pretty complex guy, would you agree?
I would agree, yes.
So the one thing you want more than anything is fame? Is that what you want?
I would have to say so. Yes, ma'am.
And you got it. She'll stand up, fix her papers. The jury needs to adjourn for deliberation. Guards, they'll come over, fighting back laughter and take him away. Come on, dude.
Don't grab me like that. Do you know who I am?
As Sasha fixes her papers and goes to get a cup of coffee, I imagine Ash and Julius just dumbfounded at Mr. Hecker. Jesus Christ. Putting his hand on his forehead.
Hunk sees Davina with her lips like a duck, trying not to laugh.
You laugh, dear. Let it out, honey.
She just starts laughing. It's a terrible thing to laugh at, but oh my god!
Did you see that look in her eyes when she asked him what he wanted the most? And he said, fame. And you got it. Oh, he's so dead.
He's 100% dead. Do you think the three of them are gonna play rock, paper, scissors to see who gets to shoot him?
Well, I think they probably want to, but being Ash is the judge, it falls to Ash. So, Ash is the lucky man today. Opening up peanut brittle, eating a bit of it.
I suppose so, lucky bastard. I only wish I was able to do it myself.
He already got to shoot the dude's fucking hat off. That was nuts. Blaze clapping, watching the replay.
Sharon is extremely skilled with those pistols. I know for a fact I couldn't have made that shot. I would have just ended up shooting him.
I've been out of the game so damn long, I wouldn't have been able to make it. Here, have some peanut brittle, honey.
Oh, yes, please. She'll take some peanut brittle and start eating it.
What's that? Benny, look you over.
She points down to the peanut brittle. This, darling?
Yeah.
Oh, this is peanut brittle. It's Hunk's favorite snack, actually. Would you like to try some?
I would, actually. Holding out his hand, Hunk will break off a large piece and throw it to him. It's, well, it's my favorite, yeah. My grandmother used to give it to me.
Davy nods. It's not for everyone because it can be quite hard and difficult to chew and everything like that. But if you like it, then we'll make sure to get you some. And Elizabeth smiles up at him and nods. I actually quite enjoy it as well.
You gotta have good teeth, like the wife was as he eats the whole piece without sharing to Elizabeth. Holy shit.
You like it, honey?
Can I have another piece? I'm going here and throw him a bar.
Elizabeth smiles at him, looks down at the peanut brittle, then up at him. If I knew you liked them, I would have been getting you peanut brittle all this time.
I didn't know what the hell it was. I saw it in the kitchen a lot, but I was like, huh? Peanut brittle.
Elizabeth nods and smiles. Yeah, no, it's really good, at least in my opinion.
It's just like candied nuts, walnuts, couple different kind of nuts, sugar, corn syrup. It's a simple treat, but as he watches Benny eat the half of the bar, he really is me, isn't he?
Davy nods. Yes, he is. The closest to a spitting image I think the Rainfalls could ever get to you, honey.
Oh well, he's good for her, as he will finally let Elizabeth have a piece.
Elizabeth will take the piece and nibble on it a bit and then eat it. Oh, thank you, honey. She'll give him a kiss.
He'll kiss her back as Suletta guzzles another Smirnoff.
Davy looks over at her and sighs a bit. Letty, out of curiosity, how many more of those do you have?
Oh, an infinite supply. I'm not worse for wears when it comes to money. I was extremely rich before I even met the Rainfalls.
Right, of course, She just sighs and shakes her head and looks at Hunk.
I had a nice home, if you remember the lakeside cabin, and my animals would live in the area.
And Davy nods. Oh, I remember. It was quite beautiful, darling. Extremely beautiful there.
I remember selling it, not much else.
Davy just grimaces a bit as she looks at Hunk. Oh God, I ruined her.
Carter, and you, honey, I'm sorry to say.
Davy nods. I take most of the blame. Most of the stress she's incurred over the years has been because of me.
That was the place where it all started, where she walked away from him, Elizabeth. God, she goes in to take a piss.
Elizabeth just sighs heavily, looking at Suletta walk away. I miss when she wasn't an alcoholic.
Yeah, I think she's good for the girls of the family to have around. She's a great role model, and like Nicole always said, she was the smartest one in the apartment, but not anymore.
No, not anymore, sadly. Oh God. Davine just rubs her forehead and shakes her head.
Do you think Carter even cares? Gesturing to her walking in.
Davine looks at Blaze. How do you mean, darling?
That she's reduced to this mostly because of his actions. You had a part to play, but let's be real here.
Davine sighs. I'm sure he does care, because if he doesn't, then there's something far wronger with that boy than anything that we could have comprehended.
Just like his father, he cares, but it's too fucking late, and caring isn't gonna do anything. So, uncrosses his arms. Integra 2.0.
Davine sighs and just shakes her head. It's basically exactly what he said. He most certainly cares, but what good can caring do at this moment when there isn't an answer to this situation other than Clive being fixed?
Oh! Puts up his finger. I almost forgot. Handing Elizabeth this, I forgot to drop it in your mailbox, and then we saw each other, and once again, I forgot to give it to you, and then that tirade she went on the beach about Patricia and Asherion being handsome, young madam, it confused me greatly, but a letter came for you.
Oh, really? She'll open up the letter, pull it out. Oh, you have been invited to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
No. Benny! I used to give Carter shit this would happen sooner than he thought, but I didn't think it would really happen.
She slowly lowers it down and looks up at Benny. People's Choice Award entrance.
Hey, she won't go up on stage and take credit. Well, she probably won't talk on the mic, but Carter will get her up on stage. She joins the band, right? Or am I misremembering something here? I feel like I am.
Davine, with her lips thinned, just slowly shakes her head. I'm sorry to say this, honey. Truly I am, but she will not join them up on stage.
No, yes. Taking it back gingerly from Elizabeth, if you're a member of the band, a performing member, the tickets are he holds Benny and Elizabeth's up paid for. If you are not, you have to pay to get in and have your seat.
Davy nods. Which I would assume Suletta and Memorian have already paid for their tickets.
I already paid. Sitting down, fixing your dress, opening up another bottle of Smirnoff. I already paid. I will be there for my son-in-law. Thank you. So did Memorian. We paid out of pocket. Thank you.
Davine just sighs as she rubs her face.
We have decent seats. We're quite a ways back, but she shrugs. Well.
I have to calm down. I have to calm down. Anger's not good for me right now. Mark, do what I cannot do and just punch Carter in the face, please.
You want me to today?
Yes, please. Just punch him in the face.
I will punch him as soon as we see him wherever he's fucking hiding right now. It's not that big of a deal. Who cares?
I do, Letty. I care. And he deserves it. He deserves it. I'm sure Benjamin agrees with me.
I really don't want to go. I'll go, but I don't want to be there, I'll be honest. I'd rather be back dead having beers with Bash and Oak here.
Elizabeth grimaces a bit. Well, I wouldn't want that. Yes, no, I don't really want to go either. I feel like it'll just be far too awkward.
Well, hopefully she's my daughter. She hopefully takes the punches in stride, and you're all going to be stripped of your rank and stuff soon enough. So she takes that punch, and the pain of it will dull her to the pain of doing all the work for that band and getting zero recognition.
Hunk hears Davine's teeth start to crack as she grits them.
Squeezing her thigh, rubbing it. I like your teeth the way they are, baby, please.
Sorry, it's just... It quite angers me, Mark. I apologize.
You starting to get on that train of his he should have never been wiped from his mind?
I think she should be added back into his mind, honestly, but that's
So,
just...
40 years from now, when Carter wants Aunt Nicole to erase what he did to her from his mind, the answer is no.
I would say, have Icy say yes to him, and then, once he closes his eyes and everything like that, kick him right in the nuts.
If you tell her to do it, I think she will. If I do, I don't think she will.
I will most certainly tell her to do just that.
I suppose I'll hold these tickets for you until the day comes. He sighs, watching Blaze put them in his chassis.
Elizabeth just lays onto Benny's chest. I'm not looking forward to that, Benny.
I am not either. Putting his head on her head, resting it there, rubbing his head back and forth.
She shakes her head. It's gonna suck. But at least I'll have you there, my Benny.
I'll have you there, my Elizabeth, but you know you're gonna try not to look at Memory Ann in the crowd and you're just gonna be drawn to.
Yeah, no, she's always gonna somehow manage to be in your peripheral vision.
Well, I mean, I'll be there. Look for me. Yep, that's even worse.
Elizabeth nods. It's even worse, and you look exactly like her auntie.
She is quite beautiful.
She is just like you, auntie. You two are quite beautiful.
Deserved a lot better than Carter.
Davy nods. I would happen to agree with that.
Looking at... Do you think Laz and Oz will come? I'm sure they got one as former members. I don't know. Probably to see Carter, yeah.
Most likely, Lazuli is a good sister, and Oswald is, of course, a good husband, so I would assume so.
This is like an all-day affair thing. You know that, right? Like, you watch every band get booked, and then you gotta go do your ceremony where they reveal your, the stuff you donate for them to put up in the Hall of Fame. Fucking great.
Elizabeth whispers into Benny's ear. I can make myself throw up, you know? I'm quite capable of doing it, I know I can.
Yeah, I can too. We just stick our fingers in our mouth, and I don't think that'll get us out of it. But...
I'll purposely give myself food poisoning. I do not want to go to this.
Well, maybe Memory Ann could at least be in the pictures at the display stand. Maybe not. Putting the letter away.
Davey just blinks at Blaze a couple times. If I had to guess, I would guess that she would not be in the pictures, darling.
Oh, no. Pulling the letter back out. No, you're right. But she may be in the crowd for an extra 50,000 credits when they, one at a time, unveil the displays. Which we've already paid for. We'll be there.
Davy legitimately reaches down to one of her knives and grabs the hilt of it.
I'll punch him when we see him today.
She sighs heavily, and she'll actually reach into her, I imagine she has a little fanny pack on, reaches into it and pulls out a pair of brass knuckles and puts them into his hand.
Thank you. I will use them. You want a cigarette? Would that calm you down, even you out?
She pats on her stomach. No, thank you.
Oh, Jesus Christ, yeah. What was I thinking?
No, you're okay. It's a very stressful moment, darling. Don't worry about it. She kisses him on the cheek.
Yeah, we came here for lack of stress, but just seems like certain people's kids, that cloud is gonna follow them and it abates on to us. Yes.
Davine just sighs. Is there any way we can not have stress just for a couple of moments?
Raise your children properly. Shrugging! Feel like we've all made enough mistakes to where now we should know you just raise them properly. Me included, but yeah.
Davy nods. Damn good point, Letty. Very good point.
Especially if they come from Julius. Squinting, looking off into the ocean.
Doubly so if they come from Julius.
Yeah. Hug rubbing Davine's thigh, trying to relax her. Yep, he's dead.
JJ just laughing to himself as he shakes his head.
I felt through the force Samantha was cooking, so down, sitting down. Oz jumps, nobody even knew he was here.
He actually scares the shit out of Laz as she jumps and hugs around Oz. Oh my god.
I'm sorry, honey, relax. I just walked in, I swear to God. I was down there, then they went to get coffee while the jury deliberates, and I could feel my daughter actually cook. Sam's smiling.
She is a very good cook, Uncle. Very good.
Yeah.
Good.
Jeez, bro, you scared the hell out of me.
Part of the job. He starts eating, takes off his mask.
Yeah, I guess so. Oh, did you see the trial?
Oh, God. He rolls his eyes. I saw it firsthand. I even saw your dad shoot the guy's hat off live. I was behind the podium, but yeah.
That was pretty sick, wasn't it?
That guy is a fucking... It was, and that guy is a fucking moron. Like, the definition of moron.
I like how my father was covering his mouth basically the entire time, but you could see the look in his eyes of what the fuck is this guy talking about?
He didn't even try to... When he was asked if he had any sympathy, he said no. Like, he's not even trying.
Miss Sasha looked like she was gonna fall out of her seat a couple times.
Well, I almost fell over. He gestures to Ricky and then goes back to eating her. It's fucking stupid. CNC enthusiast.
Mr. Towns, Sam, you two know her better than anyone. Have you ever seen her more shocked than she was during that?
No. Shaking your head. Downs, no. No, never.
Oh my god. That guy is so fucking dead.
No, he's... Even if it wasn't the families of these poor people, he's done for. If it was a complete unbiased jury, he's done for. Which is saying something. He's dug his own... What is this? Grave. Opening the letter!
Oh, Uncle, you don't need to look at that right now.
Rock and Roll Hall of...
Yeah. She just blinks at Uncle Towns and shakes her head. None of us are really looking forward to it.
Yeah, well, I'm glad I'll be working that day. Crumbling up the letter!
I'm probably gonna be in ranger training, so, yeah.
If everything pans out in the pipeline for you, yeah, you will be.
Yeah, believe me, I'd much rather be busting my ass with however much weight they put on me marching than go to that ceremony.
You and me both. Looking at the letter. Old memory, Ann.
Les just shakes her head as her eyes open up wide and she looks at Towns. You know, if you ever need some help in SIS, particularly on, that date, me and Oswald, we're pretty smart and all. We might be able to help you guys out.
Sure. He looks at Lad. Oh no, they should be there to support Carter, right, Dad? Oh, I'm not getting involved. He puts his hands up.
Laz sighs heavily. She looks at
All
Oz.
I'm gonna say is, honey, you shouldn't have... She was staying away from that band for a reason. You can smell a dead fish. You can smell dead fish in the water, honey. Sam, exactly.
I just wanted to help my little siblings.
Well, they don't need your help. They never needed that kind of help. What Carter needed was somebody to beat the shit out of him and force him to call Memory Ann.
I think, to be fair, a lot of us needed that.
That is also true. Yeah, no, a lot of us needed it.
And when he hurt you during his freakout you told me about, you should have kicked him in the balls.
I definitely should have.
He doesn't... Back then, anyway, he didn't deserve a sister like you. Pointing at Laz. I agree. Putting his arm around Laz.
Bro, I mean, even now, he barely deserves her.
Exactly. You should have beat the crap out of him with your little poison blood hunter shit.
Don't you mean Mushin? Shit, Sam?
Putting her hand in her eyes.
Sneaky Mushin.
Well, anyway, it'll be a bad day to be named Carter Rainfall, I'm sure. But at the very least, they'll get in and get it over with. And can't be that bad. Town's stroking his forehead. Wait a minute, do you guys have to pay for these tickets? Yep.
JJ nods. 25 big ones a pop.
I think me and Sasha can cover Memory Ann's ticket. That's no problem for us. It's already paid for, most likely.
JJ just starts laughing. Laz looks at Towns. Most likely. Both her and Aunt Suletta have already paid for themselves.
Yeah, looking at her text messages, I double-checked. Holding up her wrist computer, Memory Ann already bought hers, and so did Suletta. Then they bought the extra ticket to be in the crowd when the display is put on display for everybody.
So Carter didn't buy it for them.
Sam shrugs, maybe he didn't know. Maybe he didn't know. Maybe I'm not sticking up for him. What am I saying? She goes back to feeding Jay.
Right. So JJ, when are you planning on putting him in the hospital?
Well, I've always planned to do it.
JJ's wanted a boxing match with Carter.
Maybe we could do the boxing match. Oh my god, could we do the boxing match?
Well, at the boxing match, you need an impartial. Looks right at Rick.
I'm friends with both Carter and JJ. I'm pretty impartial, right, Mr. Towns?
I'll get you a ref shirt. My wife has quite a few.
Yeah, I'll be so impartial that I don't do anything during the match.
So you got to pay for these own tickets. I agree. In Memory Ann's case, it doesn't make sense because she's the manager. He's reading the letter while he's eating. But you know how much money Memory Ann makes right now in the military? Has anybody ever asked her how much she makes a captain ring? Sam, no. Shake your head.
No, I thought that was bad manners.
Well, yeah, but I just thought maybe you guys did because you're a close squad. It doesn't matter. Either way, Memory Ann, at her current rank, makes 85,000 credits a year. It's really good money. And she's not overpaid because of, like, last name or anything like that. You can't get away with that. There's been enough nepotism happening, especially at the beginning, putting you guys all in a squad. Blah, blah, blah. A special civilian contractor allowed in, gesturing to JJ. Money-wise, never. You can't overpay just because it would be on the books. Town shrugs. So when she loses that, which is going to happen sooner rather than later, because you guys are all going to be out, how much money does she make with this band?
Laz inhales and then exhales. I would say around. Her paycheck might be around 9,000 credits per paycheck, so multiply that by 12, you would get around.
It's actually not 12. Looking at Laz, she takes a paycheck every 2 months. The performers get one every month.
So
And it's more
multiply-
closer to 8 now. She put bonus pay in for the performers.
Right, of course. So multiply 8,000, let's say, by 6, and you get. She looks up about $48,000 a year before taxes.
So she's literally taking a half salary cut, and she's gonna lose all of her benefits: health, eye, dental, the free food the military provides. I know the housing doesn't matter, but the food is nice, right? Like, she's gonna lose all that. And she's not going to get any long-term benefits from the military because she's cutting in the middle of her contract. Again, it goes back to, you guys got enough fucking nepotism to get where you were and to get together and to help you out. There's no way Sasha can pay her to go to school or back pay her when she just gets to quit her contract at any time. Anybody else goes to jail. He looks around the room. Or, if you're really unlucky, you get shot. It's called a firing squad.
Yeah. She's losing up. She's basically losing the equivalent of, like, not 50%, but more like 90% if you really think about all the stuff that's covered by the military.
Whimpering, looking at his delicious biscuit.
Laz just sighs heavily. Sometimes I really hate my brother.
Is Carter aware of this? He holds the letter up. I mean, not the letter. I mean, what's gonna happen when they leave the military?
JJ just sighs. I'm not sure whether or not he is aware of it, honestly, sir.
I'd like to think he is, and I'd like to think he's very guilty about it.
Yeah, no, he's smart. He knows, but, oh, that sucks. I didn't know she made that much money. I never asked either. Yeah, I mean, she makes more than Carter because she's been in longer. They're the same rank, but ain't no way Carter's making that, right now, but... Oh, jeez. He crumbles the letter up. I assume... Oh, you'll need it. Never mind. Handing it back to Laz.
Yeah, I will. She just sighs heavily.
And that's also ignoring the fact that she's using the rank that she's losing the rank that she's worked a massive chunk of her life to get.
An extremely long time.
JJ just blows air through his lips and shakes his head. So how soon can we do this boxing match? I feel the need to punch someone in the face named Carter Rainfall.
Next Friday. Crossing our arm.
There we go. Next Friday. Just bing, bang, boom, and I fucking knock him out.
You know, if you want, as the impartial referee, I could just forgo the glove checks.
You should. Nodding his head.
You know what? I would not mind that one bit. I of course will never do anything untoward that has to do with my gloves or anything like that. I promise, as to the impartial referee, of course.
And as an impartial referee, I promise I won't check Carter's either to remain fair and balanced.
Fucking sad. Feeding Jace. Is she gonna... She's gonna... Maybe, she's Suletta's kid, so it's whatever, but... Sooner or later, something's gotta give. That girl's gonna crack. I think she already has, Dad.
I think she's already cracked, sir. I mean, giving Carter credit for everything, ring a bell?
Why do you think the band got extra pay and she took another pay cut? Oh, Carter wants you all to have more money because your performances are just excellent. I was there when she told Colton sold that. It just goes back to eating.
I just wish the cracking would have been her beating him within an inch of his life. Because, good God, she deserves that.
Oh, she was such a spoiled brat when I first met her, but she grew into a beautiful, young, responsible woman. And now, oh my God.
I would so prefer just to see Memory Ann beating him within an inch of his life. Rather than see her like this, it really hurts my soul to see her like this.
It's not as well. No, every case is different. I'll retract my statement there, but it's not as bad as some other people. Not as bad as some other people.
Laz looks at Towns. You mean all the ones who my brother caused to go crazy, or become an alcoholic, or use other substances to nullify the pain?
I was more referring to your mother. He gestures to Laz.
She tilts her head. The Izzy drama?
Oh yeah, she won't act in movies because she thinks she's ugly, actually. I was helping Julius paint the side of the house one day, and we were just like bonding time and stuff like that, and her and Suletta were in the backyard talking about it. I don't think they realized I was on the roof. But as a good SIS agent, I definitely listened in. And then wanted to just stab my own eyes out with the paintbrush. What? Sam looking at her biscuit!
Laz looks down at her knife. It lights up with poison and she just chucks it right into the wall behind her. It's just so stupid.
Well,
Why?
the Izzy drama is a 2-time thing. It's not a 1-time thing. I don't think you understand. We understand. Look at her dad.
We understand perfectly. It's all so stupid. My father is so stupid. My brother is all so stupid. All of them so stupid. It makes me want to wring their necks out. Just gotta breathe. Just gotta breathe as she
Rubbing her
grabs
shoulders.
as she grabs the knife and yanks it out of the wall.
Which is why I'm keeping my eye on Thomas, because history tends to repeat itself, and I've known Nicole for a long time, and that's her only daughter, and I think there's a reason for that, everybody in this room, okay? Oh.
Yeah, and I'd also think, you know, if we're bringing that up and why you'd be worried, we can't forget, you know, Miss Davine and the heart attack.
That's why I'm not sold on the prophecy, especially from the fucking guy who didn't just use kinesis to stop the blimp that ruined my house. Sam laughed.
Laz just shakes her head. She points right at Towns. Piano wire? Always keep it on you for that little ferret.
I'll cut Thomas's balls off. Looking blankly at Jace, and then I'll make him eat them. Looks over at JJ.
Jace's eyes widen as JJ smiles at her. You know what? And I'll hold him down all the while.
Okay, everybody, let's all take a breath. Sit down! Rubbing Laz's thigh, let's all take a breath. The little clock counter on the television there says the deliberation is over, so we're coming back live. Let's see Major Valorius dispense justice, because I think that's what's gonna happen. Right, son? Looking over at Jay.
Jace nods. Yeah, no, let's watch the nice man kill the evil man, the bully. If you
That's
will.
what's very smart of you. I was just going to say, this is what happens to bullies.
Yes, sir. The very, very evil man bully. Let's watch that instead.
The Atari creep brought back in. On the stand, Sasha's bodyguards standing at their posts. Sasha being handed a letter by this guard from the jury. This guard being handed a letter by the jury hands it up to Julius. And they both hand them off to Ash.
All right. All rise. We're going to hear the verdict from the juries. Mr.
The Atari creep is sitting. He's not rising yet.
The entire creep ain't gonna rise for this. You could just read it off.
Looks over at his honor.
Holding up their rifles across their chest.
I'd highly recommend you rise, Mr. the Atari Creep.
It's just the Atari creep to you, but go off, I guess, as he will slowly rise up as slowly as he possibly could.
In the case of Frontier Colonies and Earthca versus the Atari Creep, you have been charged with... He reads off all of the charges, taking well over 3 minutes, and then looks at him. The jury of your peers has found you guilty on all counts, and as such, I have no choice but to give you given your complete lack of remorse, how willingly you committed these crimes for something as petty as fame, I have no choice but to give you the maximum sentence possible under the law, which is you will be given the death penalty, looking over the thing, about 1,236 times over. And he hits the gavel to the desk.
The Atari creep ain't gonna go down like this. As he will hop over the little barricade and start running, beelining it towards Ash.
Eyes wide, her bodyguard shot.
And as he reaches Ash, he makes a sudden 90-degree left turn. Right up to Julius Rainfall. And Julius's face that was once a shocked "oh my god" expression slowly changes to, as he looks over at Ash and Sasha, "Can you believe this guy?" As the Atari creep will try and leap over the desk, completely fail, hit his stomach against it, attempting to punch at Julius. Julius just hops over, grabs the Atari creep by the shirt, slams him down, and just starts beating on him over and over and over again, right in the face.
The jury and everybody else in the courtroom stands up and starts clapping.
Ash is just staring, shocked with his mouth agape at the audacity of what he just witnessed.
Julius looks around. "This ain't going fast enough for me," as he whips his hands, lights them on fire, and starts punching him again. The Atari creep.
Is he dead?
He looks down at him, punches him one more time, and stands up. Yeah, I don't think anyone could survive that.
Terminated. Taking his pulse with his finger, he's dead. Yeah. Looking at the camera.
Julius clears his throat. He looks around.
They're
Apologies.
cheering for Julius.
Wow. He looks at Sasha and Ash, goes back over and sits in his seat, whispers over to Ash and Sasha. Can you fucking believe that? Are you kidding me?
What a doofus. Looking down at the Atari.
I would say that may be the most idiotic move he could have made today. Well, I suppose...
Nope. Put one in his head to make it official. Because it said on the letter that it was supposed to be firing squad, Ash.
Ah, yes. He motions to them. Can you, to your honor guards, can you hold him over over so I'm not going to hit anyone? Thank you.
They do.
He is going to sigh because he can't use his big gun, pull out Ravage, hold it up, and fire a shredder round into the guy's head.
Court adjourned. I want a drink.
Agreed.
I need one too.
Agreed. Court adjourned. Case closed, everyone. Have a wonderful day.
The crowd's cheering for Ash and Sasha and Julius as they exit. You saw that, right, Integra? Scratching her head lightly with her long finger.
Oh, I saw every bit of it. She looks behind herself. How can someone be so stupid, Auntie? Like, doesn't everyone, have at least, like, some functioning brain senses that would make them at least attempt to lie in that kind of situation?
Sometimes the universe makes mistakes, honey. That's why people like Ash exist, to deal with them.
Right, well, thank God for Mr. Ash, then.
It's a counterbalance effect, I think, honey. There has to be some negatives to the positives. I see, exactly.
And Integra just sighs and shakes her head. He ran towards Papa, Mom. I'm a baby and I know not to do that. Jesus.
Well, he wasn't going down without a fight. Picking up Integra, be quite... Some people act impulsively, my beautiful daughter, and the Atari Creep was one of them. Plus, I have been told, though I don't agree, your father has a punchable face. I don't agree with that. Shaky his head. I see, nah, too handsome.
Integra opens her mouth and closes it and looks away.
What? Looking at Integra?
She shrugs. Sometimes it's both him and Thomas. Sometimes I want to punch his face.
And they get that cute shit-eating grin.
She
Yeah, thinking about
nods. She nods. I don't necessarily think it's cute, Mom, but yeah, when the shit-eating grin comes up, I don't know why, I just want to punch Thomas.
Well, you'll keep him in line for me. Stroking her head.
I'll do my best, Mom.
Well... Hale pointing at the screen, laughing. Thomas, Rebecca. Yep! Memory Ann fixing Hale's goggles. That's it.
Thomas leaning back completely on the ground, hand on his chest, struggling to breathe. He's laughing so hard.
Colt, that's it again. Look at Ricky's dad. Confused old man look. Same when Benny Crotch chopped them, that idiot.
Oh my god, it is that look! I never thought I'd see it again.
I'd probably have it on my face too if the Atari Creep was running at me and then just fucking turned to run at the last person you want to be in melee range of.
My fucking... My goddamn father. The last person you ever want to have a serious fight with, hand-to-hand combat.
There are like 3 people you don't want to run at. Well, 4 maybe in this family. Davine Rainfall, because you're going to get sliced and diced. Carter Rainfall, because you're going to get decapitated or impaled. Hunk Rainfall, because your neck's going to be broken. This is in no particular order. And Julius Rainfall, but I really feel like Julius is the given.
I would have to say so. Yeah, my father is the given. if anyone, if I don't have my swords, or Davine Rainfall doesn't have her swords, we're both, of course, still sort of dangerous, but not at the peak of our capabilities. That's Julius Rainfall. He don't need no fucking swords.
Yet the man purposely turned. His shoes squeaked on the marble floor as he stopped himself to turn and attack your dad.
He turned 90 degrees to the left just to run towards Dad and try to attack him.
What a doofus, Sale rubbing the back of her head.
Oh my god, he's so dumb. I don't think I've ever seen someone more idiotic than that.
Wow. You'll murder those people, pointing the newspaper at Herr Rommel.
They will not get out of my way. Carter was taunting me.
That old lady you shoot in face just want you signature.
Well, she was going to die soon anyway. You could tell just by the wrinkles on her face.
Oh my god, hand over his face!
Really, what does the world lose? Having to pay some retirement money out? Oh no, more money for us.
Clive, what the fuck?
What? It's true. She wouldn't get out of my way, and I made a decision.
Abwurden inkt Seinen. Abwurden inkt Seinen. Their sacrifice will not be in vain.
Are you kidding? What fucking sacrifice? That wasn't a sacrifice. That was just murder. Oh yeah, just a murder. Yeah, sure. Cat groving. Just murder. Just like how Carter murders everyone that he likes to see. With his sword dick. The Mama Sune, or whatever the fuck it's called.
Jesus Christ, Clive. And Scargo shooting people with he Luger. Duh. Nah. Gesturing he doesn't feel bad.
Oh, obviously. He's the Führer. He made the final decision. I just followed his orders, and well, we cut a swath through that crowd, did we not? And we managed to escape.
Managed to escape. You step on other pregnant lady belly as you running out. Blech.
And he looks at Krellin and shrugs.
As diesen Gründen hat Carter as gesehen sei sind Zurek ra müssen ansen schaff sogar hereiden. This is why Carter has been beating us. You are too soft. We must regain our edge.
What the fuck you mean by edge? You mean stepping on a pregnant lady's belly just cuz?
Carter beat us cause fly Zeppelin at him and nothing happened. And no weapons. Bah. 9. Pointing at Clive to deal with Krellin's disrespect.
And Clive will turn to him, take off his glove, and just start beating him with it. Not even a single smack, just whap.
Ah! Screaming loudly as Memory Ann's head slowly turns. Hale's head slowly turns. And there they are.
And Thomas's head slowly turns. Ugh. There they are indeed.
Father's beating Uncle Krellin.
Rebecca looks over at her father and just shakes her head. Shouldn't we beat up Clive too? He's a bully.
Yes, but there are exceptions to the rule, honey. Stroking her head.
She looks confused for a second and then just shrugs. I think we should beat him up.
We should. But your Aunt Suletta has been through enough. And if we beat him up and he never gets back up, that may very well be the end of your Aunt Suletta, who's already basically hanging by a thread.
Oh, I don't want that then.
That is why Uncle Clive is allowed to exist in these various forms and states. It's something Davine did to him, putting his hand on Carter's shoulder.
Carter looks at him with his eyebrow raised. And me. It was actually mostly me, believe it or not.
Wow. Looking up at Carter.
Oh, I believe it, all right. Thomas leans forward a bit, picking at his lips slightly. There has to be a way to fix him, right?
Now I see why everybody puts it on us.
He shakes his head. The sins of the parents go on to the babes, Hale.
We'll think of something. What if we just humiliated him or some shit?
He tilts his head. I mean, like, think about it. Humiliation and everything like that, that can make someone's ego go down, right?
It works on Jace. You beat him up, he comes to.
He comes to, and he's, normal for a while, and then have to do it again, but still, humiliation might work. I actually think Mom has told stories before of him having, like, a really big ego at some point, and then they played this game called Snooker, and, well, he became pretty normal after that. Like, he sort of leveled out.
Your mom thrashed him.
He smiles. So maybe we just do that. We, like, thrash him in a game or something, or beat him at his own game. Humiliate him to the point where he can't not recognize the faults of his ways.
Splash! Being pushed into the water by Clive. Why doesn't he just use kinesis? I rubbing her temple.
Even I would have used kinesis.
We use it all the time, just.
And Soul nods, and I'm very proud of you girls for being able to recognize that that would be a great solution for what just happened to Uncle Krellin.
Clive trying to push Samuel, but he's too heavy. Everybody down here can see it.
You fat son of a bitch, you need to lose some weight.
You just want me to jump. Would that be better for you, Clive?
Yeah, could you please jump, please?
He jumps off and just splashing into the water.
You don't even need to do anything. I got this. As he just jumps off and splashes into the water.
My fucking newspaper ruined. Looking at Frederick and Samuel.
We'll get you another one. Don't worry.
Know how long this took me to find?
How long did it take you to find?
15 years.
Took you 15 years to find a newspaper, Quellen?
They old. It was long time ago.
He looks down. Well, I'm sure we'll be able to find you another one.
Me have enough of this dumb shit. Looking up at Clive and Scar. They fucking murder people. We going to follow dipshit Carter up mountainside. Listen to me, Frederick, Samuel. When get out of Jeep, leave park brake off. You get out last, Frederick. Samuel rubbing his hands together.
Oh, I got you. Don't worry, Quellen.
Nicole need to step the fuck up. Maybe Clive and Scar just die, and then Nicole erase them from Suletta mind.
Maybe. That is a pretty good solution. What about now?
Are you okay, Uncle Krellin? You were screaming loud. Or our sports section. Holding up the soggy news. I just want to go home.
Carter sighs. Just think about the Aurorasaurus and how we need to help them, honey.
If they follow us up there and cause harm to those animals, I will deal with it with Carter.
Carter nods. Don't worry. I'll get it handled. And Thomas nods. And me. I'll help too, any way I can.
Good! Patting Thomas on the head. Now pick up your girlfriend and put your snacks away.
No problem, as he picks her up easily and gives her a kiss on the nose.
Pale blushing. As coming back to Gateway, Julius, everybody really still in shock of what the Atari creep did.
So, to him, did it just seem like I was the easiest target? Or something?
You have, crossing her arms, walking, you have a punchable face. This guard chuckling!
I've, believe it or not, heard that a couple times in my life.
It's Systemic, your son as well, Carter.
Julius nods. And Thomas. Don't forget Thomas, Aunt Sasha.
I agree. Pointing over at Integra, nodding her head. Not that I'd ever punch a child, but I agree.
Julius clicks his tongue. Yeah, it's a problem with men coming from like my bloodline. We all have strangely punchable faces.
It's the smirk you sometimes give off that I find very attractive, and it turns me on. Other people, it makes them angry.
That's he gives that smirk to Pequod, gives her a wink, and then turns his head with the smirk still on his face and looks towards Sasha.
She sneers at Julius.
Oh my god, it's true!
It is. You do have a pretty punchable face at times, Julius.
I think the smirk's great, Julius. I see looking over. Sasha, of course you will.
Thank you. Nicole, thank you for always having my back.
So drinks are on me. We're going to go to the bar and get drunk, and then we'll go down to this. We can go pick up Ashes, Saris, and the girl, and then we can go down to the yacht and deal with, the drama creators of the Rainfall family. You two can come too. The guards. All right. Hey, does anybody want the guy's hat souvenir, sir? Handing it to Ash.
I would actually quite like to keep this. That's a shot I'm very proud of.
All yours. Handing it to him, and the shell casing, or the bullet that went into the wall.
Thank you. It was a perfect shot, wasn't it, Sasha?
It was. It was. Do you think that guy even knew who Julius, me, and you were? Looking back at Ash and Julius.
I think he knew who Julius was. I think so.
That makes it all the dumber what he did running at Julius.
Julius shakes his head. I definitely don't think he knew who you were, because any sane person who knew who the Ranger General was would never say you got wax in your ears.
He willingly chose a far more painful and excruciating death.
Believe it or not, bludgeoning fists hitting your face does not feel great.
Lightning Count 2.0'd his ass.
Yes, you did. I was planning to use the biggest gun I could so that he exploded on impact. No pain. You, delightfully done, but oh my.
Julius nods. I've always had to be a bit brutal in my fighting style.
He's a bit of a showman, stroking his head.
Julius shrugs. It's just, it comes with the territory of being a martial artist. A lot of our moves are quite showy, even if we don't mean them to be.
Towns, did you see what happened? Towns is on the phone with Ash's buddy.
Ash is gonna move over. Is everything okay? Kaz?
Towns puts his hand through the little hologram, and I don't know. He sits back in his chair. He's been trying to reach you. He called various EarthGov organizations, finally called SIS, I guess the number you gave him. And then I had the call redirected here. I was up in the apartment, but some of the kids are up there hanging out with Ricky, and I can't understand a word he's saying.
Play it, please.
You won't be able to understand anything, but there is a text message here. I can pull it up. He sent text in Morse code, believe it or not.
Okay, what do they say?
Pulling it up now. Sasha, maybe he's found another Strat hideout or something like that. Pequod, a very worried look on her face.
I don't know. I don't think he'd be calling. I think he would have just come here and told us, because I would have just jumped out and gone immediately.
I see. I think he would have just dealt with them himself. He's rather accomplished, from my understanding.
That also, he probably would have just informed us, and we would have paid him, Sasha.
Here's the Morse code. It took me. Nobody uses this anymore. It took me a while to run it through a system, but anyway, it says Planet Cespara, missing colonists. Stop. Town shrugs. I don't know what that means. Currently on planet side. Stop. Empty town. Stop. Mayoral office. Stop. Capital city. Stop. Xenomorph. I'm not sure if he really knows Morse code or I don't, but I think that says all it needs to say. Handing the letter to Ash.
Yes, it does. The stops are there to represent breaks in the words. Sasha?
What could be causing interference like that? Solar storm, a number of things.
Maybe something left behind by Strat? You know, they put it there before the kids got to them?
Solar storm that's so bad you have to use Morse code. He's looking at the hologram. He's gesturing. Is like you can see a building behind him, and it looks like somewhat of a destitute city, empty.
And that
Ju-
last part. Xenomorph. Oh my.
Julius shakes his head. EMP of some kind? Last ditch effort of Strat to attack a colony or something like that?
If he's on to something, then we should probably respond. Now, I can send a ranger squad.
I'd like to go as well, ma'am.
Want to just take Cyrus?
Yes, I'd like to do that. I have a bad feeling, madam. I'd prefer if I went there to get him personally.
We were gonna get drunk. Looking at Ash, easy. Not anymore. Still scratching Integra's little head.
I'm afraid I can't. Duty calls. I owe him, Sasha. I'm not going to leave him there to anyone else.
Okay, I'll have your ship prepped. Go get Cyrus.
I'm going to right now. I will find a way to contact you if anything comes up, be it through this or through another means.
If it's infested, contact immediately and we'll crack it.
Yes, ma'am. He's going to salute and bolt out of the office.
Pequod watching. I don't like this.
No, I don't like it either. Not one fucking bit.
Ain't nothing we can do now. He shrugs. Wait to hear back from Ash. It's a ways out there, this planet, Cespara. It's big, too. We're talking over 1 billion people. Looking up at the group.
Little Integra actually nods. It's a waiting game at this point, then. Nothing you guys can really do. I don't really understand fully what's going on, but she shrugs. Why let it worry you right now if there's nothing you can do about it?
Only because our friend is going out, and we're stuck back here.
Integra nods. Mr. Ash is pretty cool.
He is, and he's very capable. Doesn't change the fact I have a really bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. You and me both, gesturing down to the hologram. Never seen interference this bad. EMP's one thing, it just means you won't get any communication. This is bizarre. He shuts it off.
Julius walks up next to Sasha and rubs his chin. Xenomorph. He looks at her.
Queen Mother. He looks right at Julius. What he was rambling about before your daughter murdered him.
Julius nods. Where it's all gonna come to an end, perhaps?
God, I hope. Pequod crossing her arm.
If so, once Ash gets back to us, he turns to look at all of them, puts his hands in his pockets. That means both me and Nicole are going down there. Bare minimum, me and Nicole.
A fucking time. Cracking her neck.
Julius nods. We'll deal with this threat one way or the other. And, I don't really like the other choice, so it's gonna be our way or the highway. That's it.
There's 1 billion people. That's a lot for a frontier colony town. It's the biggest. It's Palavin's below it. Palavin's in the high millions, high 100 million. This is the biggest. Planet's like I don't know. He's pulling up on his wrist computer. 350 times the size of Earth. Now some of it's not inhabitable, but a large portion is.
Julius just sighs heavily and shakes his head. I hate to point out the obvious, but that's a lot of targets for any xenomorphs that might want to breed a bit more.
Pounds gulping big, looking down at the hollow communicator as Memory Ann exposing a birthing area on the Aurorasaurus that lets out painful groans because it does hurt. Memory Ann, now look here, bring Rebecca in.
Of course, she will go ahead and bring Rebecca up as well.
They birth 3 at a time. She holds up 3 digits on her finger, only 3 at any given time. That's very small number, Thomas, Hale, Rebecca.
Thomas nods. Yeah, 3, less than 4, more than 2.
Exactly. And for a species like this that breeds that slowly, and mating is so arduous and difficult, care must always be taken when they birth. That's why helping them, putting on a long pair of gloves, is quite important. And when they come out, handing gloves to Thomas, can't believe I'm doing this with a 1-year-old.
Thomas shrugs. Smartest 1-year-old y'all ever meet.
Hill putting on her gloves, Rebecca, here, put them on, honey.
She reaches out and puts them on.
Good, and we'll have to wash our hands after this. Luckily, I have hand sanitizer. Remember Ann reaching in? They always come out head first, so you have to pull gently. She'll step back, take my spot, Rebecca.
Rebecca's eyes widen as she'll take Memory Ann's spot.
You see the little gemstone? You can see the glint of it?
Yeah, I can see it.
That's its head.
So I pull gently on it?
No, reach in with one hand and let Hale reach in with her other. Your right, her left.
Okay. Rebecca will do as told and put her hand into the canal gently.
And let your hand act as its guide out as its head starts coming out.
Oh my god, look how cute it is.
He's covered in embryonic fluids, but that's good. It might be gross, but... And now when his upper body comes out, start pulling, slowly.
She nods. She waits until the upper body is out, and she will start to gently pull on the baby, helping guide it out, being birthed.
Can we use kinesis? Oh. Yeah, do it. Looking down at Rebecca and Hale.
Rebecca nods as she smiles at Hale, closes her eyes, and starts to use kinesis to gently pull the baby out.
Thomas, get up here, and when its rump comes out, make sure you're there to catch it so it doesn't flop onto the ground. Their legs are incredibly fragile, bones nearly like glass.
Oh, geez, okay. He nods as he'll summon 3 shadow clones to assist him in catching the Aurorasaurus.
Look at that! As it comes out with kinesis, lets out a little moan, looks up at Rebecca and Hale, lets out another moan. Hale will gently start petting it.
As will Rebecca, she gently starts petting it. You are just a little cutie pie.
You 3 should name it.
Thomas looks at Hale, shrugs. I'll leave that up to you guys.
Definitely not Jace. Fixing your goggles because you put them down.
Rebecca starts to laugh. No, not Jace.
Name it. Looking at Rebecca smiling. He saw you first. You're his mom.
She looks at it, smiles, and leans forward. I think your name is Emmett.
Emmett's a good name. Colt kneeling down, watching. And Emmett shall be yours when he's old enough to be separated from his mother, that is. Which is quite a few years, but you've got a long way to go. But he'll be grazing behind wherever your chosen home is, smiling down at the 3 of them.
Rebecca smiles up at Memory Ann. Thanks for letting us do this.
Oh, you're welcome. Here, take Emmett aside, helping them over here. Thomas's shadow clones helping carry him, and I'll do the rest with Carter.
Carter will walk up next to Memory Ann, smile at her, and then at them. Little naturals, aren't they?
Yes, they are. Smiling over at them. Put your gloves on, Carter.
Of course, Mew Mew, as he will put on his gloves.
Actually, we could use another man set of hands over here, Colt. Throwing the gloves back. Oh, that. Gags! Yeah, I'm coming.
She looks at Colt. Are you sure you don't want, my kinesis instead?
Just stay close to me. I can manage this. He's fighting back, vomiting.
She grimaces a bit as she walks over and puts a steadying hand onto his shoulder. Are you ready, mein Reich? Now is the time we strike at that son of a bitch Carter.
Last in Afghanistan. His back is turned to us. Attack. Let the attack begin.
Of course, we would recommend that we go first. Of course, my Führer and General, just so you guys aren't accidentally killed, just in case they're suspecting this ambush.
Bein Shakjin di Berhalin Zuliast. In chess, the pawns move first. Samuel shrugging.
Exactly. In chess, the pawns move first. As he pats Clive and then Scar on the shoulder twice. Hell, Skardolf.
Hell, Skardolf. Getting out of the Jeep, leaving the parking brake off.
Fudwick looks over at Samuel, smiles a wide smile, and nods. Well, look at them. They are finally learning about strategy, mein Führer.
Salud, Frederick, salud.
Salud indeed.
Samuel getting out of the Jeep.
Salud indeed. As Fudwick will get out of the Jeep last.
Clive and Scar now in the Jeep together, puts his hand up. It slowly starts. Clive feels it bump backwards.
Huh? What is going on? Wait. Nine! As he...
Salud, salud, saluting his men!
Fudwick gives him a little salute as Clive will try and lunge forward into the front seat and turn on the parking brake, but he just can't get it to go.
Salud! Salud, Frederick! Krellin, salud! He dees. They start going backwards rapidly.
Oh, nine! Von Braun, Himmler, Graving, Herpes!
As they go off screen.
That was the best idea I've ever seen.
Wow, works so good, he clapped. Still the soggy newspaper.
Worked extremely good.
Wow, what's going on up here? Coming up! Oh, what was that screaming?
Oh, nothing much, just Clive and Scar as the Pinky rolled down the hill because we forgot to turn on the parking brake.
Colt starts cackling. Are they gonna survive? Of course they fucking will. Never get so goddamn lucky.
Fudwick will shake his head. Can never be an accident, it would have to be on purpose.
They're Nazis, Colt. They always come back.
Oh, god damn it. Soul just looks down at Colt and shakes her head.
Wow, the birth of beautiful creatures.
Extremely beautiful creatures, look at them.
So very nice of you, Carter.
Carter looks up. Well, it's all Memory Ann. She's the one who's actually capable of doing all this.
You know what? Yes, I am. She takes credit for it.
Carter's eyes legitimately sparkle when she takes credit for it, and he smiles at her. Yes, you are, honey.
I'm good at one thing, that and being a band manager, I suppose, but any monkey can do that. You get inducted into a Hall of Fame yet, Carter? Me reading some minds around family.
Carter sighs as he looks down. We got the invitation, yes, Krellin.
But at least pay for Suleta and Memrian tickets. I already bought them, actually, so did Mother. It's not a big deal. Don't make a big deal out of it, newspaper boy.
Oh, it's a beautiful moment. Let's focus on the birth of these beautiful creatures and not the stupidity of some people around here's actions, yeah?
Colt just looking down at the ground, shaking his head. As Suletta guzzles another Smirnoff, I see grimacing looking at Suletta, and people said I was bad. Yep.
Davy nods. Yep, darling.
Can I have one, please, Auntie? Oh, of course, beautiful. Throwing her Smirnoff, she opens it, starts drinking it. Carrying Bully Boy around is thirsty work.
Oh yes, bully boy indeed. Honestly, I don't even think he deserves to be carried around for what he did.
Am I enabling him?
A little bit, I think.
Sets him down right over here next to Drunk Letta and comes back over to JJ. Hands down his back pocket, rubbing her body up and down on it.
Now this I could get used to as he sits up a bit straighter for her.
Learned your lesson there, boyo?
Jace nods. Yes, sir. Mr. Ricky is quite terrifying.
You want a woman like your Aunt Sasha, Jace? Is that what I'm gathering over all this time watching you lord over her?
He nods.
You will never get one being a bully. Yeah, no. Never. Not a million years. I love JJ because he's smart, handsome, kind, caring, selfless. The exact opposite of what a bully is.
Yes, ma'am. I'll never be a bully again. I promise. I won't do it.
In fact, Samantha probably couldn't even be attracted to anybody who was maybe even a bully in the past. Very real possibility, Aunt Nicole. Shocking revelation to Jay.
Oh my god, no. He leans back slightly as he covers his mouth. I swear it'll never happen again, please. Just give me a second chance, please.
Betty making Elizabeth a milkshake. Sighing at Jace. Just that fucking autistic kid. Looking down at Elizabeth and Jace.
Elizabeth snickering to herself, shaking her head. I feel bad for laughing, but I mean, come on, it's so stupid.
It is incredibly stupid. Kissing her on the cheek. But he made Rebecca cry. He deserves it.
100% he deserves it. Nobody makes Rebecca cry.
She's too cute.
Oh, extremely adorable.
Keeps rubbing herself up on JJ.
JJ looks behind her and smiles. I mean, we could always do this at home, you know?
We could. She looks at JJ. We should. Do we have to stay the weekend on the yacht? No, of course not. If you guys want to go out to dinner and have a good time, go for it. But you know where to find us. Just call my wrist computer and you can... We're just gonna stay around the shoreline, so... Good. Lucky at JJ, I could use a fancy dinner later tonight.
A fancy dinner? He turns around and reaches around and grabs her ass. In a brand new Jag, perhaps?
Too many bullies around here, JJ. Biting his chin.
Far too many bullies. We have to get away from this place.
Oz clapping loudly.
Laz also clapping, but slightly less loud, more of a golf clap.
Yeah, that's not gonna fly, Jace. Never again, okay?
No, sir. Never again. Yep. 'Cause if you do, I'm gonna kick your lily ass, and then you're never gonna get a woman like Aunt Sam or Aunt Sasha.
You're gonna end up like me. This will be all you have in your life. Gesturing down to the liquor. Is he shaking her head?
Jace looks up at Suletta and then at the liquor and then at Hunk. Liquor doesn't taste too great. I don't want that to be the only thing in my life.
No. Yeah. You remember when he stole a swig of it?
Well, trust me, I certainly do. As Davine just clicks her tongue and shakes her head. I bet he's never going to do that ever again.
No, he's too smart, right, Jace?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Too smart to steal any more liquor.
Well, Jace, I have an unfortunate lesson to teach you. Suletta looking down at him, clasping her hands.
Yes, ma'am. What is that?
life isn't fair. Even if you never bully people, you will most likely end up alone. I was always good to people and tried to do right by my parents and look after my sister, and she just spat in my face at every turn, and my husband died, and then Clive's basically dead, and even if you're good to people, you're probably gonna end up sad and alone and pathetic and an alcoholic. Especially wearing that scarf. So just get used to it. It's complete silence!
Jace blinks a couple times and then looks over at his father. Is that true?
Puts his arm around Jace, picks him up. No, it's not true. She's just been done dirty by certain people in this family. That woman over there, and your Uncle Cod.
Jace sighs and nods. Okay, but if I am good to people, then I won't be alone, right?
You will never be alone. You have the family. She just feels alone because well, her husband's a Nazi, son.
That is... He grimaces a bit. They're the biggest bullies that I know of.
Yes, they are. Yes, stroking his head. Yes, they are, and we're gonna always be around to support her, right, Jay?
Yes, we are. He looks over at Suletta. I'm always gonna support you, Auntie, no matter what.
She gives him a thumbs up, chugging down another Smirnoff, handing Integra the bottle cap. And if Thomas and Hale ever need help fixing Uncle Clive, you be there to help them.
Of course. I would rather be there to help them fix Uncle Clive than not be there to help them.
I feel like the mood around here is like kind of somber. I thought you guys would like go out and celebrate or bring Ash down here and Saris and them. Like what? Why is nobody really seem... I mean, the Atari creep charged you, son.
He did. He did. It was a stupid mistake on his part.
Nobody found it funny? See, we did until we got back to work and found out some like really distressing air quote news.
Julius nods as Davine squints her eyes. What news, darling? What news would put you in such a sour mood?
Well, Ash's bounty hunter buddy had been trying to call Ash, apparently, and nothing's getting through. Then he was trying to call, town. He tried to call the Marine Corps HQ on Gateway. He tried to call every branch under the sun, Davine. He finally called SIS. They knew who he was, because obviously we know what Ash does. All his crap is classified because he's Ash. But we know what Ash does. We do the classification, for God's sakes. So then they directed the call to me down in the office. Well, the call isn't really a call. It's like a fucked up hologram transmission. You can't understand a word. And then he sent here. He'll just type on his wrist computer and send Davine the Morse code. He sent that. Now that's called Morse code. And that hasn't been used in any official capacity, and it's just Archfiend incursion, 400 years.
Davine exhales heavily. She shakes her head. Xenomorph?
Yeah, it's Sespara's the planet name. It's huge. In terms of frontier colonies, it's the largest. Like, massive planet. It's quite worrying.
Davine leans forward. Well, if xenomorphs are there, then you guys are going to go fight, yes?
Well, Sasha shrugged. I wanted to send a ranger squad just to investigate, but that's Ash's buddy. I see shrugs, so they've been through a lot together, and he has helped save quite a few people's lives, so Ash took a quick shuttle, a stealth convertible shuttle out. Something super quick that can get him out there, which Saris... Oh, what a fucking dumb decision. Looking around the room. Yeah. I mean, I would like to go, but if he wants to go, fine. SOP is to send a recon, and then you send it. You can't just have Julius drop on the planet and nevermore. It's frontier, collateral damage.
Julius clicks his tongue, even though I think it would be a smarter decision just sending us down there.
That had to be a frontier planet. Had to be. That's a willing choice, probably.
Julius nods. On Spender's part, most definitely. I'm not sure if she ever told you about this, but Spender was always against the frontier and EarthGov helping them out and everything like that. He always had a vendetta against them, so it had to be a frontier planet.
Carter and Memory Ann mentioned a bit to me and your mother about it, yeah. Especially after they killed that big woman.
Davy nods. She crosses her arms. If there are xenomorphs there and you are sent out to fight, then shouldn't we come with you too?
Pequod playing her hands on the desk like they're drums. Mother, you are pregnant.
Davine sighs as she looks at Hunk.
You carry the weight of all Galleon Wood Elves on your shoulder, Mother.
But those are still my babies going out there. You are all my babies. You're all my children.
I don't like the idea. I really don't. I hate being in charge, but I wish we would have just sent out. You should have told Ash no. Looking at Sasha, sent out Rangers, and if they go out and they die, it's horrible. But it's not Ash, number one, and number two, if he's going into a place where if his bounty hunter friend can't make calls, Sasha, I know. Looking at Icy, but that's his friend. So, she shrugged.
Julius shakes his head. Even if
How's the guy gonna call, Julius? How's he gonna call for help? Let him talk, Dad. Holding Julius's head.
I don't know how he will. He'll most likely send another Morse code message. And once he does, either confirm or negate the fact that there are xenomorphs on the planet, then we are going to leap into action, Dad.
Alright, well, I'll be there with you. We're not having this discussion right now, please.
Julius just shakes his head. Please, Dad, not this discussion. Again, we've made our points extremely clear, okay?
Icy will open a bar of peanut brittle and hold it up to Hunky. Sighs and puts it in his mouth. I'm ready. I'll go. I don't mind if I don't necessarily come back. Icy gets up and leaves.
And Julius just sighs, rubs his face, which is
just tell Clive that, it's I died in the line of duty, and move on with his life. Find another gnome or something. Integra can help him find somebody. What? It would be an honor to die on the field of battle than live like this.
Julius shakes his head. You see, when you say stuff like that, we think you're going to purposely put yourself in harm's way just to die, so it's all the more reason for us not to allow you to come with us on this fight.
They got me again, Integra.
I'm glad they did. I don't want to see you die, Auntie.
Then it's time for something harder than Smirnoff. She walks off to go find more liquor. I got the brass knuckles on, dear, just relax.
Davy nods. Good, yes. Keep the brass knuckles on, please.
He sighs heavily. Sam, all the B Squad kids with a rather concerned look on their face. Ash and Saris already out here. A lot of time has passed, though.
He's looking around, trying to see if he hears anything, looking for Kaz.
Ash, are you sure this is a good idea?
I don't know if it is or not, Saris. He's gonna keep walking. I couldn't leave him, I'm sorry.
I don't want to leave him either. He was there for us at every turn, Ash, and he was also there trying to find justice for Benjamin's killers, but Ash. She looks around. We came out here on a ship. We gotta refuel it. That's a fast covert ship, number one. Number two, it's on E, the gas tank. Number three, I don't have a signal on my wrist computer. We haven't had one since we came into this star cluster.
I know. He keeps walking. I know it's a bad idea, Saris. I would have done
Backs up against him, looking behind him, covering the sick.
I would have done the same thing if it was Julius or Sasha.
I agree. Ash, where is everybody?
Yeah. Where is everyone indeed? He will move across the corner.
We can't even track the guy's wrist computer, Ash. We're blind. She's walking.
I know. It's alright.
Ash sees a shadow scurry over the roof.
Did you see that?
No, she turns around.
Keep an eye on the roofs as well. I saw something.
They hear the sound of loud doors creaking open. Kaz coming out.
Does he see him?
Yeah, now you can see him. He's got his helmet, flashlight on, looking around.
Oh my god. Saris, look. He's gonna point.
Oh, he actually smiles. Starts running up. Come on.
Yeah, Kaz.
You got my goddamn fucking 19th century Morse code. Sarah's laugh.
You're damn right we did, oh boy. He's gonna run up and put his hand on his shoulder.
Where'd you guys land? The port city, half a click or 2 clicks away. Yeah, there's still people there.
Possibly we didn't see any. We need to find a place to refuel because our ship can't. We're out.
This is the capital city. They call it Milos. It's the seat of their government. That's the mayor's office. This city's supposed to have 3 million people in it, give or take. 4, I think. And there's nobody here. And this ain't the only city like this, Ash. I came here tracking a bounty. Small murder job. I followed dude into another city that was suspiciously like this. Stragglers on the streets. And that dude I was chasing disappeared down an alley and around a corner. I heard a thud, a yelp, and he was gone. No tracks. He tilts his head. Nothing left behind. Tilts his head the other way. No blood. And the Colonial PD, they're in shambles here. They're a strong police force. Probably a lot stronger than that cunt on Palavin has. But they're incomplete. They're missing 50-60% of their roster. Missing. Like, didn't show up to work. Hand goes over her mouth. Not killed in action. Not killed fighting. Just didn't show up to work.
Vanished into thin air.
In the night.
Vanished into thin air. That sounds familiar, doesn't it? And you...
Shortwave radio communication barely even works. Planet side.
You said xenomorphs in your message. Have you seen them?
He looks kind of ashamed of himself. Maybe I'm just seeing shadows, but I think I saw what I saw. I never saw one up front, never got into a fight with one, but the ground crawls here, Ash, and so do the rooftops. He's scanning around, points to his flashlight on his helmet.
It's your gut telling you?
What else is grabbing a full-grown 250-pound man like that?
You were a ranger, Kaz. If your gut's saying xenomorphs, then I think it's xenomorphs.
What else makes all these people vanish?
Yeah, nothing I can think of. I can't even think of a magic that could do this.
Spender's probably here. No, he's dead. They got him. Oh, his head recoiled.
The kids got both him and Ripper.
Something's here, Ash. He looks at Ash.
I know. I saw something scurrying up the rooftops. Have you ever been camping in the forests and been stalked by a cougar or a wolf?
Mana Saber. He nods.
You know that feeling deep down in your chest. The hairs on the back of your neck, you just know something's there even if you have no proof.
What do you say we... What do you do? 401 crack the planet type of thing? Can't do that, Kaz. There's still people here.
No, we can't. Especially with how big their police force is. You said only 60% vanished. That's still a lot of people on the planet.
What about evac? How are you gonna evac with no communication, Kaz? Jesus. He looks away.
Alright, you see him thinking. We're going to have to find a way to get a message out. That's our only option.
Well, you ain't gonna do it in there. I was in there trying to look at the police reports. All just missing persons. No reports about giant bugs.
Right. That's normally how it seems to start.
If there's that many of them, Ash, wouldn't they be overrunning the planet and attacking and eating people? And shouldn't they be doing that at this point? You would think.
You would think, unless he looks at Ceres, unless Spender's Queen Mother is here.
Queen who? Kaz looks really dumbfounded. It's something he was rambling about before Soul killed him. Some type of like matriarch bug, all hive mind type of deal. He didn't give great details. He was pleading for his life to somebody who wasn't going to accept it.
Yeah, the best we have is some assumptions based off of how they work, but our assumption is the bigger they get, the more intelligence and control over the others they have, and Queen Mother sounds like the tip of the iceberg, doesn't it?
We could bug out. I gotta refill my ship too, but we could bug out of here. No. She shakes her head.
No, now that we're here, we have to get the message out somehow and save as many as we can. God, so are there any satellite arrays on the planet that you know of?
We could start looking. We could go back to where you landed and hook up with the PD. They tried to talk me into joining their little search parties, going out to these bigger and smaller towns. They're trying to bring all their civilians into one centralized location on the planet. Not working too well for them.
No, it wouldn't. I say you're right, we hook up with them. I hope they'll listen and let me take charge. We'll try and get as many civilians as we can to some safe zone, some central command area, but we're going to have to enlist them to help find something we can use to contact off-planet.
They tried to put me in charge. I'm pretty sure they're going to be more than willing to put... He nods his head. Trust me.
Good. Best case scenario, it isn't xenomorphs and it's some other unexplained phenomena. Best case.
Couldn't be that lucky. Throwing his hand up in the air. As back here on the boat, Rebecca and Jace eye to eye for the first time. Everybody here watching. Rebecca, Jace has something he'd like to say to you. Jace.
Jace will stand up, walk over to her. I'm sorry for being so mean to you and being a bully to you, Rebecca. I shouldn't have been so mean. Rebecca will stand up, inhale, and suddenly smack him across the face.
Woo! Putting her fingers...
Thomas will stand up, pump his hand in the air. That's what I'm talking about, Rebecca!
That's my niece. Clapping proudly! Colt clapping!
Integra will pop up and start clapping as well. That's what you get for being mean to me. Don't do it again. As he nods, of course I won't be mean to you again, Rebecca. I promise. Good. Now sit back down over there. And she points back to the spot where he was sitting, and he goes over and sits down.
Pet the Aurorasaurus. What's his name again, Rebecca?
Emmett.
Emmett. We helped Memory Ann deliver it. It rubs up against Jake.
Oh. He smiles. Well, he is pretty cute, isn't he? As he will start petting on the Aurosaurus.
He's Rebecca's, actually. He looked at Rebecca first thing he saw when he came out. So once he's of age, maybe he could graze around your house, Soul, if you don't mind, until she's old enough to get her own place and make some man very happy.
Soul chuckles. Of course, I wouldn't mind having an Aurosaurus in our backyard.
No, I love them. And they could trample Clive if he, tries to come near. Like our dogs, for instance.
Cerberus and Tindalos are quite good at, chasing off the unit and the Reich as of late, but, it always helps to have more and more help on board.
We had Ricky intimidate him as well. Cold chuckling. Poor kid. Looking over at fucking Jake.
His soul chuckles a bit. Ricky can be pretty intimidating if he wants to be, especially to a kid like that.
Well, you gotta get on top of these things early. If he's bullying his siblings, it's not going to stand for it. His mother was distraught when she found out.
So angry, so disappointed with that boy. Soul nods. No, yeah, of course, I understand. If Rebecca, if it ever came out that Rebecca was bullying one of them, well, I would not be too happy with that young lady.
Betty patting poor Jace on the head. Towns coming over, or Towns in between the group looking over at Jace. Yeah. Looking at the letter.
And Carter just looks down at the letter and lets out a, "Oh, God," as he shakes his head.
If I could make this disappear for you, I would. Looking at Carter. But I can't. Because then I would have angry Tommy Wiseau in my office every day for the rest of my life. What the fuck? What, Carter? Hit back out of this? How dare, Carter? How dare you facilitate this for him? So, you're on your own, Carter. Handing him the invitation.
Carter takes the invitation and nods. Actually, thank you quite a bit for that offer. It actually does somehow make me feel better.
It's not that big of a deal. Would everybody just be happy that we achieved something? Namely Carter. Then he walks away.
Carter just clicks his tongue and shakes his head as he looks back down at the invitation.
Sam looking over at the table. I can't be around her like this, JJ. She's just eating peanut brittle, depressed, and drinking.
Yeah, no, neither can I. Do you want to leave now?
Wait. Carter! Hunk says your grandmother needs you, Carter.
Right away. Carter will stand up, handing Colt the invitation as he walks over to Davine and Hunk. How can I help you?
Your grandmother has something she wants to say to you.
Of course. She just inhales heavily. I am so disappointed in you, little boy. Oh, so disappointed. And to show you just how disappointed I am in you, your grandfather has something quite special to show you.
Whack!
He gets knocked in the face with brass knuckles. He stumbles quite a bit of ways, falling to his knees and then standing up. Holy shit!
He gestures down to depressed Suletta. We should have brought father.
And Carter nods as he walks back over to Hunk. Do it again.
Looks at Davy.
Davy nods. If he so wishes.
He'll do it again, this time on his nose.
Carter stumbles back a couple steps, head tilted up as he tilts his head back down, his thumb and index finger covering his nostrils that are now bleeding profusely.
I'll come here, Carter. No, Nicole. Show him, okay? Put her hand down.
Carter shakes his head. Don't heal this.
Fine by me. Back rub. Maxie will just start rubbing her back.
Carter nods as he walks back up to Hunk. I definitely deserve this.
Yes, you do. Now go back to your wife and explain why you're fucked up like this. Actually, don't. Just let her wail and moan, and she's gonna pamper you.
Carter nods. Yes, sir. As he will walk back over towards the rest of the group.
Can we leave to go out to dinner? Is that okay? Yeah. You could take the thingy-mabobber. Blaze, where's Blaze? Blaze comes over. Blaze, could you take them back to the shoreline? We're not gonna turn the yacht around. The helicopter. Yes, right this way, madam.
Thank you very much, Blaze, and I hope you all have as good a weekend as you can possibly have on the yacht.
Sam's hand on Suletta's shoulder. I'm just saying, going out and fighting might be... imagine my life. I've lived all this time, and if I were to die like that out there, that would be a hell of a send-off. I died in EarthGov's service. Sam starts tearing up and wants to go. Blaze, let's go.
Let's leave as soon as possible, please.
But fine, I'll just be a drunk.
Julius just pinching the bridge of his nose, his knee bouncing, accidentally bouncing Pequod while he just shakes his head.
Here, Julius. He'll take a Smirnoff and open it for her.
Julius looks at it, takes it, and starts sipping on it and nods. It's a little stressful right now as he smiles, a somewhat sad smile up at Pequod.
Very stressful. Stroking his cheek should have been a fun celebration of the Atari creep's idiocy.
Definitely should have been, but it is now not, as he just stares down at the Smirnoff.
Look, your mother and I want to help.
Julius just groans as he closes his eyes.
It's not repopulation, in my opinion. I'm not an elf. How do you repopulate? You repopulate with a quarter of the population, and then you'd have to find other elf women, or men, depending on the offspring's sex, to, get with them, and maybe that will happen. Fine, but she does not have the weight of a species on her shoulders. What she has on her shoulders is about this much goddamn guilt. Putting his hand, all the way it can reach above Davine's shoulders, of sitting here and doing nothing. As JJ, Sam, I'm not going to list them all off, go out and almost died how many times? And then you guys, because we all know you're going. Gestures the Pequod. Yeah, I will be. One way or another.
Julius nods, and I'm going to be at her back, of course.
So then, me and your mother should be going. This is important. It's Lorelei who, you know those earrings I got your mother, son? She's got them on.
Julius nods. They're quite beautiful.
I got those because Lorelei was like, wow, the Rainfalls are more like a monarchy, not just this family in EarthGov. Shouldn't we be out there? At the very least, your mother. I mean, I'm going if she's going, of course, but...
Davy nods. And if he's going, then I'm sorry, but none of you can stop me from going either.
I mean, this is in part a problem our family created. Patricia. Believe me, I know. Thinking about Soul getting angry.
Julius sighs as he shakes his head and...
We can't fix problems that your kids created here at home. Gesturing to Suletta, but we can help fix whatever's out there. And letting him go into a no-contact dead zone was a dumb idea. I agree, but you ain't gonna talk that old man out of jack shit.
Julius gestures over to Sasha. You ever try to talk Ash out of something, Dad? Stubborn as a fucking mule.
And again, I'll say it again, that's his friend. They've been working together for a long time. If it was anybody else, he would have agreed to just a Ranger exploratory expedition squad. But it had to be that guy, so.
Had to be fucking Kaz, and then... it would all be so much simpler if it was just strangers. Julius looks at the Smirnoff and sets it down on the table. He looks over at Sasha. He looks over at his father, and then at his mother, and then back at Sasha. Why not?
She puts her hands up. I am never against having Davine in my deck of cards, nor Hunk.
He sighs, looks over to Hunk, and then at Suletta. You guys can come on one condition. He points at Suletta. You do not put yourself in harm's way purposefully.
Where's the fun in that? Drinking her smeared off. This is not a good idea, Julius. All three of them.
Julius sighs as he puts his hands up. They make some good points. If they... He gestures...
Mom is pregnant, Julius!
Julius gestures towards Sasha. She was pregnant during Epsilon, and she told no one.
She sighed. I would have got taken off duty.
Julius looks at his two parents. I think if anyone understands the risks of battle and what exactly they're going into, which I must stress to you guys, you know what you're going into, right? Xenomorphs, bigger and badder than we've ever seen or dealt with before. It'll make the Praetorian that we all dealt with look like baby play. You guys realize that, right?
I completely understand. I remember it like it was yesterday. A lot of broken limbs, broken arms. Yeah.
Julius nods. Are you prepared to go through something like that again? To see your wife go through something like that again, your children and your grandchildren?
As long as we're together, absolutely.
You, Mom? As he looks over at Davine, Davine nods. More prepared than you will ever think me to be.
Somebody back me up. Towns just looks at his wrist computer. Nicole, her hair's on fire blue. What the fuck? Oh, it's that fucking, some type of spell she puts on herself to make Banksy hard or something. You know how it goes. No, it's not. He looks over his shoulder at a
Davine tilts her head. It suits her quite well. It is quite beautiful, at least.
It's the signature of the gods, the mark of the gods, eating her fucking peanut brittle. I don't know, I'm drunk, don't listen to me.
Julius chuckles. I'm really on the fence about you coming with us, Suletta.
I am still on the fence about all three, and I have not made my decision yet.
Julius sighs. No, that is true. In the end, it is up to my wife. He looks at the three of them. But as long as you guys understand what the fuck is going on here.
Just give us a chance.
God. He looks up at Pequod. You understand how much I want to say no, right?
For now, the answer is maybe. How about that, Julius? Let's wait to hear back from Ash and see what we're dealing with. Maybe there's no need to even go out. We'll see.
Julius gestures towards her. See, this is why she's the smart one out of the two of us. Right now?
Until then, we have big problems here. Gesture!
Yes, we do. He looks at Suletta and just clicks his tongue.
When are we going to make another movie? A good movie, a Davine movie?
Davine sighs. Well, it is quite busy at the moment. So my head writer has been quite busy as of late, Suletta. But as soon as another script is written up and Hunk is the main star, I have no problem making another movie.
She opens a bottle of Smirnoff. I should like to see Patricia act for a change.
Julius purses his lips and looks at Pequod. I would actually enjoy seeing that as well.
She looks visibly very uncomfortable.
Davine just sighs as she looks at Pequod. She leans forward. I think you would be spectacular in any role we give you. But as your mother, I will never do or force you to do anything that will make you feel overly uncomfortable, honey.
No acting for me, thanks. Looking at the ground, looking away. Biting his lip, looking at Julia.
Davine looks down at the brass knuckles, then up at Hunk.
I always wonder why. Hey, I don't like being in front of a camera either, so. Not for the same reason.
Not for the same reason at all, Sasha. She just clicks her tongue as she cracks some of her knuckles, staring Julius right in the eye.
JJ waiting out here by the car. Here's Mr. Snuffles in the house. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Farewell, Samantha, as she comes out in a low-cut black dress with a cut between the legs, black high heels, black purse.
He inhales, walks over to her, spins her around, and puts her up against the car and gives her a kiss.
Not even gonna make it to dinner, are we?
With this dress, honey, He clicks his tongue. It's up in the air at this point.
You know I got it for free because I'm so hot.
I believe it, honey. You do look positively, utterly smashing in this dress.
I'll kiss him. But I am starving. The last thing we ate was those biscuits and gravy.
Well, my love, as he walks around to the side of the car and opens up the passenger door, your chariot awaits.
I could go for some sushi and mixed drinks.
Sushi and mixed drinks. I do believe I know a wonderful spot. It will be a bit of a ways away, but luckily, darling, we have a hover car.
He'll smile at JJ as he closes the door. As down here, Scar with a snorkeling mask on, underwater in the fountain. Samuel looks over at him, shakes his head. Wow, MP40, gun of the Nazis.
Oh yeah, gun of the Reich. Herr Himmler, your preferred weaponry, if I am not mistaken.
Oh yeah, me favorite. Paintball exclusive. Frederick fucking taken aback by the fact Carter bought a Jaguar. He's like really confounded because he's like, don't you like Porsches?
Cohen, doesn't Carter like Porsches? Like that's his like car, you know. That's the one he's always wanted.
Oh, me think Memrian just surprised him with this. You know how she is, always good to her husband. Taught well by Suletta. Probably all buy you this Carter, now suck me feet.
I suppose that could be true, but I mean, don't you think she would have bought something that she knows her husband would like, and other than like some random car?
Probably not. A Jaguar less expensive than Porsche. Memrian not have lots of money.
That son of a bitch, Carter.
Always buying things for Carter. Maybe she buy me new newspaper.
Maybe, yeah, we can ask her one of these days.
The car is slowly coming up. The headlights go on. Wow, tinted windows now.
Oh, that son of a bitch trying to hide from us.
Ah! Jumping up out of the water, snorkeling mask on. Samuel. Scar.
Fire! As he also opens fire onto the Jaguar.
You're coming out. The car's headlights go off. Wow, got you good, Carter. Paintball guns always beating you.
Frederick looks around. It's taking them some time to get out of the car, don't you think?
Reloading his MP40. Maybe he shit his fucking pants, little galleon. Start shooting the car a little more. You like that, Carter?
Oh my god, maybe he did, as Frederick will also reload and open fire again.
Salud, gentlemen, salud! Coming up, commending their ferocity.
Very good. Very, very good. I commend you too, Himmler.
Thank you. Come on, Carter, come out and face your judgment of paintball, you dumb bitch. As the side door opens, here come Marianne. You have tranquilizer gun for her, right, Clive?
Of course, always I do, as he prepares the trank gun.
Sam gets out of the passenger seat. Oh no!
Oh no. Oh no, Samuel.
Ah! Drops his gun and runs like a coward.
Fredwick will also drop his gun and just start booking it in the opposite direction.
Samuel running away with Fred. JJ getting out of the driver's seat as Sam is taking off her high heels.
JJ has taken off his tie and is tying it around his hand. Which one do you want, love?
Rommel. Looking right over at Clyde.
He clicks his tongue. Then by all means, Rommel is yours. And Adolf is mine.
Yeah! Making a fist at JJ, throwing his gun aside. Come on, salud, motherfucker, salud.
And JJ is going to rush up to him and try to uppercut him.
Oh! The Fuhrer goes flying back. Sam charging at Clive, gets underneath him, picks him up, and spine busters him into the ground.
My God, Doctor.
Yeah! Jumps up, grapples JJ.
JJ gets grappled, but then he wriggles his limbs around and wraps around Scar's arm, breaking the grip on him. He flips around, putting his legs around Scar's neck, flips again, and Hurricane Rana's him right to the ground and punches him twice.
Grasping JJ's head tightly.
You're still not down.
Squeezing his hand.
JJ quickly stands up and walks away from him. Yep, he's down.
Sam picking Clive up, the third spine buster into the ground. No, we're not over yet. Picks him up, whips him into the pinky, puts one of the guns in the that's in the car on the gas pedal, ties Clive into his seatbelt, and sends the pinky flying off with Clive. A loud thud, boom! She puts her hand to her ear, faintly on the wind.
JJ walks up, doing the same thing. Oh, yep, there it is.
Done. Cleaning her hands off.
Done and dusted. He takes her hand and starts to clean it off for her.
So we're gonna get a new car tomorrow.
Oh,
I am not being seen in that thing, so can you call like Aunt Nicole and we borrow one of her cars?
Oh, 100%. Of course I can, my love.
Or, better yet, she thinks for a minute, we could just go steal one of Fatso's cars.
Ooh, that's an even better idea. I'm sure she won't miss at least one of them.
You got my high heels? Rubbing up against JJ.
JJ will hold up her high heels. But of course I do, my love.
Smashing. Kissing him on the lips. And we cut there.